will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitinan kaming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni hit that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPL S14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Hindi ko hayaan na maiwan kami sa takbo ng laro. Ako bahala sa pagbuhat. Hindi makakalamang sa atin ang kalaban. Anumang suporta ang kailangan ng kakampi ko, ako ang sasalo. Mata ko lang sa mapa, ako bahala sa mga kakampi ko. Hintayin nyo lang sa akin ng late game.
Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 14. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Infinix Game Tambayan and for the playoffs! MPL is playoffs na! MPL is playoffs na! MPL is playoffs na!
Grabe!
Ito na! Ito na yun eh. Sus Mariosep! Ang init! Ang ingay! Teka lang! Vibe check muna tayo! MPL Arena! Make some noise! Ramdam. I feel the energy, I feel the vibes, guys. Hans Galleria, Marakino, Midnight, Brigida, Chantel, Uomi, at ang buong MPL Arena nandito ngayon to witness everything. Siksek!
It's absolute cinema.
Okay.
Literally goosebumps. And I'm just proud and happy I saw every
Sige.
single player that's part of the playoffs in that stage.
Isa pa!
Isa pa. It's time! Ayun na, ramdam na buong.
Sa sobrang ramdam nila, nalito na sila kung or for the playoffs.
Dapat, nagkakabaliwan na eh, masyadong mainit eh. Men, legit, parang nung nakaraan, pero umpisa pa lang parang umiinit na. Bumulas yung makeup ko eh.
Mainit yung intro, tsaka yung mga linyahan.
I cannot believe it.
Oo, dun pa lang sa ganun.
Ano ba favorite? Sample. Oh. Yeah.
Si Jom nga natatawa pa noon.
MPL, it's playoff time.
Tapos ang boxing. Hindi ko na alam kung paano mangyayari. Pasimula pa lang tayo eh. O sige, simulan na natin to. Of course, this tournament would not be possible without the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of MPL Season 14. Tama nga naman si Midnight, wag natin tapusin. Natapos yung regular season, pero
our rules. Yeah, but of course, before all that, we still have the first round, the play-ins, best of fives, one chance to make it to the next round. Rock hard. This has been a tremendous season we've had, one of the most unpredictable and surprising. You've been here since Season 1. What makes Season 14 stand out for you?
Season 14, that's 7 years of MPL already. We're already getting into it. And I believe that, you know what, when it began, it was very clear-cut. But now you can't really tell. That's why all of our predictions are now on the line. I know you guys are kind of, shaky about that as well.
Nothing overpowers me. You just gotta assert dominance. But of course, before anything else, let's take a look first at the MPL fans who are giving their all-out support from the watch parties being held all over the Philippines. Woo! We have UP Town Center in Quezon City, representing Luzon, Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo City, representing Visayas, and MMCM Plaza in Davao City, representing the region of Mindanao. Huge shout-outs to everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Ingan, you have been part of a lot of our grassroots movement back in MDL, the celebrations for M4, leading up to M5 even. What's it like having that watch party that you can join in from other parts of the Philippines? What's that like?
You know, it's honestly nice. And at the same time, you can also scout and see the future. That's gonna, of course, represent the Philippines and will be crowned the best of the best. So it's exciting, and at the same time, you get to see a lot of different talents as well. And it just shows that MPL is really inclusive.
All throughout the Philippines, the stories of our athletes began from different regions. Their stories lead to this stage. And at the end of today, we're going to be seeing two teams bow out, see their dreams of making it to Kuala Lumpur for M6, and even being crowned MPL Philippines champions taken away. Here are the storylines that we've had all throughout. First, the Sonics rock hard. They've been breaking records, man.
They've been breaking all of my personal expectations, and they've broken a lot of hearts all throughout their regular season run. Save for the last one, they were nigh undefeated. Obviously, they hold the record now, and they have proven that they have consistency. All they need to do is flex that in playoffs.
Of course, they are 13-1, and the one in 13-1 is Masha. I'm sorry, Omega.
No!
The poison is real.
No!
All right. If you would go back to that game, game number 2 was the most intense game I've seen. How many defenses did Omega need just to bring down and eventually break the streak? It just goes to show that with Omega, one shot is really all they need.
And looking at Blacklist International, the team that Omega will be facing today, the playoffs code has been broken. They've been on a hot streak, Leo.
They've rewritten, reprogrammed, renamed final code _1 approved past playoffs. Like, that's where we are right now with this main 5. And what happened in week 6, many people will never forget. I know I didn't. My arms, my shoulders did. All the push-ups I did in honor of Blacklist's turnaround. That was the week that they got into playoffs mode. I think they're on fire right now.
Later on, we're going to be talking about the stories of Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora as they will face off. But here are the heroes within the Land of Dawn, the literal heroes that we all control. It's been a wild meta. Chip has not seen the light of day. He has not gone past the first phase red side ban. But with all of these heroes here, one by one, real quick, what's one hero that you don't see here that you feel like should be included? The hero that has changed the meta. Oh, Ingan.
I gotta say, Gatot Gacha, one of the signatures that Shaknu has been using. And so far, it's been a game changer, not just for Omega, but even other teams, especially in the playoffs, have adapted to using Gatot Gacha.
Beleric. 100%, 100%.
High five to you, bro.
My boy, you know what it is. Beleric is super underrated. Should be there somewhere.
What about you, Mr. DC?
I'm going to name 2 things.
All right.
Number 1, of course, the necessary Bane. Still a solid ban, especially going into this first matchup, right? Against Blacklist International, against the second most prolific Bane in MPL Philippines, MP the King.
Yeah.
The second most prolific. Who's the first most prolific Bane?
Also, we gotta consider Suyu. That was the metagame prior to Suyu being opened up in MPL
Suyu.
Philippines. Now that he's here, I think it's safe to say, given the stats of the other regions all around the world, I think Suyu's gonna be hot.
The story of, yeah, for sure, hot commodity, spicy, the spiciest pick you could look for. In a story wherein there are a lot of game changers, different heroes, at the cusp of crowning our newest champions, a new hero will make it into the field. Suyo will now be draftable for this meta game. We've had a lot of discussions behind the scenes about that hero. Rockhard, how are you feeling about Suyo?
Suyo, highly contested. I really love how the other regions play this. Obviously, especially in the jungle role, so much damage potential, and I believe special teams in the MPL Philippines have the potential to really elevate that even further. So expect that first game.
First game right away. Inga, do you agree with Rockhard here?
Yeah, for me, even especially for Carl TZ, I think Carl TZ is going to utilize this hero because, again, it's a mixture of assassin but having sustain. So I guess Carl TZ will go back to being his prime young goat status with that hero.
All right, all jokes aside, MP the King. I see MP the King playing a lot of Suyu and being the king of this new hero in the metagame. The mechanics, the capability for him to be both utility and assassin, and just, you know, MP's just super aggressive. I can see a Suyu just being...
Just like that, just like that. MP's for sure, he's going to be doing that. And as you mentioned, MP, I am also thinking about, well, Smart Omega, the opponents of Blacklist International for our first matchup of the day. The Curly Nightmare, the Nightmare of the Barangay. Andoryu, for sure, he's going to be using it. These two fine gentlemen will be your captains for today. Leo and Ingan are going to be bowing out for now. They'll be joining you in the casting desk. But here we are, the playoffs brackets, Rockhard. And our first matches of the day, Omega and Blacklist, Aurora, and the defending champions, Team Liquid Philippines.
I gotta say, everyone always talks about Team Liquid playoffs mode. Disregard the regular season, which is apparently a popular thing that the players are saying in the offsite interviews.
Yeah.
I gotta say, man, Aurora is gonna be in for a tough climb.
They will try to dethrone and eliminate the defending champions of the Philippines in the very first match, their very first match of the playoffs. But coming up next, we have Smart Omega, a team that has exceeded everyone's expectations up against a team that took a while to find their code. Rockhard, remember, Omega, leading up to this season, all of them were placing them 7th and 8th in the standings after the roster
I remember
reveals.
that, yeah.
Remember?
That was a weird time, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously Andoryu unproven in MDL, but previously people didn't really notice him in MPL Philippines. You know what? He showed that you have to notice me, and I think with the cohesion that the Cap Mamba gave to the table, it allowed this guy to really shine and give Omega new heights.
Yeah, for sure. Cap Mamba, Chaknu, the Hall of Legend inductee, finally being able to utilize and maximize those center roam heroes in a meta that brought back assassins, perfectly setting up the young talent that is the nightmare of the barangay, Andoryu. But now across them are a veteran team. Well, a few veteran members here and there. And speaking of veterancy, as we talk about this a little bit more, let's welcome in a veteran of the league. It's Itumax joining us.
Ayun na! Kasama din ang ating English panel. Renmar, Rockhart, you gotta wave your hands if you hear us. I wanna know. Alright, that's good to know. Boss, eto Max. Nakakatuwa na nandito ka. Kamusta, pare? Ayun, hindi pa naririnig ba natin, bossing? Ayun, hindi ka namin naririnig ng slight. Oo, bossing. Okay. Hello. Practice lang. Pinapaka ba lang kayo? Oh, pero mukha naman hindi kinakabahan si Boss Etomax. Boss, kamusta? How's it going for you?
Okay naman, excited sa playoffs. Excited.
I feel like everybody is excited just like you as well. I feel like it's also time for us to, ask some questions from someone who has been part of that Omega and Blacklist International Classic Midnight. Sige, unahan mo na. Renmar, Rockhart, chillax lang kayo dyan, guys. You'll be having your turn.
Okay, bossing Etomax, dahil matagal mo nang kilala itong Omega at Blacklist International, nakalaro at nakalaban mo na rin sila, ano ang rating at ano sa tingin mo yung mga strong points nitong dalawang team na to in this playoffs?
Okay. Sige. Exciting. Ang ganda yung tanong. Actually, dito sa Omega, yung isa talaga sa naging strength nila na itong regular season, yung mga pocket picks nila. Sobrang daming heroes yung lumabas sa kanila eh. Like kay Chuck na yung Gatot, yung Beleric. Yung hero composition nila talagang, sa kanila lang. Kumbaga, meron silang sariling identity na binil. Sila rin naglabas ng double rebate. Yan, yung mga heroes talaga nila, isa yun sa mga strength ng Omega. Dahil na rin siguro sa sa drafter nila na si Snap. Yun, mas sobrang ganda ng mga hero composition, bagay na bagay talaga sa Omega. In terms naman dito sa Blacklist, ang naging strength nila para sa akin yung yung pagbalik ni Oheb. Sobrang nagain nila yung confidence nila nung bumalik si Oheb. Tsaka ibang Oheb na yung nakikita natin ngayon. Mas mapapatunayan niya na yung sarili niya ulit ngayong playoffs.
I like that you've mentioned about Oheb kasi parte siya nung history na meron ng Blacklist International. Renmar, I think you have a question for Etomax about this.
Yeah, let's talk about history. Etomax, former player of Smart Omega, you were there during the heights of the rivalry against Blacklist International. You were able to face against multiple versions of Blacklist. Let's reel it back a bit. What was it like going up against Blacklist International as Smart Omega when you were still actively playing? What was going through your mind every time that my opponent today is Blacklist International?
Way back before when I'm still a player, every time I play against Blacklist, the excitement, the energy, the mood, adrenaline, it feels so different. It feels so good to compete against them. It's a classic matchup. I know they also feel that right now. It's just give me a different feeling, and yeah, I really miss that. And I'm really excited to watch these teams give their best, and I know it will be a classic match.
It is a classic match indeed. Renmar, I feel like that's a really good question, especially with what you see right now. Statistics are showcased in terms of history. Rockhart, floor is yours. I feel like this is a really good match between Chakno and Haji.
Yeah, we're talking about the captains. Cap Mamba and of course the all-around agent.
Yeah.
Kasi palipat-lipat siya ng roles. What can you say about the ability of Haji and Chaknu to lead the teams respectively? Like, let's start with Omega.
Okay. For Chaknu, well, I'm very happy on what I hear about him right now. The teammate says that he's a different person now. His maturity, discipline, and eagerness to come back in the scene really played this way back here in the playoffs. I'm very happy for his growth, and I think we're now seeing a different Chuck na right now. Chuck Mamba, deadly poison, watch out. And I hope this is his time. He always dream to be an MPL champion.
Woo! All right. Almost the same actually in terms of, you know, the history that they've had. You know, Rockhart, thank you for that one. Womi, ang dami nating nakita na laro nitong dalawang to. I feel like you also have something in mind.
That's true. Ang tagal lang na nagtatapat ng dalawang to, Coach Eto Max. At in fact, nakalaro mo pa nga ang mga dalawang nabanggit nating manlalaro. Pero bukod kay Chaknu at kay Haji, Coach Eto Max, sino pa ba yung tig-isang player na dapat nating matahan sa serye na to? Yung sa tingin mong magse-step up sa series na to? Kasi laglagan to, Coach. Alam mo naman, kapag laglagan, may isa lagi na nagse-step up.
Siguro dito sa laban ng Omega versus Blacklist. Ang tingin ko magandang tapatan dito yung gold lane eh. Jom versus Oheb. Yan. Kasi si Jom, ito yung time niya na nabigyan talaga siya ng whole season sa MPL. Kasi before sa Brand, di ba, parang may kahati pa siya si Marco. Tapos sa Malaysia, talagang nakita natin yung performance niya, sobrang ganda. Tapos ngayon, dito sa Season 13, tingin ko isa siya sa malaking factor dito sa Omega. Sobrang stable ng laro niya. May mga galaw siya na hindi mo expect. Sobrang tapang maglaro. And dito naman sa Blacklist, syempre, yun nga, si Oheb. Alam naman natin na kung ano lakas talaga ni Oheb. And ngayon, mas nakita, syempre sa pag-alis din ng mga key players ng Blacklist, malaking role yung kailangan niyang gampanan. And yun, excited ako sa matchup ng dalawang marksman. Tingin ko, pasik laban to. Palakasan magbuhat.
Alam mo, one given a great opportunity, one given a great responsibility. Yun yung nakita natin dito kay Oheb at kay Jom. Not only that, kasi hindi lang gold lane, in my opinion, ang isa sa mga kailangan natin pagtuunan ng pansin, but also the mid and the roam combination ng Omega and ng Blacklist. Eto Max, you've been a mid laner before. So alam mo talaga to ng sagad. Gaano ba ka-importante ang connection ng mid and ng roam in this current meta that we've been playing on?
Actually, yung mid laner at yung roam, halos sa lahat naman ng meta, sobrang laking part talaga ng role nila. Kasi yung space na binibigay nila, yung vision, sila talaga nag-set ng tempo pagdating sa early tsaka sa mid. So, yung chemistry, sobrang laking bagay. Kaya, etong matchup ni Okyang Chakno tsaka Perks Haji, magandang masubaybayan din. Kasi, like si Rico, new face, ay bagong member din siya sa Omega. May kita natin sobrang stable din ng performance niya buong regular season. And si Perks yan, ngayon lang din siya nabigyan talaga ng time na ipakita yung laro niya. Sobrang dami niyang setups na hindi mo expect. Isa rin siya sa nagbibigay talaga ng key dito sa Blacklist, yung mga setup hero. So maganda yung matchup kasi si Chakno, ilala naman natin na magaling sa mga setup heroes. So tingnan natin kung sino mas matalino sa game. Yun yung tingin ko mananalo.
You've mentioned si Perks and you've mentioned si Okir. Ilan lang yan sa mga matatalinong players natin dito sa laro. Pero feeling ko, Boss Eto Max, bago ka namin pakawalan, alam mo na yata kung ano to eh. Ang mainit na tanong mo kami ng prediction. Best of 5 series. Smart Omega or Blacklist International. Bibigyan ka namin ng oras. Pero hindi masyadong maraming oras.
Coach,
go ahead.
Pagpasensya mo na, kailangan may score. Okay? Kailangan may score.
May score.
Kailangan may score.
Does the English panel agree that we need scores?
Always. Always.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Always.
Eto Max, floor is yours.
Tingin ko hindi 3-1 Omega.
Ayun! Nilapag na ni Coach.
Nilinyahan!
Kamusta naman yung reaction ng barangay na nasa crowd ngayon?
Narinig ko, may humiyaw sa
humiyaw
gilid eh.
3-1 Omega.
Ayun, 3-1 Omega.
Ano yan?
Sabihin ko na rin kung ano yung prediction ko sa finals eh.
Sige, ano yun?
Okay. Ano yun?
Sasabihin mo na ba now?
Omega versus Onyx, lista nyo na.
Ayun! The Fearless Forecast.
Okay. Parang
Chakno versus Kelra. Chakno versus Kelra.
Chakno versus Kelra. As a
Maganda,
former
maganda.
teammate, you'll love to see it. Eto Max,
Support.
Coach Eto Max, maraming salamat for gracing us with your time and presence. And of course, to the English panel, I hope you guys are having fun out there. Let's do this games. Let's have a lot of fun. Bye guys. Tights.
Thank you, thank you.
Wow.
All right. He instantly dropped his prediction for the grand finals already.
I can't believe that, honestly.
Yeah,
I didn't expect him to reach that far into it.
Yeah.
You know?
Dude just went ahead and went for it. But I think it's time for us to drop ours as well. We've been posting ours all over social media. We have the same one as Coach Itomax. Well, for me, I'm also 3-1 for Omega. What about you, Rockart?
I am also 3-1 for Omega here.
Oh, a lot of 3-1s.
You know what? Blacklist, they had a pretty good comeback in the last 2 weeks.
Latter half, yeah.
I don't know, man. Doesn't feel like you're quite there yet. You know what? Perks went from 1/10 to 9/10 in like a span of 3 weeks, but
for sure,
it's Omega, man. It's hard.
Yeah. All across the league, everyone says the same thing. Omega is just hitting different now. They're not a top 2 team by the end of the regular season, but it's a whole different Omega that they're all scared of. And Itomax mentioned one of the key figures there, Coach Snap, the master drafter that even Coach Why Not said he is terrifying to go up against. Show your support, MPL fans. Who do you think will win this match, Omega or Blacklist? Vote now via the online poll. We've dropped our predictions. You saw those little recalls up there as well.
Spam that recall.
For sure that's going to be spammed all throughout this series, and I'm excited. Because in the story between Omega and Blacklist, Rockhard, Omega has not defeated Blacklist in a playoff series in a while.
That's right.
The times they faced off against Blacklist, Blacklist eliminated them. Season 8, and if I'm not mistaken, also Season 11.
And the only reason why I would think, you know what, maybe that could change here is it's a bit of a different Blacklist we're seeing.
For sure.
Bonchan's behind the wheel, but you know he's on the side. What's on the side? She's riding shotgun.
Yeah, the passenger seat. The passenger
But who's
seat, yeah.
controlling the wheel, bro? Who's controlling the wheel?
That's
a big question. That's the only thing I can think of, and you know what? Maybe they can surprise us. MP the King has become very, very hungry.
Oh, yeah.
He shows it in-game and out of the game. But Omega is... When you just say Omega, it just brings you chills.
But you know, you mentioned a key figure there for Blacklist International, MP the King. When he got his second championship with See You Soon, made it all the way to MSC, that came from a season of hardship. They almost didn't make it to the playoffs leading up to MSC 2024. They didn't expect that they'd be champions again, but they were able to do it against a few Filipino players in RORA Legends. A little bit of a throwback history for y'all before MSC 2024. So MP the King, if we're talking about Andoryu, if we're talking about Chaknu, he's been in this similar position, MP. Breaking expectations. That's why maybe that spirit of giving Blacklist International that one, that's where it's coming from. And it's hard to say that this is going to be a sweep win for anybody.
That's right. I mean, despite what any and all predictions we have, we're always very happy to be proven wrong, to be honest. And I can't wait. Blacklist, please prove us wrong.
All right, it's time for the face-off that Mara Aquino loves to introduce, but this time featuring faces that you're familiar with. Well,
It's time for the face-off! This time, it'll be the community representing their team. Palag ng Madla, representing Barangay Smart Omega, ang ating kabarangay. Representing Blacklist International, the Agents. Simulan na natin. Para sa Smart Omega, ano ang palag mo?
Sisiguraduhin namin na dadaloy sa inyo ang lason ng Chakmamba namin.
Para sa Blacklist International, ano ang palag mo?
Kami ang bagong lason ngayon.
Palag!
Alam namin na nakapag-champion na kayo, pero this season, pwedeng kami naman?
palag!
Sige, good luck and have fun.
Palag kung palag! This is the first day of the playoffs. It'll be savage. It'll be legendary. It's time to witness victory. Let's get this started.
versus Blacklist are, the barangay, fielding the same lineup that made it to the point of where they are in right now. A lot of focus was put on Chaknu Indokir, but Coach Itamax Rockhart talked about Big J Jome and his ability to carry the team.
And surprisingly, Big J has really shown in this specific lineup, in the care of the Cap, in care of everyone else. Really did step up here against Blacklist International, who did seem to have like that recovery phase, like you mentioned, in the later part of the season. Then again, we're hoping it's just not too late. Perks definitely showing up when they need the most. Lord JM even, from having really poor KDAs into a guy that you can depend on now.
Yeah, he became a rising hero for Blacklist International, and Lord JM, the EXP laner, will have a lot in store for him, trying to handle the new general, Ryota, the general of the Atoy army. With his ability to not only be a secondary frontliner alongside Chaknu and setter, he's also great at carrying the team if he ends up with heroes such as the Arlon. Now, as we compare the stats of these two teams, of course, with the better season of Smart Omega, they will have the better average KDA. But Rockhart is an interesting stat line, actually, from Blacklist International. Despite Omega having higher in KDA, did you know Blacklist International actually has like the third highest control time in the entire league? They dish out a lot of crowd control.
That's right. Crowd control, and we saw there as well kill participation. Like we mentioned before, when Perk sets it up, everyone just piles on. Looks really good on camera. It looks really good in the results that Blacklist has been outputting in the last four weeks. And you know what? It does show. From being very down in the dumps, 7th place, now they are in the playoffs.
If the Roamers want good follow-up, the mid laners have to be ready. Ukir and Haji. Ukir will face off against one of the most decorated and longest tenured players we have in the league. It's been a tough season for this young man, Salik Imam, as he has been pulled from multiple directions, multiple roles, until finally settling down in the mid lane. We talked about the Roamers. Here they are. Keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Lock in on the code breakers, damage dealers. Because we talked about kill participation earlier. They deal a lot of damage too.
Yeah, we talked about, you know what, who Itomax thinks will step up. It's the gold laners, bro. It's where they lie. The late game, early game, depends on that.
Yeah. For Omega, find Oheb, find Haji. Clutch your late game initiations. Perks. He's bringing in a little bit of that classic Blacklist International DNA of finding the right control and setup at the end. And of course, at the end of the regular season, they both found momentum. Smart Omega was the one in 13-1, snapping the legendary win streak of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, while Blacklist International, on their journey to securing the last playoff slot, was able to sweep Falcons AP Bren and defeat Aurora, former brothers, 2-1.
Yeah, Perks as well. He's proven from very meek beginnings in the beginning of the season. You know what? Whatever Bonchan was showing him, whatever strategizing they were talking about, the drills about not being afraid to set, not being afraid to make a move, it worked on the guy. At the first few weeks, you know what? It felt like he didn't want to go. He missed a lot of flickers. He missed a lot of plays. And now look at him. He's like one of the top Tigreals of the league.
Yeah, I think he could be one of the most iconic Tigreals. There are two. In terms of the highest win rate for the hero Tigreal in the Roam, there's only two players that really stand out there.
Renegade, there you go.
And the other one is actually also Perks. So, the fated matchup between two epic rivals. History that goes all the way back to MPL Philippines Season 7. Deep-seated roots. And it's, even though the predictions got to a lot of 3-1s in favor of Smart Omega, let's look at the alternate universe here. Can you see a universe where Blacklist International is able to defeat Omega? And if they do so, how did they do that?
Actually do it by, surprisingly, in my opinion, it feels like outsetting, right? You have to outset one of the... He's a genius. The guy is a genius. You're going to have to outset Cap Mamba. That's the tallest order there is in the league right now.
So for Perks, outset
For
Chaknu.
Perks, outset Chaknu, man. That's the biggest one thing. Not to mention you have to kind of overshadow Ukir's consistency. He's the most consistent mid laner right now.
True, yes.
Right? Loyi is probably going to be highly contested in this one. Especially with Haji trying to really stamp that out. And Blacklist, of course, trying to get into that DNA, that old Ube DNA that we're trying to get into.
Yeah. Loyi, Vixana, Valentina, Faramis, the Aurora's there, the Zaz has somewhat fallen out, but hey, maybe we'll see a little bit of a resurgence coming into the playoffs. So really, the Roam and mid, it seems like, is the focal point of this matchup. A good Roam and mid performance, a good center of the map performance gets to set up what we talked about earlier as Coach Itomax's focus, which is the gold laners. So let's complete the puzzle of the Roam mid trio and look at the junglers. Andoryu versus MP the King. Andoryu's been, he's a killer this season. He's the best statistically amongst all junglers in terms of getting kills and getting assists.
Yeah, he's probably becoming Ling Doryu if we didn't have Ling Kong anymore. But yeah, aside from that, we are not sure about the appearance of Suyo, wink wink. But then again, these are things that we're going to have to find out if the teams are ready for it, or maybe they're waiting for something else. I know internationally we've had a lot of fun with Suyo. But this one, I'm sure MP might. You know, Leia brought it up. He might actually make an appearance here.
And I think it's time for all of us to see what the draft for this very first game of the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs will be. The last time these two opened up a playoffs, Blacklist International swept Omega 3-0. That was Season 11. And there he is, right away, making an appearance. Suyo is the instant red side first phase ban for Smart Omega, while Blacklist International will take away Edith and Khalid.
Hold up, Renmar. Are we going to see the new what is that called? Love team in the red side bands?
Oh, it's Suyo and Chip now?
I feel like we're about to see it, man. It might happen all playoffs long.
All right, so maybe we'll see an entire playoffs of Chip and Suyo getting banned out. Interestingly enough, Smart Omega take out the Cho. That is a preemptive ban for the second and third pick of Blacklist International to take it away from Perks. Now, Perks actually ends up with a Matilda. That could have been Flex. It could have been put in the mid lane to Haji. Or even the Lord JM could have gotten the Cho. While for Omega, it's Arlott and Angela. This is terrifying for Blacklist because that Angela might end up being paired up with an Alice if Blacklist isn't careful.
And the Ling, bro. And the Ling. Oh, man. All right. Let's see if that's going to happen here. I know Ling is open. We got an Alpha, though, very early on here for Blacklist International. That's probably XP. Unlikely, but
no.
Jungle is...
That's Jungle.
Yeah, probably Jungle.
Yeah, I think Blacklist International picked something. So one of the best heroes that can actually handle the Alice-Angela combo is an Alpha. But not a lot of combos can handle the Angela Alpha.
Alice, man.
So that's why Blacklist picked the Alpha first, because they already knew that Alice was coming up.
Oh, okay. Again, you kind of have to rely on like really, really good initial setup there from the Alpha and counter-engage
100%.
with the Spear. Because if that fails, you're going to get tied up. You're going to get slowed down. And that will result in a really bad call for you.
Entry, timing is all going to be so important. So the Lord JM hero later needs to be very tanky. Something that can hold and survive long enough in a team fight that involves an Alice and Angela combo. Blacklist International will take away one of the comfort heroes of Chakno in that high loss. And honestly, just the thought of going up against a high loss Angela and an Alice all together, that's high invade, bro, and high octane for the first 7 minutes.
That's right. So all they kind of lack here might be just that burst here for Smart Omega. We're looking for that. Alice doesn't really have that much. So I don't know if they want to do that or they just want to go all sustain all day long. But you know what's great to pair with an Alice? Someone who can really set a wombo combo, a big pull in that can maximize the final slash as well.
So let's see if somehow Omega will take away the Tigreal of Perks. Oh, I know. They can. They
can. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned pull-in. That's the best pull-in that you can go for. There goes the Ling.
Smart ban.
Taken away, taken away. Yeah. But no, it's a catch-up. Technically, still also has
still
that
pull-in.
Still a pull-in. You know, when he lands that Avatar of Guardian, this is high invade, very tanky. However, very magic damage based for Omega. So Blacklist International pick up a Benedetta.
Wow.
It has been a while.
It's been a hot minute. Obviously, most likely XP lane for this one. But wow, honestly, Omega is a big wombo combo, but the problem with wombo combo, if it misses on the initial set, it's very difficult to follow up after. You have to take out some targets if you want to use up all your ults.
The Benedetta, I believe that's them playing for the idea that Omega is strong with split pushing. Or no, they're overloading the split push. It's Benedetta and Moskov to fool around the map.
Oh boy!
And similar to Game 1 of the finals of MPL Singapore, Mia makes an appearance in the very first game of the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. And Big Mia,
I love it,
ends up with Big J.
I love it. There was no hesitation from John whatsoever. He knew he was going to use it. He was planning for it, and they look very ready.
Mia locked in. How will this fare? And now you mentioned it, Omega, if they don't land their big ticket setups and crowd controls, the initiations that you mentioned, actually Mia's one of the best heroes to be able to withstand that and actually be able to deal more damage despite not having setup for her.
Yeah, still follow up, non-stop damage, and then the rest of the team can just flank for him or peel for him. Him.
Yeah. This is perfect. In the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs, Mia in game number 1. Suyo, Franco, thank you for welcoming in us. And casters, take it away.
In these hallowed halls on days like these, champions have begun their journey. Welcome to Game 1 between the New Barangay and the Codebreakers. Leo here at your service alongside Jose Ingan, bring you the action, the first game in a best of 5.
And the first game we've already seen, another unique hero used. Mia, the M in OMG. OMG Mia.
All right, if you're going to throw back in a way, to the MPL Singapore playoffs. How about that Diablo Benedetta on Lord JM? Let's see, they're so aggressive. Look at how far in they are into Omega's jungle.
And they can afford to do that. Again, the presence of Perks, having a Matilda that's really aggressive, but look at this. All for the orange buffer going in. MP the King is quite low here, dangerously low, and Andoryu gets the first blood, plus another pickoff onto Perks, and Ryota just extends the lead and gets another kill. That's 3 kills to none for Omega.
The new general at the forefront. Who'd have thunk that the jungle Alice would take almost no time. Quick 3 kills before we even check the emblems. All right, if there are any of y'all planning to play Mia,
this is it.
In your ranked, make this build, all right? You still have to trust in the... Oh, all right. Taking a few hits here from Oheb. You have to trust in the early game and put a tenacity on you. Look at that. Look at what the tenacity did for Jay.
This is like watching a ranked game, honestly. The head-to-head between Moskov and that Mia. And again, going back to a Blacklist lineup, they still have the luxury of having Perks, being aggressive. He's one of those Matildas that's really aggressive, not defensive, can initiate. And we'll see that if it's going to pay off during the first turtle fight, because so far, Blacklist, they don't have a trade.
The only real reason it didn't work out about 2 minutes ago was because, number one, they didn't have any spells on him, no kit. They were all at level 1. And second is, Omega leads hard into it, and now, check it out, there's a hard gun already!
It's going to be a retribution battle, and Lord JM will get the turtle, but here comes the hard guard onto Andoryu. Chakni, though, dangerously low as Haji trying to do the lantern flare damage, and Lord JM picks up another kill. Spear of Destruction not going to connect, and now they're working on Ryota here. There's the hard guard. It's going to be... Oh! It's done! Look at the circling eagle coming in from... Just look at the response from Blacklist! I mean, we don't have enough time with what they're doing, because it's just really fast again. There's Perks, there's the aggression of Perks with the Matilda. There's no support type Matilda, there's no defensive type of Matilda. When I use the Circling Eagle Guiding Wind, you know it's going forward.
Tit for tat plus cooking that turtle soup as well. Blacklist International understood what went wrong in that first engagement. Omega leaned into their zone. Now Blacklist asserting their dominance, crossing the river once again, like that first minute fight didn't happen. Here we go, one more time.
Spear of Alpha, but there comes the AOG, gonna connect on 2-4. But it's gonna be enough though, because Andoryu will fall down. Now Chakni wanting to answer right back, but again, the disengage and discipline of the agent.
Oh no, Big J
proves to be worth it. Big J though, in the picture. Here comes the stun coming in from the Mia. But they're gonna be able to escape though, again, with the help of the Matilda Perks. No agent will suffer a consequence.
Blacklist International's team fighting is just all the more exemplified by the mobility given by Perks' Matilda. And Lord James already rotates much faster than Ryota, right? The Benedetta on the other. Look at how fast he's clearing waves. He doesn't care. He'll throw out the Electro final blow, and Ryota has to punish.
Yeah, Ryota has to really step up his game again. We haven't been seeing a lot of Benedetta, so it's gonna get a little. It's gonna have some little time to get used to going up against a Benedetta again. And in the hands of Lord JM, this time I like it because you're not actually relying on setups for Lord JM. Just damage, just really disrupting Omega. That's what you're expecting from Lord JM.
You're drawing a straight line through inevitable zones, all right? Yeah. Whether it be a Hearth Guard with a on a string line or an AOG. Hold on, here we go, Final Slash!
A good catch, plus the AOG combination. Here comes the sustain from Omega with the hard guard as they bring down MP, the king of fight for the turtle. Here comes Circling Eagle coming in from Perks, has to escape. Lord James though gonna get stunned by Ryota, ganged up by 4 members, Electo final blow, but is he gonna be able to escape? Because Puppet on the String is there from Ukir. He will, but Omega will get the turtle and don't get ganked up. The trade for Blacklist is Big J. Chaknu wanting to answer right back. Will the taunt connect? It won't though. And here comes Haji with the Lantern Flare once again. Another catch coming in from Ryota, but Haji uses the flicker. No agent will suffer the consequence once again, but Omega got the turtle and Blacklist got Big J.
So far, it's difficult for Omega to convert into more on the map given how agile Blacklist is all across. Team fights, crossing rivers, crossing lanes. Look! It's as if Lord JM did just get away from certain death. He's back in the lane.
Mobility at its finest again. This is why even Omi loves this Benedetta in his RG games. Very self-sufficient. As Ryota tries to work on it, connects onto the final slash. Andoryu is in the picture again, and this time Ryota says, that's too much, Lord JM. Slow down as he brings him down.
Now Joe, once more, not alone this time. Chaknu in the wings, looking for the flank. That's 4 members of Blacklist. And they know this is a losing bout. It's in too deep. Second turret down bottom. Joe now forced to defend. It's going to be difficult for this Mia to get into position, given how, again, deep Blacklist can just shove themselves in. This puts him at what? About 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, especially since we've seen just now Haji just spamming the lantern flare onto Jome, forced to use the ultimate right away just to avoid the potential death. So how can Jome actually make this work right now? He has the Inspire in terms of positioning, he has the Hidden Moonlight, but if it gets casted just because of the lantern flare, what happens if MP the King catches you with the Spear Alpha or even Circling Eagle coming in from first?
I'll tell you now, the answer is so much simpler. You just hide. Oh, Final Slash by Ryota!
Final Slash served up to the AOG to bring down the KDA machine. But here comes the counterattack for Lord JM just to make sure Omega doesn't go for the push. And again, Ryota and Chaknu combination. Ryota Army plus Chak Mamba. Wow.
He prefers Atoy Army.
Atoy Army.
Back to the question.
Sorry.
Jome would just have to hunker down. See, look, 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in, what? Final turtle about to go. He just decides, I'm going to stay to my lane. I'm going to farm up. Fellas, you go ahead, fight, because I'm just going to farm. Now another death in mid.
Oh, Ukir.
See, so
Off-cam kill.
This is the plan, because at least against the Moscow, he can go. Now Chaknu's in trouble.
Okay, there's no AOG, so Chaknu has to out-sustain this, but the lantern flare coming in from the KDA machine just too much. Here comes the Spirit of Alpha coming in from MP the King as they bring down Endoryu once again, plus Ryota. And we talked about this. The agents are claiming that they are the new Lason this season. And so far, they're making it work.
It's so scrappy and very much the Smart Omegas.
At that point, you just have to let go of your Infinix GT20 Pro. Just wait for the death timer because that was 2 ultimates casted onto Amiya. Jome goes down.
2-1. Smart Omega, about mid-game, they understood that maybe we can fight this. Maybe we can force out certain fights that we can win. But Blacklist's draft is just so much better, even in the paint. Look at this Lord JM. The tanky Benedetta gets away.
It looks like a Lancelot, honestly, at this point.
A Tanksalot.
A Tanksalot. Just dashing in front of 4 members of Omega as they try to burst down the mid lane turret. Lord JM really showing a lot of improvement, especially compared to the regular season. It's like a different Lord. It's like a different Lord JM. Enhanced Lord JM.
Thunderbelt. Dominance Ice. Last item could be anything. Like he's diversifying at this point. Not to mention, I only saw him maybe pop his Vitalize once in about 8.5 minutes.
Because honestly, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't. He just gets away with anything.
That's the luxury again of having a Perks Matilda.
And now there's 6,000 gold ahead. What happened in the past 2 weeks?
Imagine. The start of this game was a 3-0 Omega strong start plus 2 turtles.
All right, to be fair, it was off of Ryota's vengeance and vengeance and vengeance.
Yeah.
And they haven't really found that in a while. Because it's so much easier for Blacklist to get into position and to start fights. Smart Omega now have to understand and accept the fact that it's going to take us a while. I didn't know that the blood flow was a heart with that skill. Anyways, it's going to take Smart Omega a while. I'd say 2 or 3 minutes for them to get to a point wherein, all right, there's enough farm on Endoryu, enough farm on Jome for us to try in lanes and team fights. OMG can't take both. OMG cannot be safe taking both.
Yeah.
That's chasing 2 geese.
Yeah. But we all know Omega, when it comes to the late game, there's going to be the Omega timer. Even if the average game time of Omega is actually fast, it's 15 minutes. We all know how Omega defeated FNOP. It was through the late game. A lot of late game defenses, but MP the King goes in onto Chaknu. Circling Eagle coming in from Perch though, just to zone out Chaknu as Oheb continues to work. Just tearing down tower after tower, a perfect setup in a situation for the agents to take an uncontested Lord.
It's so difficult to fight against Blacklist when they're in control like this. Ryota looking for a dream!
Flicker plus the Final Slash combination, and Perks gets the Lord! And they want to go for more kills as MP the King's front line goes after Joe. They're going to bring down Endoryu. Ryota, Jome is next. A double kill for MP the King, and Perks picks up a kill as well. Only the living legend Chaknu is left to defend for the barangay. Is this enough though? AOG just to delay the minions, but MP the King catches him with the Spear of Alpha.
Oh no!
A mega kill for the Filipino sniper, and just like that, Blacklist is back on top.
The agents draw first blood. It's a long haul, not a sprint, but a one and definitely shocked the barangay in a submission.
Shocked the barangay, shocked a lot, shocked the doubters. But for sure, these players aren't shocked with their performance because they believe that they can take down anyone that stands in their way.
There's a lot of decisions that Smart Omega could have made better to maybe made that game last a little longer, but I'm pretty sure our analysts will dive deep into that. Let's go over to the Infinix game from Bayan.
Well, if you ever wanted evidence or what playoffs mode looks like, well, that is what we call playoffs mode. Blacklist International right out of the gate, despite Smart Omega winning some early skirmishes. Bro, they took over. They turned it around.
That's right. That was like one of the moments where I knew the names were wrong. This wasn't Lord JM. This is Lord JM.
Yeah.
By regular season, he was just Turtle JM, bro.
It was Turtle JM.
And now he's Lord JM, bro.
Now
This is the Lord JM we know. He performed out of his mind here, disrupting that very crucial lane. Just make sure that you can't really touch the mid and the bottom.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, it was on-the-fly adjustment by Lord JM because early on, especially with that first skirmish that we saw, it was Ryota, again, what we talked about. Lord JM had to contain Ryota, how he plays like, especially with the R-Lot in his hands. So he brings in an a la Diablo of MPL Singapore pickup with a Benedetta packed with a Revitalize. And because of him being able to disrupt some objective takes of Smart Omega, it allowed for Blacklist International to play other parts of the map. Disruption was the name of the game for this Benedetta.
Yeah, this Benedetta really did shine, despite, obviously, Arlott is the flashier hero, right? If we're talking about the big sets, the big wombo combos, you're always looking at that Arlott. But this time around, you know what? Lord JM actually made sure that, okay, you're going to leave that lane, you're going to suffer, because I'm going to get all this gold. I'm going to get so much pressure on the map.
Yeah.
And then, in the mid-game fights, that's where I'm going to shine. You can't touch me. You can't touch this alpha in the first place. Because, like you mentioned, you called this perfectly during the draft, man. This is how you counter an Alice and an Angela. That HP bar can barely stay on top.
Yeah.
It was so difficult for that guy to actually just do anything.
Yeah, tremendous call by Blacklist International to draft that alpha as one of the 2 picks in the second and third slot on the blue side for Blacklist International. Once you see that Angela, because of what we've seen all throughout the world recently, the best bet that you could go for is the Alice, even the Ling. But one hero messes up both an Angela Alice and an Angela Ling, an Alpha. And since it already had the Matilda with it, already had the sustainability, the shields that a Matilda can give, the support, MP the King was happy after weathering the storm that was a few early game victories of Omega.
That's right. I mean, this lineup is basically made to weather storms. You can just kind of, circling eagle out. Guiding wind out of fights. You can just sustain as a Zushin, probably one of the tankiest mid laners in the world right now, just because of the Lantern Flare, the HP that you get back.
Yeah.
Not to mention Alpha regens as well. Oheb doesn't need to actually fight, right? He just needs to get that gold, and he's all good and dandy. It was Omega who was actually trying to keep the fight into Blacklist, non-stop, all game long. And you know what? That would have worked, maybe, in a different universe. But right now, this draft, it enables everyone in Blacklist International to stay alive, no matter what.
Yeah, it really looked like Omega were playing a much slower tempo with the heroes that they had. Yes, again, we go back to the idea that they won that big early game skirmish. He scored 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken, and then they would win a few more picks here and there. But Blacklist International, with smart rotation, doing their classic 3-2 split, 2 left in the turtle to somehow disrupt Omega taking it as a Hail Mary, but then they converted that into a 4-1 split where they left Lord JM to contest turtles while they were pushing another part of the map and pressuring the Mia of Jome. This was just great macro and team play by Blacklist. Again, this is Ube, but a variation of it that we haven't seen before.
This is a ube that you leave out on the table for like 10 days and just let it simmer out.
So it's fermented?
It's aired out, fermented, because it's really tough. Bro, it's ube that's really tough. That's what I'm talking about,
Yeah. You know what? I understand. I get you. And, I have to correct myself.
You leave it in the air.
this isn't the Blacklist that we haven't seen before. This is a little bit of a remix of an old Blacklist style.
Yeah.
What? A Benedetta, a la Edward. Matilda, a la Queen V.
Yeah.
A utility style but high damage roamer, a la Wise.
Yes.
High control mid laner, a la, well, Haji, of course.
Of course, that's it.
And Oheb doing Oheb things.
Yeah, I mean...
This is still just Blacklist International.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, yes, Alpha is utility now.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, he's not like the damage boom, boom, boom. He's not that anymore. And you know what? They use it to its maximum efficiency against a lineup that just wants to dive on you non-stop. All day long, let's fight, let's get into the fight. In mid, in top, in bot, they didn't care.
Yeah.
And again, it's reminiscent of that, but it feels, I don't know, it feels more safe, more tanky.
More safe.
I don't know, it just feels like they could have done it all day long, like Captain would say.
That's true. I don't know, I feel like maybe modernized. Because honestly, like, this change of Matilda, make it an Estes. I mean, Estes would have been tankier.
That's true.
But like with the Matilda in, it's, I think, modernized. A modernized Ube would be a good way to describe what they brought in. While Omega, a little bit too crazy for my taste.
You know what? They were trying to go for the sucker punch style. Like, oh, you're not gonna see this coming.
Yeah.
Too much.
Exactly, and I mean, literally, they were trying to do that with Amiya with her ultimate.
Oh yeah, because invisible.
Yeah, because she goes literally the only true invisible hero that we get, and I feel like this needed a little bit more cooking from Omega, but I'm sure we have another analyst that we have cooking right now with a very familiar face. Yeah, Arcade just here, by the way, with Midnight.
Isn't Arcadia coming in? I didn't see him.
Ng momentum. As you can see in the statistics here, yung objective takes ng Smart Omega, nagkaroon naman sila ng net positive gold lead. Pero nung lumabas na yung Ube strategy, by the 5-minute mark, nakakasama na yung jungle, nakakasama na yung XP, nakakasama na yung gold. Sunod-sunod na yung pag-take dito ng Blacklist International ng mga tower objectives. Kaya naman patuloy yung paglaki ng kanilang lead. Lalo pat yung composition ng kanilang lineup ay equipped din to do so with the Matilda, the Alpha, and the Juicid, of course, na hindi makalapit dito yung Smart Omega dahil do sa Lantern Flare, and kapag lumipad ka kasi, ang daming follow-up knock-up mula kay Alpha pati na rin kay Matilda. Also, do keep in mind na yung Benedetta rito ay hindi siya naka-damage. It's the tank Benedetta that we've been seeing from other regions na naka-revitalize na sinasamahan lang din naman si Oheb. Kapag nag-go yung Smart Omega dito sa Moscow, he will just pop the revitalize. Kaya kung makikita nyo rito yung kanyang build, the only source of damage na nanggagaling dito kay Benedetta is of course yung flat damage ng kanyang mga skills and yung Thunderbelt passive na ilang beses na natin nababanggit na napakataas ng damage potential dahil sa kanilang passive ng Thunderbelt. And of course, nandyan din yung mga defensive items na binuo dito ng Blacklist International. Keep in mind, nandyan yung Queen's Wings, Winter Truncheon, Winter Crown mula kay MP the King, and yung sustainability, yung innate sustainability na hawak dito ng Blacklist International. Kaya naman na-employ talaga nila dito yung Ube strategy. Ang daming factors na nag-play dito sa laro ng Blacklist International kung bakit hindi na-execute yung iniisip nating late game deep dive strategy sana mula dito kay Gatot, kay Alice, and pati na rin kay Angela. Pero ito yung dahilan bakit hindi rin nila na-execute yun laban sa Blacklist International. It's the Ube strategy na magsasama-sama na tayo ng 5-minute mark. Gagamitin natin yung utilities ng ating mga heroes, especially the revitalize coming from the Benedetta and the added shields, heals, and mobility na nanggaling dito kay Matilda with the guiding wind. Kaya naman nahirapan yung Smart Omega na mag-break ng lineup dito from the side of Blacklist International. That was game number 1. And before we head to game number 2, let's look at this BTR.
tingin ko yung sa laban namin sa Omega, magiging 50-50 yung laban against sa Omega. Kasi tingin ko kung sino unang magkakamali tsaka mawawala ng mental fortitude siya yung matatalo sa best of 5. Tingin ko kung pag nalagpasan namin yung Omega, tingin ko magkakaroon kami ng momentum tsaka makukuha ng kampi ko yung confidence na kailangan nila para sa mga next matches namin.
Thank you very much, Midnight. Whoever makes the first mistake
Nag-recall ako eh.
would crumble. The first one to crumble mentally will lose. And, there is a playoffs mode, Oheb. I don't know if you agree with me saying that, but when he made his entrance earlier, that dude was... we both know Oheb.
Yeah.
Both relatively close to Oheb. We know when Oheb's just like having fun, and you know when he's locked in, and the dude was locked in when he did his entrance.
Yeah, the Oheb that doesn't really care. Oh yeah, bro, we lost. That's fine.
Yeah.
We see that kind of Oheb, and we saw Oheb there you couldn't really talk to, and that VTR that gave me goosebumps because you know what, he's right. Whoever made the mistake, probably. And I was reading the comment section earlier. They said the Mia was the mistake. I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure. All right, chill down.
I'm sorry. I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree, bro.
I'm not sure yet, but maybe give it, like you said, give him time to cook. Maybe. Maybe Mia was my first hero. Come on, man.
Okay. I think Mia was all of our first heroes before it became not Leslie.
Layla.
Layla.
Then you can choose.
Then you can choose.
Yeah, Zilong, Alpha, Mia.
Yeah. No, my first hero was my first main was Balmud. But anyways, Blacklist International broke the Omega Surprise Mia code. Hey, it's like Smart Omega took a page from Fnatic Onyx Philippines book of like, hey, let's break expectations and pick a gold laner that's a little bit off kilter. But to be fair to Omega, if Omega won here, people would be praising the Mia and we'd be saying, oh yeah, that's the pick of the century right there. But unfortunately, it lost. One thing we could point out though, we saw, it was winning the laning phase. It was, Jome was able to bully Oheb out of a few farms here and there. It took a team rotation from Omega and a macro adjustment from Blacklist, a team rotation from Blacklist to eventually help Oheb win the lane.
There you go, yeah.
So, gotta give credit in that where the Mia laning up against a Moskov looked a little bit more Mia leaning.
It could have worked. I honestly feel like in some scenarios with enough ganks, it could have probably worked. And maybe some decision-making, 50-50 decisions, you know. And I love what, also, gotta go back to that VTR where Oheb was talking about mental fortitude. We were the ones who always used that. It's so refreshing for me to hear a player actually talk in that sense.
Yeah.
Which shows how much Oheb has actually grown. That surprised me to hear that from him. Mental fortitude is gonna be huge here. That's how Mamba usually kind of gets a one-up against his opponents.
Yeah.
By being better in mental, being better in decision-making.
For sure.
And now if they break that, this might actually be Blacklist's game on game 2.
Oh, wow. That's a fearless prediction there from Rockhart in terms of the mental, but of course, that does make a lot of sense. Hey, you know what makes a lot of sense? You being here with us right now. So if you want to witness the MPLPH Season 14 playoffs action live at Green Sun Hotel, you can get 20% off on playoffs tickets for days 2, that's tomorrow, 3, and 4. Buy your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets/playoffs. Our grand finals tickets sold hella fast. So we're sorry. But there are a few giveaways here and there if you know where to look. Wink, wink. Of where you can potentially get grand finals tickets, but days 2, 3, and 4 are still available.
That's right.
You know, if you missed out on the grand final ticket, we also have our watch parties because Infinix has got you because our official tournament phone will be hosting a watch party at the pop-up in Katipunan, Quezon City on October 20. If that was a watch party I would have gone to there. If you know, you know. Pop-up's fun.
It's a great place.
Yeah. It's a big place. Admission is free, so head on over. It's a party place, all right? I'm going to just say it now. It's great. So it's really fun there. You would know too. So for this one, I really got to agree with you and, of course, Oheb, the mental fortitude. I think now it's a mental fortitude of the coaching staff of Omega that's going to be tested. Because come on. you first show the Arlott and the Angela. You know the next best options there if your Blacklist are the Ling, are the Alice, and then instantly the Alpha comes out, counters whatever you want to do with that Angela pickup, and shows why, maybe in the Philippines, most importantly, Angela is so difficult to first two picks. Because it gets countered by a lot of power picks that you can slot in at second and third on the blue side.
Yeah, because as an Angela, you kind of rely on the guy, right? And specifically, like heroes like the Alice, heroes like the Ling, sometimes you just, if it's obvious an Angela Ling, you just got to pick some heroes that can definitely just destroy the Ling, even with the shield.
Yeah.
And then you're good. And then the Angela, that's basically minus Angela, minus Ling, that's -2 already. And you're fighting a 3v5 just by using your ultimates. That's how actually this got won out. Because they had no answer to the Alpha.
Yeah.
Right away, right? There's no one who could actually take out the Alpha instantly.
Yeah. It seems like the draft of Blacklist International inadvertently became, hey, let's give this Alice a hard time.
Yeah.
Because when you think about the team fighting of that, it's like you go in as an Alice, suddenly you get picked up by the Jushin. Because it's easy for the Jushin to land her marks on the Alice, toss her up, relocate her. Even the Moskov has a knockback that can create space between the Moskov and the Alice. So it seems like Black Omega went into this with a little bit too much hubris. They sort of didn't respect what Blacklist could have brought out draft-wise.
That's right. And again, we were talking about like, oh, okay, what are you gonna do about this Alpha? You can't you can't just sustain damage it because the Alpha can sustain damage even better. Can do damage sustain, right?
Great spell vamp.
It goes back. The HP goes back. So I was waiting for the Mia to go super late game where he could maybe 3-shot, 4-shot an Alpha, but we never got there anyway. So that was the only way that they could actually destroy the Alpha, and if that didn't happen, it was just like fighting an uphill battle right there for Omega. So I wonder if they can do that. They can change that up a little bit later on in the draft.
Exactly.
Right? And I hope, we're talking about like the mental fortitude of the drafters.
Yeah.
I hope don't be afraid to make those spicy picks. Make it happen, Omega.
Yeah.
But maybe not too much.
Yeah.
Slow it down.
I think for Omega, just go for your main strengths already.
Like what you know works.
Well, at the same, what
Right.
you know works, and at the same time, don't show your main hand right away. It's rare for Omega to draft in such a way where they get their, how do I say this? They get their roam mids. They usually save their roam mids for the latter portions of the draft because they want to win in that regard.
Because they know they can afford it. No one can ban out the Chakmamba.
Yeah. Completely. And you can't completely ban out Okir with the fact that he has a very mean Lilia. They have a mean Gata Kacha Lilia combo.
Taramis as well.
Exactly. So, Omega, it's on you now to pick what poison you want to pick for yourself that will deal the most damage to Blacklist International. Omega chose red side here, folks.
Right.
They had side priority pick for the second game, and they chose red side. Blacklist International will go ahead and rock with the Jushin on Haji, while Omega will get the Cho right away. A Ryota pickup for sure, and they get the Ling. This is them falling to their comforts.
Here we go. This is the Omega we know.
Yeah.
They are not afraid to first pick a Ling.
Oh, bro, Suyo's open.
Suyo's open. That's... MP will pick that. I can already hear the mic. I can already hear the headset.
Okay,
He's saying, Coach, MP.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, for sure this is going to be an EXP or Roam plus MP the King.
High loss. Alpha!
They're rushing it with Alpha, okay.
They don't care about the Suyo.
Yeah, and this is going to be another hero where Lord JM can pack a Revitalize.
And you know what? It can work. It can work very, very well. They can try to throw out that Cho on the XP as well, but probably will have a hard time against the high loss either way. And now, not sure about the Eve, bro. I mean, Eve is great against maybe heroes that love to go melee.
Yeah.
But maybe not this one. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure about this Eve.
Yeah. I think this one necessitates a Claude ban for sure. Because then now, if Oheb wants to go Nathan, Nathan might be his next best pick later on. Omega can take out the Claude, then they can pick up the Moskov as their fourth. Or they can pick up the Claude for themselves. I like that they respected the CC of Lord JM, but I still really think the Blacklist would rather slot this high loss into the EXP and then pick up a different roam for perks.
Yeah. I'm looking at a scenario where Perks... I'm not sure about the Tigreal anymore. Obviously, it's banned out, right? But we're looking for maybe something that can kind of walk well with the high loss. Those are the things I think about when I see a high loss here, right?
For sure, man. I agree with you. And you know what I'm thinking that Blacklist can pick up later? If Perks has practice in it, pick up the Rafa.
Everyone's so fast.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast.
For sure. If it's not going to be the Rafaela, then of course you can default into, like, for example, if this is a 4th pick Claude for Jome, go ahead pick up the Lolita. So you have the Lolita high loss together.
And that's a mean combo. Again, we're talking about it's hard to peel against. And you don't really have the mage to do the big boom booms, you know? You can't blow him up. Because it's a slowing mage. It's the Eve.
Yeah, it's not really a mage that's known for burst damage.
Yeah.
That they have. The burst damage is going to be coming from that alpha 100%. Speaking of burst, okay, this is a much better ban. Taking out one of the best, if not the best hero for Jome this season, actually, which is the Harith.
And maybe because of that, they might think about the Lunox. Now, you can see Jome's having a hard time looking for maybe a good one to answer this. Lunox is his go-to if Moskov gets banned out, if Harith gets banned out.
Oh yeah, you're right, yes.
I don't know if they're ready to go Alice this time on Jome.
See,
But there's the Lunox.
Great call there, Rockhart.
Yeah.
Lunox, and of course you're going to need that for the high loss, for the alpha. There's a lot of dashes. If they want, they can go Phobius still, which is still open. Oh my god, I called it! I can't believe I called it!
You actually called it, bro.
Oh, and they go classic. It's the Rafaela Bruno tandem.
This is the lineup that can walk with a high loss, bro. They can walk all day long here. And with the help of Rafaela, they can run.
Yeah. Great. Oh my goodness. Omega, you're you're going up against playoffs Blacklist now.
Boy, oh boy.
They've so far, what is Chaknu gonna pick? He can they already have the pick off in Ryota. They need a front. They can go tanky.
Belleric. Sorry, that's too much.
Up against a Bruno, it hurts a lot. Let's see. It's a glue?
Oh, I think Ryota's gonna go glue?
Yeah. Okay, so
Very
it's
good.
a Chaknu Cho. Alright.
Alright. So this kind of works. Individually, the heroes are great for Omega, but cohesively, I'm not sure if they gel well, bro. They're gonna have to go play out their minds individually to make this work, to be honest.
Yeah, lineup rating for Omega a little bit higher. Damage potential, survival potential, all good. Blacklist trumps in crowd control just a little bit more. Team coordination a little bit close. Yeah, this is one of those execution wins it games. However, with 3 Purifies, Haji, Perks, and Oheb, Chaknu's gonna have the hardest game of his life to find the right target to pick off.
3 Purifies and a heal. Oh man, good luck to the Chak Mamba for this one.
Let's see if Omega can stop a 2-0 lead for Blacklist International and make it 1-2-1 as we head into game number 2 of this epic rivalry between Smart Omega and Blacklist International. Ingan, Leo, it's yours.
Tell me this draft doesn't look like an old Blacklist draft. Tell me that's not the case.
It's not. No, it does, because, again, ultimate bonding experience, ultimate healing. Rafaela back for Blacklist.
And you even throw back to the Bruno. And tell me the old king would not want to play the alpha. Is that not the only remaining utility jungler in this current metagame?
Yeah. So
what is going on?
So Blacklist really sticking to their roots, especially since Bonchan is still there as their head coach, really doing wonders for them. So right now, can we expect the same result as to what happened for Blacklist? A strong start for Omega, then Blacklist suddenly turn things around by the 3-4 minute mark?
You know what, I can't give you an answer just yet because I also do not understand what's going on with Smart Omega. Yes, in the regular season, they brought out some of the crazier picks, like the aforementioned Belleric, the Gatot, which is now a, real thing, and not to mention the Carmilla. But the early Eve, right? It seems like we're throwing back to a hero that's worked overseas, but not in the Philippines, not as much, not as often. I can name like one dude who won in MPL Philippines with it. Wait, what's no chance, go low.
Oh, Ryota goes in, MP the king, okay, with Fear of Alpha, is he going to be able to out-sustain? MP even used the Retribution, but on the other hand, off-cam kill will go to Andoryu first, a trade onto Haji. And as you were saying, I think the point... wait, Andoryu goes in after Lord JM, okay, he has no Revitalize anymore. Ring of Punishment, but Okir, the one we were talking about, The Eve will get the kill.
All right. I was going to say Super Friends won with the Eve.
Yeah.
But hey, who am I to put down Ook here? Let me put this away just a bit. I was about to go on a tirade against the Eve. But right now with the turtle spawning in the upper corner and that being a lane that Ryota is okay actually just losing and dying for means this is what he was going to do compared to what he did in Game 1. In Game 1, he was supposed to be in the forefront.
He was the
in
catch.
Game 1, he was the catch, he was the finisher, he was the setter. Here, he's more of a spoiler. And I think given the whole Ube situation that Black is running with, this pace is so much better for Omega.
Yeah.
All right, folks, I hope you guys understand this is a new Blacklist. It might be Ube, but they're so good at team fighting, they're so aggressive. And that's why this first turtle, as soon as Omega did not get that first initiation on it, they understood, yeah, we can't fight Blacklist on that. Not like this.
On the other hand, though, look at it. Doryu Solo! What? Oheb!
How?
Solo kills the Curly Nightmare!
Didn't even get to hit the Tempest of Blades. What was that?
Catching Andoryu off guard as Chakna goes in. But look at the counter-attack from Blacklist, ready to save their Filipino sniper. Turn that initiation to their advantage. That was 2 kills for Oheb. It caught Andoryu off guard. I wasn't sure why he went down.
Call it a series of unfortunate and confusing events.
Yeah, confusing. Unfortunately, we didn't see it fast enough because that's how fast Oheb delivered the final blow to Andoryu. So the answer to my question earlier was, okay, Blacklist, this is a different start. Blacklist is dominating the early game right away.
Yeah, no doubt. Blacklist up by about 600 gold. You'll see that a good chunk of it, it's in the gold lane. There's about 300, 400 between Oheb and Big J, given that sudden kill on... You know what? Part of me is glad we didn't see what happened. Because I wouldn't accept what happened.
But the thing is,
That's
I want an explanation on what happened. I wanted to see, but again, that was a link, very mobile. And you mentioned it even. There was, the Tempest of Blades was available.
Yeah. So, you know what? Some things like crop circles, you just accept. You know, like, let's not.
There are a lot of theories, but you just gotta accept it. Haji goes in with the Crimson Beacon, forcing Ukir to go for that flicker. Out here comes real world manipulation as Chakno will be catched by the Lantern Flare. Flickers out, he's gonna escape, but here comes Lord JM with the Glorious Pathway. Gonna work on Andoryu here, as Andoryu will still be able to get this purple buff. But right now, you can see Omega can't handle Blacklist blow for blow.
Well played. Blacklist International using, nice check by MP. Using their innate mobility. Again, it's all about mobility for Blacklist. Now Ryota checks in with a bush that had MP in it. Another turtle for Blacklist. They're using all the purifies, all of the movement speed boosts, and their early power spikes to just run through Omega. Like this square, this box that Oki is putting up, Blacklist not respecting it at all.
Yeah, they don't care. Especially since Lord JM is there with the Glorious Pathway. So it technically just cancels out the RWM that Ukir can place. And at the same time, Haji has been performing well with the Zushin. The KDA machine, we haven't been highlighting him that much, but look at how Chakno is performing so far. He's having a hard time trying to go for those initiations because of the threat of the Lantern Flare from Haji.
Even with or without a Purify. The Purify is just an extra layer that Blacklist can use aggressively. Now they're 2,000 gold ahead. All turtles over to the agents. And not a single thing taken by Omega. Sure, Andoryu was taking some shields up top, but wait, oh no, he's in trouble. This is bad.
Oh, this is 3 agents going after Andoryu. MP the King tries to cut them off. Andoryu manages to escape, uses the Retribution. Fear of Alpha will be used, but Tempest of Blades as well just to escape. A lot of ultimates has been casted, but fortunately for the Barangay, Andoryu is safe.
I mean, you count your blessings,
that was
but it's still bad because look, Blacklist is just running amok. And all right, I understand why. It was a long-haul plan for Blacklist. You see how they went coast to coast, top, all the way down the river to try and defend from Jome. But all right, for once, Smart Omega in this series gets something that they want for free.
Finally. No casualties, no trades. But I do like to commend what Perks has been doing. Prior to the Andoryu chase, Perks actually used the Holy Baptism just to check a bush where Chakno was actually in. So those kinds of small things that these pro players are doing enables Blacklist to just really be confident enough and make sure that no initiations can be used by Omega as they try to work on Ryota right now. Just look at the damage as early as now coming in from Bruno, from Oheb.
It's a lethal Ube. And now, emotional damage set in by Lord JM. I'm sure someone saw that. Ukir must have seen it from the corner of his map. And that's going to be 100% turtle take rate. I'm pretty sure. Andoryu, he's hoping.
He's trying to...
Here we go.
What? Scene, but Andoryu's hopes will come true as he gets a retribution steal. Now the counterattack of Blacklist, they are mad. They want to go for a trade, and it looks like Chaknu is going to be their next target. But Ryota, Ukir, and the rest of the barangay are here to do the counterattack. Finally, kill coming in from Jome as Chaknu will also fall down in exchange for MP, Perks, and Oheb, and they're not even done as Ryota manages to escape. A 3-for-1 trade plus the turtle for the barangay.
A slow build-up in a crescendo of violence cascading into a 3-for-1 trade. Smart Omega were patient for a good minute up until that moment. You know what? It's the non-0% that Andoryu was going to steal it, but I think the shielding and the extra damage on the Ling was just enough to swing back the momentum into Omega's hands. Look at that. Top lane, mid lane, the turtle, and now 500 gold over to the green and blue.
Yeah, and this is where Omega has been commended all throughout the season. Their macro mechanics, even when they're behind, they know how to make things work. They know how to manage the economy. And Andoryu has been doing a very good job. And I'd just like to say that he's my most improved player of the season. That's for me. That's for me.
I'll allow it. The Alamat Awards being crowned later on this week. Checking the map right now. Lower quarter is where the Lord will spawn, and I'm talking about the actual Lord, although Lord JM is camping. So far, that's a stark difference, right? Lord JM always first to the scene. Ryota will be answering. Ryota will be like, all right, if I'm going, everybody's going. And for the first time in a while, that's a molten essence.
Okay. Okay, so they work on the turret and down bottom just to manage the trade, but Andoryu again, just look at this. Maximizing the time Omega has been giving him.
He's playing the map. This is something you could not have done in game 1, and he's making up for lost time. Clear, clean push, top lane tier 2.
He's making up for what happened a while ago.
I almost forgot. You had to remind me. And now the Lord. They're taking it at about half health. And oh, there's a big choke slam.
Okay, you know that this is what Ryota is going to do. Just really try and zone out the members of the agents. And now they're forced to look for a trade. Even if the king goes in after Chaknu. And look at Ryota just with the ultimate onto Perks. He's going to fall down. But for the price of the Lord.
You know what? That's a worthy trade. And Omega lost no tempo on the map. They still have a wave up top, a wave down bottom. They're going to lose a tier 1.
Oh, they want to go for the clash as Joe picks up a kill. And a shutdown coming in from Haji. A 2-for-1 trade. Blacklist answers right back with 2 kills for their own, as Omega still has the luxury of having a first Lord on top.
This mobile hospital draft by Blacklist, able to take kills underneath turrets. I mean, Big J was timing out the brilliance. If that was up, for sure he would have survived. But oh wait, look at this Grand Theft Orange. Andoryu serving it up to Chaknu. I'm pretty sure Andoryu's gonna take it. Amazing work, 1 star.
Okay, they're just really returning the favor of what Blacklist has been doing for the past 2 games, even the start of this game, as Blacklist makes quick work of this Lord. Again, Omega putting a lot of pressure onto the opposing lane. They're gonna get another turret.
I'm sure with pleasure.
Yeah.
Because this is the first time in what, a collective 20-30 minutes that they're able to play.
Yeah.
Game 1, sure they got the first 2 minutes, but from there on, Blacklist kept the chokehold.
Yeah, and we've exceeded the time of game number 1. It was 10:30
already.
A fast game for the Aegis, but right now, Omega, looking at the statistics, looking at the gold difference rather, we can see that Blacklist, in terms of gold lane, Oeb's ahead.
Yeah, but look at Andoryu now.
2K.
2K ahead. That's so important, given that MP the King, despite playing a solid role in game 1, now is playing the same role, but something tells me he should have stepped on the clutch. Something tells me here he should have been a little more aggressive, laid down on the main advantage that you have as an alpha against a lane, because sure, one of the main strengths of an alpha is his ult, right? And it's low cooldown. You're able to close the gap, and you're able to get into places where other junglers couldn't have with the same amount of frequency. That, and of course, the true damage burst. Our analysts at the Infinite Safe Tabayan covered this earlier on in the post-match breakdown. But now, even against Assassins, even against Andoryu, if you can somehow find Andoryu, that might be a good matchup. But so far, he's only played the Ube. He's only been walking along with the mobile hospital.
How are you going to find Andoryu when, for some reason, he just keeps managing to find something?
That's the paradox.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, Blacklist problems just keep adding and adding. And at the same time, I do like to say that Lord JM is not that activated compared to game number 1 because specifically of the high loss. Whenever he uses the high loss, it seems like it limits his micro skills.
That's right.
Unlike when we see him use the Arlot, the Vendettas.
Which is interesting because you can see now in real time the code switching, the mental clutch that Lord JM has to play. That from game 1, he really was calling the shots. Although that was a tanky Benedetta, there was a lot of mechanics involved. Here, he's a high loss. He's an initiator. Now, Lord standing. Look at it from the back!
A 3-man knockoff from Shaknu, paired up with the real move manipulation coming in from Ukir. Andoryu goes in. Perks will fall down. Captain Blade is there. Yota quite dangerous. But they're bursting down every single agent in exchange, but they're countering it. Blacklist answers with 3 kills of their own. Lord JM MP is left. For Black and Omega, it's Ryota and Ukir.
What a bloody exchange! The Lord Pit, a mass grave. 3 from Omega, 3 from Blacklist. Although MP is standing, he is a retribution holder, he's not as confident. Look at Lord JM!
Oh, stun onto Ukir. Will he be able to escape the Stone Order? The Ring of Punishment might just be enough to burst down Ukir as MP the King trying to solo kill the Lord here.
Andorju's not gonna make it. A Lord scored by Blacklist!
A huge turnaround for this game. That clash started off with a beautiful conceal from Shaknu from the backline, catching 3, plus real-world manipulation from Ukir. But again, the Ube strat, the sustain, the heals from Perks, the revitalize from Blacklist was more than enough for them to recharge and get 3 kills of their own.
Not all trades are made equal. The 2 remaining for Black at that moment was more valuable than those remaining for Omega, which allowed for them to get the kill, to get the zone out, to get the Lord. And now there's an enhanced one marching up top, and there's one recalling in mid.
Okay.
Lord JM, the clutch gene in this young man.
I just literally said that this high-loss pick is limiting his micro skills. I stand corrected. I'm literally standing right now. Lord JM, you continue to amaze me each and every time.
You don't say that to Lord JM. He was programmed to win, and now he's gonna break the code. Whoa!
Going even 1v1 up against Andoryu, trying to prevent him to go for the split push. And now Omega has to deal with his enhanced Lord up top.
Here we go. Can Omega defend? They have less than ideal wave clear. Look at Andoryu in the back, forcing Haji to respond. Buy-in. So much needed time for his team to take down that Lord. The map is blue, Ingan. There's just 1 turret left for Smart Omega in the bottom lane. Well, same is true for Blacklist, but suddenly a momentum shift at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
This is worse. I would rather have these trades, these back and forths in early, because Smart Omega, they have to find another way to kill Oheb.
Yeah.
I think that was the mistake that led them to that bad exchange. Oheb survived for too long.
Plus the Purify, the presence of the Purify, even if Shaknu continues to find good, Jeet Kundu, not even just the Way of the Dragon, Jeet Kundu, the Way of the Dragon really needs to connect onto the proper target. Yeah. This time it's Oheb. Because once Oheb is out of the picture, where are you going to expect the damage coming from Blacklist?
Yeah, I mean, sure, it could come from MP the King, but that's...
But he's kind of a utility now.
That's DLT. It's damage over time, and it's more of a punish when you get hurt by an alpha. But the Oheb, the Bruno, like that's what really hurts. So that's Omega's plan now. Blacklist, they're in control. They can just flush out these bushes, make sure Omega's plan doesn't happen, and... Is there a limit to what the Curly Nightmare can do?
I think there's no limit, honestly. Again, they are the ones who ended the streak of Fnatic Onyx. If you're going to recall that series, go to game to watch it. That was the most intense one because it took Omega 3 base defenses without inhibitor turrets, and they were able to pull it off. So this looks like Omega still can produce a comeback up against Blacklist. They still have 2 inhibitor turrets. The presence of Andoryu with the Ling, they're able to create split pushes and eventually force a reaction from Blacklist for this Lord fight.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm reading the map right, it might be another Lord-centric fight. It's going to be very similar to the initiation of that last one, that Blacklist won later on in a delayed fashion. But here, this time, Omega might be banking on that outside trajectory. They might try to win from the outside. Because if you lean hard in the Blacklist lineup, that's a losing fight.
Yeah.
They just have too much heals, too much purify.
Too much of everything is actually good this time for Blacklist. So Omega, if they can manage to find the pickoff, especially for Endoryu, or a proper setup for Chakno with the Wave of the Dragon, the problem is Oheb and Perks has their purify.
They're weaving in and out of the Lord pit. Lord shuffle in full commencement. Lord now to a third of its health. Chakno a lot of damage. Here comes the Lord.
Okay, they're going all in once again, popping Chakno's immortality plus the Holy Baptism will get to. Chakno used to force the flickers just to escape. Here comes Tempest of Blade. Counterattack coming in from Omega, and finally they get OM down! But the display from Blacklist is there. Lord JM will fall down as well. Hachi picks up a kill onto Big J, and Chakno will go down. And now they're targeting Endoryu. He does has immortality, so they can go all in. It gets off. Again, the stun coming in from Perks, and Haji will bring the Curly Nightmare down.
And it's Ukir and another tank left, while Blacklist still have a lot left in the tank as 3 members are on the map. Haji pushing Ukir out of his sights, brings him back in, playing with his food.
Oh, Ukir though, moments away. And Perks, I have to commend Perks, 2 consecutive, make it 3. Holy Baptism, game-changing plays to bring Blacklist back on the lead.
Ryota looking for the grab, full stacks on Perks, but he knows that that's a losing bout. And Smart Omega respawns just in time. But I don't think they have enough time. 18 and a half minutes in, Ingan. 3,000 gold up, Blacklist International. Yes, they lost Oheb in the exchange, but the fact that they split up and then reconvene for the Ube just changes the dynamics of the fight. If Omega figured out the first layer, how to break that, apparently there's more.
There's more. Again, they're proving me wrong. I just said, what happens if OM gets caught? Where's the damage going to come from? Apparently they have more in store for their team.
Oh, this is difficult.
Wow.
Omega has less than ideal wave clear. It's so hard. Now they're going to crack into the base once more.
They don't even have to wait for the Lord Crimson Beacon coming in from Haji as they try to work on Chakno here. He's going to fall down. No immortalities. First man down is Chakno. Real world manipulation coming in from Ukir though. Ryota goes in, but is it going to be enough though to defend the Lord? Even the Lord is still half HP, and they're going to go in, forcing out a lot of ultimates as Joan will fall down. It's just Ukir and Endoryu left. Blacklist has a huge advantage. They will go up 2-0.
The code breakers at match point. Are we throwing back to MPL Philippines Season 12? Is this the same meteoric rise that we witnessed as they made their way to the M5 stage? Amazing work by Blacklist International. What's going on with Omega?
I have no idea, but one thing for sure is Blacklist is really proving that they can go head-to-head with anyone.
They're so good at team fighting. I wonder what our panelists at the Index Game Tambayan think.
What I'm thinking is 1 away from Omega getting swept by Blacklist International. And Rockhart, like, I had to revisit the numbers here. With what Omega has done in these past 2 drafts, this is not how they draft. Remember, red side, their old regular season tendency is red side, 4th pick, 5th pick. That's where they pick Ukir's hero. That's where they pick Chakno's hero. It's 2 games now where they played Ukir in the early portions of the draft, picking up a hero he has not played so far this season. They don't have a game with the Angela mid. They don't have a game with the Eve mid. They bring it out of the playoffs and they don't look ready to maximize its potential.
I don't know, it's Omega trying to really double down on what they're known for, making those really interesting picks work.
Yeah.
Interesting comps work. But this is not the Omega we're ready to see, man. This is MP the King with his 2nd game on the Alpha as the MVP. Now, this is, on the other hand, you know, this is not the Omega we know. This is also not the Blacklist that we know.
Yeah.
This is a Blacklist that is... Their fierceness is turned up to 10, to 20 here. From 0, it just feels so different for you.
Yeah. MP di sini, MP di sana. There was a team from MPL Indonesia last season. I'm pretty sure y'all know who I'm thinking about, who crawled to MSC with a lot of interesting picks, one of them being an alpha in the jungle. And now Blacklist International, 2 games alpha, set up really well. Paired up with a Matilda in game number 1, paired up with a Rafaela in game number 2, especially in that last major team fight. MP was the reason why Ukir didn't do anything there. He just stood there and watched.
Yeah. Actually, in the last few bits of these team fights, especially this one, there were some really questionable decisions that were made here. Like, alright, Chaknu's already on MP the King duty. He did his job pretty well, and they were able to get some kills. They equalized right here, but this is where it got a question mark on me.
Yeah.
That could have been a Finch poise to a back off. But no, they decide to fight there. And again, I know where Andoryu's mind is at. Tried to make a play, that's what his coach would say. But then again, you kind of think about the board state.
Yeah.
The state of the map, where everyone is still ready to fight here for Blacklist once that was done. And once that immortality was popped, they were just not ready to take it. And then that led to that loss.
Chat, Rockhard, you can disagree or agree with me here. Mirko, I know you're also live streaming this too, so what's up, man? My statement is Omega too arrogant in this series? Actually, no, that's a question. My statement is Omega is arrogant going into this series. Again, 2 games now, you picked up a different mid laner, prioritizing him on the red side, a tendency you did not do entire regular season long. You get Eve, you get Angela, and it's like you're not respecting what potential options Blacklist International could have shown. We called the Rafaela before Omega got to see it. And that was a great response to the Eve. And then with what you mentioned, the questionable decisions of Omega in the team fighting, it looked like at that moment, Andoryu, why chase the kill? Why don't you just go back, man?
Yeah, they could. They could have defended. They could have just went for the 50-50.
Resetted it a little bit. They didn't respect what the Jushin can do at that portion of the game.
And of course, the alpha. Maybe it's I don't know. For me, I'm chalking it up to maybe they're just not used to playing against the alpha at this point. Because who picks up the alpha 2 consecutive games in a row, right?
That's true.
But then again, that's not really an excuse, right? And again, I don't blame Chaknu for not being able to do as much. Because hello, free purifies. Good luck.
Yeah.
Like we kept mentioning that off stream here. But then again, the team fighting for Blacklist International was actually pretty on point each and every turn. And there was one specific moment where I thought, you know what? Oh my goodness, good luck Blacklist. Oheb got taken out.
Yeah.
But what did Omega do after that?
Nothing. They got greedy. They wanted to go for more instead of resetting to get a little bit more control with the waves, with the macro. Team fighting wise, let's go back to 7 minutes as the stats are flashed onto your screen. 7 minutes and 10 seconds. That's when Omega was able to initiate the team fight that eventually got control for them, leading to them winning the first Lord of the game. That's because Blacklist overstepped. They overextended and they eventually got sandwiched by Omega. Now the 12-minute team fight, before the big final team fight, this was the team fight for the second Lord. Questionable because Jom flickered into everyone. He didn't respect the possibility of him getting caught by any of the crowd control that Blacklist has, so that he wouldn't have enough time to pop the Brilliance. Jom flickered into everyone, was able to get Darkness out, but then was not able to click Brilliance because MP the King was able to reposition him, stun him with the Spear of Alpha, burst him down with all of the damage Blacklist was doing.
Yeah.
Arrogance is what feels like is what's exuding from Omega with their drafts and their in-game decision making. Am I too harsh right now?
Nah, not really.
I don't think I am.
Not really, honestly. And I love that you really have the Mirko watch party on his monitor here. Shout out to you guys.
There's a lot of things I got on my screen right now, bro.
But yeah,
tracking
all of that happening right here. Yeah, I see the big mess on the floor. All of that happening right here. It actually, the moment you mentioned 7 minutes something, that was the perfect Omega fight already.
Yeah.
It was where everyone was in the right position. One here in near the Lord pit, one here near the turret, isolating.
Yeah.
One on top side near the turret, fighting as well. That was already perfect. They didn't wait for any of those.
Yeah.
It was just messy after that.
Yeah, it feels like now, with what Coach Bonchan said, he said that it felt like his roamer perks was forcing a lot of things a lot of the times. And he rectified that. He fixed that. This time, it felt like Omega forcing some things, not respecting the team fight that Blacklist International has. But of course, there will be more analyses coming your way. Midnight, we'll be dishing out some more in-depth stats for that game number 2.
It looks like there is a new shade of Venom, and it's definitely Black. As Blacklist International takes game number 2 away from the barangay on the back of the reintroduction of the Ube strategy. Once again, welcome back to the Diana Stand. My name is Midnight, and let's look at the charts here of the gold difference between Smart Omega and Blacklist International. Kita-kita naman na lamang ang Blacklist International, majority of the objectives. There's just one time na nagkaroon ng swing towards the side of Smart Omega when they were able to find a very beautiful team fight on the top lane kung saan nag-break ng formation ang Blacklist International. But all throughout the course of this game, kita natin na constant yung pag-arangkada ng gold lead for the side of Blacklist International. It's because of the fact that they're always grouped up. They go to the lanes, from lane to lane, sama-sama sila, 4 people roaming around, taking objectives, protecting din yung kanilang tower taker na si Oheb. On the back of, again, saves, heals coming out from the Rafaela, and of course, yung aggression and yung zoning na binibigay dito ng isang Juicin. Now, Blacklist International, still, may mga team fights na natatalo sila dito against Smart Omega, but for the most part of the objective takes of Blacklist International, it's always 4 to 5 people moving in the map. That's why it's called the Ube strategy, the ultimate bonding experience. They're always together with each other. The XP laners, they will just cut the lanes, go to the mid lane, help clear out the lane, and then help out the goat laner to take the towers. Kaya naman nakita natin si Oheb dito, he had a very wonderful time from early to mid game. Even though there's certain amounts of bypass on the side of Smart Omega, specifically from the Ling, it is not enough. Yung reset factor dito na may kasama ring Hylos with the Revitalize, yung saves, once na force out na yung Tempest of Blades, he's gonna have a free time in the team fights. Kaya tuloy-tuloy lang yung laro dito ng Blacklist International. Constant pushes, constant aggressions. Once na na-reset na yung team fight for the side of Smart Omega, they can no longer re-engage versus Blacklist International. That's the reason why they were able to win out in game number 3. We will know the results of game number 3 in just a bit. But before that, let's go over to Maracino.
Let's hear it from the crowd. Blacklist! Blacklist! At eto na nga, meron tayong kasama former Blacklist member Sensui.
Hello po.
Kamusta ka na?
Okay lang po. Naka-break po kami sa MPL. Nagpa-break po para makanood talaga ang laban ng Blacklist.
You're liking MPL Malaysia right now.
Opo.
So, gaano katagal yung bakasyon mo?
Hanggang lang po, hanggang 19 lang po, babalik din kami kagad sa Malaysia.
At pumunta ka dito specifically para supportahan ang Blacklist.
Opo.
Oh, okay, sige. Kailangan namin ng Sensui instincts mo.
Sige,
ano ba ang kailangan gawin ng Blacklist para masigurado na ma-sweep nila at matalo ang Smart Omega?
Tingin ko po wala naman po silang dapat baguhin kasi tingin ko din nakakapag-adjust yung Smart Omega sa playstyle ng ginagawa ng Blacklist ngayon. Kaya tingin ko po pagpatuloy lang po nila yung ginagawa nila.
Prediction mo, sweep ba to or mag-e-extend pa?
Tingin ko po sweep na po eh.
Okay. Sino nga ba ang nami-miss mo the most out of everybody sa Blacklist?
Si Oy po sa si Haji.
Okay. Paano ka gusto sabihin sa kanila ngayon?
G, galingan mo kahit kalbo ka na. Tindihan mo lang. Sa Asikil, dapitan mo lang.
No, nag-usap na ba kayo?
Opo.
Anong sabi mo sa kanila? Kanina, para sa game?
Sabi ko parang normal lang. Gawin lang nila yung normal na ginagawa nila kasi parang lang to eh. Kaya kagaya ng sinasabi ni Boss Doms lagi just another day of ML lang.
Just another day of ML. Alam mo, namimiss ka namin dito sa Pilipinas pero gusto ka rin namin suportahan sa career mo sa MPL MY. Imbitahan mo naman sila na suportahan din ikaw.
Ayun guys, sana suportahan nyo po kami sa darating na MPL MY playoff sa November... ano nata?
Malay ko dyan! Kailan ba? Kailan?
Hindi ko pa sure.
Okay.
Sa 31 po ata.
Okay, suportahan siya sa kanyang playoffs. At si Trike nandito. Trike, meron ka bang message sa ating mga manonood?
So bago nagsimula yung laban, 27% lang yung bumoto sa Blacklist na pwedeng manalo. So shoutout sa lahat ng 27% na yun.
Shoutout daw sa inyo! Alright, one more time! Blacklist!
Break the code!
And now let's head on over to our panel.
Well, good to hear from Sensui, a former jungler of Blacklist International, of course from Trike as well. 27% was a percentage of the community that voted for Blacklist International and predicted that they would win this series against Omega. But now Blacklist International are one win away from sweeping the barangay. A surprise, definitely, and a, how do I say this? An outcome that I did not expect we would find ourselves in. Before all of that, our Mega Re-streamers are also live on their official channels for the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. Catch their streams and don't forget to give them a follow for quality MLBB content. Sup, Mirko? I know y'all are watching here right now. And of course,
he's like the ultra.
Yeah, he's a
ultra mega.
Ultra mega re-streamer.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a lot more re-streamers out there across the world as well in different languages. So watch out who's re-streaming in your country. MPL Arena, we're going to be seeing the smart gameplay post. Just copy the player post that's on your screen and win redeemable in-game codes that will flash out in just a bit. And yeah, again, it's good to hear back from Sensui. You know, I didn't even know he was back in the country, so I'm really happy to see him.
That's right. I was asking this earlier. I believe he's still Blacklist, but he's on loan for Red. Someone confirm me. Someone correct me there.
Yeah, Red Esports.
Red Esports, man. I know he's having a lot of fun there. As usual, all of our imports really do have a lot of fun in the other regions. And right now, we're also looking for someone here later on. There you go. Smart gameplay pose. And it's a guy who's winning. It's MP the King, bro. It's MP the King. You got to get your most winningest pose.
No one's doing it right. Okay, that's close. He's getting close. He's getting close.
Just a different teeth?
He's getting close.
Why is it? Don't be scared. Just flash it, bro.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah.
Don't be scared to show it off. Come on.
It looked like his friend just elbowed him in the back of the neck.
Everyone's waiting. Everyone wants to see it. Show it. There you go.
Anyone on stream who comments that I look like that guy, I'm looking out for you. You look nothing alike.
You have nothing alike. Nothing alike. Nothing, bro.
Alike. Y'all got that? All right.
You spend a lot on your teeth.
Yeah. I do. I could spend a little bit more, but...
there you go.
Yeah. Again, MP the Alpha Jungle. MP the Alpha. Blacks now a win away from sweeping Omega.
And yes, at this point...
What the hell did we find ourselves in?
I don't know. This is a different universe. I swear I am in a different universe right now. And 27% prediction. I swear there was a time where they had 10% probably. But that's a different story.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. Right now, it does feel like, you know what, I'll just go out and say it. The way they're drafting and the way that they make in-game decisions, I mean, they're starting to look like they deserve it, man.
Yeah.
That 0-2 right now that Smart Omega has found themselves in. Now, we already said, I think we already gotten a big discussion where, you know, what do they need to do? What they need to change a little bit here. Just go back to who you were, man. Just go back to the Omega we know. This is not it.
Yeah. I think it really has to begin with you always making sure that you get the strongest and most comfortable mid laner you can get for Ukir. That's 2 games in a row you put one of the centerpieces of your center rotation in an off strategy. The Angela and Alice I can still fight for. Even though the Angela showed up a little bit too damn early. And the Alpha instantly countered it. I'll give it that. The Eve could have been something else. But then at the same time, they were making it work. But then they got arrogant with the team fighting decisions. So it's like the moment you try to look at one thing, suddenly a next problem pops up and you realize, oh wait, yeah, that's not a problem that can be solved with just a draft alone.
Not just the
goes
draft.
into the in-game decision making. So it goes back to what you pointed out with what Oheb said. The first team to crumble mentally will lose, and it looks like we're seeing Omega having the biggest crumble we've ever seen happen before our eyes.
They're literally melting right in front of our eyes. I have not seen any of them like... And you know what, Ukir?
Yeah.
I did not feel his presence in most of these fights. I mean, he's there, but it's like...
Yeah, he's just there. It's like, hey
He's
guys,
like, hey guys, I'm here.
I'm
I
here.
exist.
Can I join? Is there something I can do? It's like,
And
what?
I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah,
we're used to seeing Okir in the lead here. Pick up that Lo Yi, right? Pick up that. Come on, Lilia.
His Lo Yi's undefeated. The Lilia has 5 games and has a 72% win rate.
Come on.
The Vexana has 8 games. Oh, excuse me. No, that's I can't read this. Oh, that's 5. Has 5 games and has a 67% win rate. 3 out of 4 with the Aurora. So what the heck is going on?
What's going on?
It's like, okay, if your first 2 games was your decision to bring out your packed lunch, for this grand recess, then go back to your comforts. Jeez.
Go with what works.
Go with what works.
That's the biggest thing you could probably do, right?
Change
if you
your
go with
drafting.
what?
Continue.
Change
your drafting pattern.
Change your drafting. And I feel like for Omega, it's been a game. It was fine to do it on game 1, but you should have just did it in game 2, man.
Finally, they go blue side. But in this game number 3, it was Blacklist International's decision to go into the red side.
And you know that works for them. It works so well for Blacklist to go on this side here.
Coach Bonchan, one of the most terrifying counter drafters in the history of our league, in this potentially playoffs advancing game number 3, he has chosen to go red.
This guy has helped win world championships with that. With that kind of style of drafting, to be honest. So you gotta really respect this guy. The way that he makes decisions and the way that he knows his players so well. And you know what? That's something I used to say for Coach Snap here. There you go. Finally, Suyo getting picked up. And as I was saying, we're talking about like Coach Snap, right? He was so decisive whenever we'd have him here on the interviews about how confident he is that he knows his players.
Yeah.
You gotta go back to that, brother. You gotta go back to that.
Yep.
And just pick the ones that can kind of just let your players run free. 3 games in a row, Alpha for MP the King.
Swear to goodness, don't tell me they're gonna go on an EVOS Legends Season 13 run by spamming Alpha. You know what? It worked out for them. Let's see how it's gonna fare up against the Suyo. Cho still is the pickup here for Omega. Still flexible. Pick up their gold. Don't pick up your mid laner now, please. Or if you're gonna pick up a mid laner, go ahead pick up a Vexana, Aurora, the Lo Yi, that type of hero. Something that can mess up the team fight of the Alpha and the High Loss.
Alright.
Sure, okay, that's fine. There's a lot of mid laners you can pick. You go ahead pick up Comfort, you go Gata Kacha, and you can still pair in the Lilia combo later on. Much better drafting this time around.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I feel like you can't ban out Ukir heroes anymore. They'll have more freedom to maybe go for, players that can kind of follow up better with the Gato Kacha and players that can kind of just keep the Suyo alive, which is the problem for Suyo in the first place. Just trying to make sure there's a field in there for him to let his hits land. Enable the Suyo to make it easy for him to just attack people.
Yep. So Blacklist International says we need that control up against that Suyo. So Coach Bonchan has a quote here. He just said, let's not be contented that we enter the playoffs without expecting just anything. Oh, let's not be content with the fact that we entered the playoffs with no one expecting us to enter the playoffs. Let's make sure, let's not just stay content at that. Let's go for more is what Coach Bonchan said. And this time they go for the Lilia could have been paired up with a Gato Kacha, and Blacklist International are respecting that combination of Omega, so they ban it away. And it also is one of the best heroes that they can pick right now to mess up the team fighting of Blacklist International.
I'm also thinking that maybe just go, if you're going to go full combo, look for a Vex, look for a Lo Yi maybe.
Yeah,
set it up.
Lo Yi. Definitely still there, agree with you.
Find a way.
So they take out the Vex.
Vex is out.
Yeah, I think the Lo Yi is going to be the pickup later for Omega.
Or Lilia.
Just banned.
Oh, yes, it's banned out. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Wow, Omega
wow.
respecting the Rafaela. We are at that point right now.
Yeah.
We are at that point for Perks.
What's next? What's another great ban for Perks here? I feel like if you're gonna go ban perks anyway, you might as well go all in. I think you can kind of let the other lanes just go here because OHEB has a pretty good pool.
Yeah.
Unless you really want to ban out the Harif, you really want to ban out like really snowbally heroes for OHEB.
And hope are the
Okay.
two greatest
So Omega take out the
inventions.
Angela.
Angela's out. All
Yeah,
right.
to take away the Angela Alpha combo, turn off the idea of an Alice. I think if I'm Blacklist, pick your OHEB hero fifth. Pick your perks hero now.
Yes.
And the thing is, you don't see enough. If you pick a Lolita, might be too early. If you pick a Minotaur, at least you get the healing. You can go for double sustain, but he's really dipped out of the meta. The other hero that he has in terms of his comforts are Grok. He hasn't showed it yet, but he played a mean coup for back in the day, back in Season 11.
Yes, that's true. And Diggy maybe if you're really scared of the Cho or the Gatot, but that's too much. Obviously, you're preempting like big AoE if you're picking up Diggy. So I think
Let's hear from the crowd.
yeah,
Make some
that's
noise for yours
okay.
truly.
They're leaving it. This is gonna be Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rome Hylos.
Yeah, it's a Rome Hylos, and they got the CC for Lord JM, so a bit of a swerve. So now Omega, do you pick up the Lo Yi now?
Wow, this is great duels. There's so much dueling potential here coming in from Blacklist, right? For each and every lane, they're very sturdy, very nigh unkillable.
Yeah, there's a fun note that we need to point out about Suyo. Actually, in the jungle, one of the reasons why he's so annoying to go up against in the jungle, you can actually use his tap second skill as a retribution. Upwards of 6,000 damage can be dealt
Where
when the
there is
Lord is at
light,
low health.
there
You
are
don't even
also
need to press
shadows.
retribution to retry the Lord away
There it is.
if you use tap
My
2
imaginary
of
world.
Suyo. There's the Lo Yi, and with the possibility of them getting taken out of the playoffs, Omega pick up a 1-1 for Big J. OHEB's pick is last. I would not be surprised if this becomes the Nathan, or hell, throw it back. Bring out the Beatrix.
Bring out the Beatrix. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. Things that can kind of do it well with the 1-1, and you know what? They need that range. They need that range damage because all of this is melee, by the way. Yeah, and the Lo Yi coming in, not surprising. Very Omega lineup here. And there is the Natan.
It's either just the Nathan or another pick.
Or long range, anyone.
Yeah.
Marksman.
So, here we are. Potentially the last draft in this series. Suyo is the biggest factor we have to look at. Can he get the early game? But most importantly, how well will he handle all of the crowd control that Blacklist International can toss at him?
There's tons, by the way. Even OHEB has like that mini crowd control that you can throw out there, right?
A
So
little bit of a knockback. Yeah.
it's gonna be so high of a ceiling here for Andorra to actually make it work.
Early to late game potential of Blacklist International, the numbers have shown it significantly better. The late game and the damage potential and survival potential for Smart Omega significantly better. Who will be better? Will it end in a sweep or will we go to game 4? Let's go.
One more before the blackout. One more for 2 lives in the brackets. What's the barangay gonna do about it? Welcome to Game 3. Match point for Blacklist International. with
Welcome
Omega
to Mobile
up
Legends.
against the ropes.
Imagine 20% from the community prediction predicted Blacklist will win. But despite that, despite the odds stacked against them, they are proving once again that they are the recoded code breakers.
And here we see Smart Omega picking up a few lessons from their losses in Game 1 and 2. Some respect bans, a quick switch up in their play style, their drafting flow, and Blacklist still keeping up the aggression. Look at how deep that high loss is. Look at Perks, man.
Yeah, Perks has been using, again, the high-loss. One of the things about Perks is he can use those kinds of defensive heroes like the Matilda to be as aggressive as possible. Although the high-loss is an aggressive roamer, despite the limited skill set, he makes things work. He can make outplays over the back.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even on a macro level. Folks, quickly there you just saw the emblems in case you're wondering, hey, Suyu is new to MPL Philippines. Got banned in Game 1. Here in Game 3, you're seeing Andorra play, the Curly Nightmare. Definitely one of the more mechanically demanding heroes in the current metagame. It's Rockin' Warcry. So best believe you're going to see a lot of basic attacks, a lot of skills dealt out. And here him hitting level 4 means he's going to be in full swing for the first turtle.
Yeah, even during level 3 is already activated with the war cry. It's easy to spam skills, but OHEB no! Okay, Andoriu's here. Almost got a kill onto OHEB, but a counter-attack coming in from Blacklist as they bring down Shaknu. That was a quick response from
Alright, so expect that kind of combo to come through. That was a surge into Queller with a close-in on the Sever. So basically,
you
one,
got it right.
1, 3, 2. There you go.
That's a new hero you
know.
You'll have to think of for sound effects.
And he started. Don't get me started. He started off in Immortal form, so he deals extra damage and is a little chunkier. That's why he was willing to do it from second turret. Now, with the turtle up, Andoriu first to the scene. Look at that, he's soloing the turtle.
Yeah, he can. Again, there's damage reduction. Plus, he can spam a lot of skills. And the thing that Redmar commented, oh, wait a minute, they're going right after perks up against 3, and Andoriu will get the turtle. AOG coming in from Chakos. They want to go for Haji. But that might be too deep for the Mamba because he might fall down though in the hands of MP. Perks is not even done. He did cast the Northeast pathway. MP the King goes in. But okay, the clash will stop there. And I like to again mention what Redmar has been saying during the match. That the thing about Suyo is that his second skill, which is HP based dependent,
that's right,
is an easy way to get the neutral objectives. Even just cast the second skill, it's down to 6,000 HP. That's going to be enough, plus the red 3, to steal away neutral objectives from Blacklist.
That's why it would have been very uncomfortable to see that first turtle go over to anyone but Omega.
Yeah.
That's one of the strengths that Soyo has. Renmar and Midnight were crunching the numbers prior to the broadcast starting. So best believe this is a dream come true for a lot of analysts to see how Suyu will interact with the current metagame in MPL Philippines. Now with that said, second turtle spawning in the lower quarter. For the first time in, I'd say, the whole series, Jome is actually having a comfortable lane.
Yeah.
Sure, game 2 was worlds better than game 1, but here, given that early rotation by Andoriu onto OHEB kind of protecting himself.
Yeah.
OHEB's not even crossing that minion wave threshold.
Yeah, because it's like you're going up against a Nolan who's just waiting for the perfect opportunity from the burst to strike and burst you down. That's a capability that Suyu can do. So again, if you're OHEB, you do have the entropy if ever those things happen. Okay. Here comes the potential clash coming in from Wookiee. He sends himself as Ryota works on Lord J and even manages to kick him still. But he's gonna fall down due to the tower damages, and Andoriu wants to go for a trade. Look at him, but Buoyant able to escape. And just like those are man, they're just literally snowballing right now on the top lane to the bottom lane and now to the turtle.
Coast to coast miscommunication. Dome got caught out, did take off. Top lane, Lord JM got away with it. And here we were hyping the Suyu to be such a menace, to be such a killer. And he couldn't even kill us. Oh, here we go!
Ryota with the kick there, paired up with the AOG counter-attack. But MP the King though quite low here as he falls down in the hands of Oak here. So there's the trade Omega is waiting for. But again, you can't afford those miscoms again, those crucial mistakes up against Blacklist.
I'll tell you now, Ian, the numbers don't add up. That kill on MP just now still does not make up for what happened in the early game of Storm. Making 5 minutes in. Here sends himself inside. Oh, trying to burst out OHEB!
OHEB, no! Okay, he's gonna fall down, but he brings down Okir with him. Still, OHEB finds a trade, and the cherry on top is Lord JM was able to take down the turret up top.
Smart Omega, seemingly about 5 to 10 seconds behind Blacklist. In their head, it looks like they know what the correct thing to do is, or the plan, right? But it seems like in execution, it takes a while for it to go to their brain to send those electrons and those surges down to their nerves and to do it actually.
Yeah, it's a very fast-paced game. You can't blame them. It requires a lot of coordination. But right now, looking at the lineup of Omega, they do have Suyu, they do have the Louis that they've been phenomenal with when it comes to those outplays, especially when with those neutral objectives. And who could forget the performance of Ryota with the Cho? When it comes to crucial crunch times, you can expect Ryota to get a huge win with the Dragon.
Which is going to be key, given that OHEB is rocking the Purify. So if he finds OHEB some way somehow, forces that pop on the Purify, even Lord JM, then all the more Chaknu's AOGs should matter. Even Ukir with the yin and yang, the polar, and even Andario. There's some good CC there. Now check this out, the diversion. Finds Uki and Ryota down here. Chaknu looking for the sandwich play. Haji from the flank. Oh, they're going for the push.
Just want to go for objectives right now. Just try to play passive as possible. Again, Blacklist still has the lead. And now they're going to go for a trade because they know that MPD King will try and work up. But here comes the Suyu. Will we see a Retribution steal? Because it's really going to be easy for him! And that's what the panel has been saying, but Blacklist is now mad. They want to go for the counter-attack. Chaknu goes in for the AOG. Jome as well. Will he be able to cast the ultimate? He doesn't need to because Haji will fall down. And Ryota wants to go for another pickoff though as they work onto the middle lane. Lord JM has to walk away, and this is the answer the Barangay has for Blacklist.
A single surge into a Sever, plus the Retribution, took away what MP the King was cooking. And Andoryu takes that last turtle for the Barangay, plus a push in mid and top.
Yeah, the problem for Blacklist right now is how do you deal with the Suyu? Midnight Redmar mentioned this during our bonding.
Nothing short of a Kaja.
Kaja Kupra only. You need the suppress, you need the catch. And right now, they can only rely... Yeah, Franco. They can only rely on the first skill of Perks. That stun.
And a perfect Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, but the problem is, with the cooldowns of the skills of Suyo, it's easy to avoid the casting of the Frigid Glacier.
So it's going to be tough.
It's tough.
We're seeing a spike in Omega's efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a small gap between MP and Andoryu, but a larger gap here between mid lane. You see this, about 1,000 gold between Ukir and Haji. Ukir left out more often in game 2, right? Like, they were doing great with that E, but he would be the only one left. Here, I think this is the perfect hero for him now.
Yeah, honestly, Ukir has been using the diversion a lot of times, even just sending out himself.
Quick rotations.
Literally quick rotation just to try and make sure Oheb is not having a good time. That enabled actually Jome to play like this right now. You've seen him going right against Blacklist, even front lightning. That's how brave they are right now.
Which explains why game 3, almost 10 minutes in, it's looking so much better for Smart Omega. Game 1 and game 2, Blacklist have trumped them in map mobility. Blacklist just gets to objectives, to fights, to better positions much faster. Now Omega, they're up to speed. It just sucks for the Barangay that it took 2 games for them to get to this point.
Yeah, and again, even though those are the cases right now, Blacklist still has Haji one Frigid Glacier away from, sweeping Omega. So if the KDA machine performs well, you know it's going to happen. But speaking of Haji,
into the back, look at Haji!
Speaking of Haji, they just literally sent 3 members just to bring him down. Here comes the Glorious Pathway. Jump on the other hand, though, still has Cat's ultimate track, is zoning out the backline with the AOG.
Lord JM!
Down, and Lord JM will fall down, and adds a big J. OF counters attack with a kill onto Chaknu. And that's a 2 for 1 trade for Omega.
Curly Nightmare in full control. Perks just pop! What did we tell you? This Suyu is a menace!
A mixture of Julian,
Nolan.
Who else? You want to include Bane? You can include Bane.
Lancelot. No, nobody's like Bane.
Okay.
Lancelot. Because Surge does take you out of the map.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
For the first time in a collective hour, give or take, Smart Omega finally in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Half of the MPL Arena come alive. I could have sworn the green side, or the blue side here in this case, was quiet. Now I can hear some noise.
They're shouting again. They're believing again in the Barangay. Every single one of them is hoping. One shot is all they need.
Oh, another diversion where they send them up top.
Okay. Just to make sure that Jome can freely push here.
There's barely anything between Jome and Oheb, by the way. Like 200 gold tops.
Okay.
And we haven't really seen Jome take to the skies.
So far, Jome again has been performing well. Only one death, despite the aggression Blacklist has been showing. And again, we also have to commend Ryota. Ryota has been on point with his show when it comes to his initiations.
It's him they need to pop the initial purifies. And they're about to knock into a Blacklist stores. They're about to be in your house. Can you imagine a whole barangay in your house?
Yeah, that's so scary.
That's a nightmare.
Speaking of scary, that's a nightmare. Blacklist doesn't want to face, but they burst down Ryota in exchange for Perks and OF! And Big J, once again, making big plays. A double kill. They're not even going to wait for the Lord anymore. They might be able to end this, though. They're going to go for inhibitor down bottom. They have one catapult. It's just Haji. Okay, look at Ukir with the damage, and Dory goes in. They don't have minions. Blacklist was able to clear it out. But they have minions into the middle lane again, wanting to extend their lead by bursting down an inhibitor.
Tranquilo, Barangay. Patience. It took a while for you to get to this point. If they forced any more, MP would have jumped in and punished them. But right now, they've cracked down that inhibitor in bottom. They've pressured and popped the Holy Shield in mid. And they're about 6,000 gold ahead, under 12 minutes. Ingan, the Barangay's looking great.
If Omega wins this game, I'm pretty sure we won't see Suyu anymore.
For sure.
For sure.
Game 2 was an anomaly.
No, not just even for the series. I think for the whole playoffs.
Then Chip has a friend. They can both hang out in the fan section. About a minute until the Lord spawns. Lower quarter of the map. That means Blacklist's long lane defense is better, given that that lane hasn't been cracked just yet. But as we speak, you're talking about the Suyu. I'm looking at the Luyi. The Luyi seems to have broken Blacklist's main advantage over Omega. The fact that the map is folded in half. The fact that they can rotate in the places where Blacklist have to check first. So that means here in Game 3, for the first time in the series, it's Omega who's a step ahead.
Yeah, because Game 1, Game 2, we've seen Blacklist rotate as one fast as possible. Faster compared to the Barangay. Now, Ukir's just really spamming his diversion plays. He's sending himself, sending a lot.
Sending two dudes, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we seen a while ago, we were just talking about Haji. And as soon as we stopped talking about Haji, it was gone because Ukir just sent out 3 to break down the KDA machine. Right now, a huge objective is up for grabs, an enhanced Lord.
And now, Omega work on it. Lord down to a third of its health. Blacklist playing around the flank for a jam. Look at the back!
Here comes the kick from Ryota, but MP the King answers right back. As Jome will fall down, but Andorio will get the Lord. Blacklist wants to go for more. They want to go for a trade. They're going to find Ryota. The ult goes in with the entropy, but manages to escape. AOG coming in from Chakno, manages to find Perks. Here comes MP the King with the Spear of Alpha, though. Andorio goes in. Look at all the combinations he's been pouring out, but it's not going to be enough to bring down Haji and Perks. He went up against 4 by himself and forced Blacklist to retreat.
Perks almost went down after that hold surge. It could have been a kill if Ukir was there, but again, a win. You can chalk that up as a win for Omega, but is it just me or are there little lapses of miscommunication for Omega? Sometimes Andorio would be out too far, sometimes he would be behind waiting for the rest of them, and that could have been much better for Omega, but here, Blacklist are holding on by a thread. There's a Lord marching in bottom, top lane and mid lane in jeopardy.
Okay, it's going to be a 5-on-5. We haven't seen the diversion being casted yet. They might make a play as Blacklist works on the Lord, and they're going to burst it down without suffering any inhibitor turret takedowns. But they have to work on the middle lane because there's minions. Perks off this glorious passing. They're going to be able to burst down the minions. A huge defensive win for Blacklist.
Successful defense by Black, keeping the Barangay out of their base. And they protect their 2 remaining inhibitors as well. About a minute and a half until the next big objective. And each Lord consecutively getting harder and harder for Omega to take without losing anything.
Yeah, and now the question is, who has the advantage when it reaches the Omega timers? That's going to be a huge one because OWeb hasn't been quite activated yet. Although he has a 3-2-2, if ever he doesn't get disrupted in his formation, just manages to free hit, he can easily burst down every single member of Omega.
That's right. We saw some semblance of it when he almost got his hands on Ryota with a kill bomb. And that was, what, about 2 or 3 minutes ago? He was short an item or 2.
Yeah.
So with that said, I agree. But very similar to Game 1 and 2, is it not just OHEB again holding together Blacklist?
Yeah.
Is it not the Filipino sniper who is the main source of burst?
So right now,
they gotta protect him too.
They have to protect Blacklist. They have to protect OHEB. They also have to. Haji needs also to step up for this game in particular because the main source. If the main source of damage is OHEB, the main source of huge crowd control is really going to be Haji with the Frigid Glacier.
Everyone else just makes it. Everyone else is the glue that holds together this new code that I don't know yet if Omega has figured out the break, given that this is still match point and Omega haven't forced us into a Game 4 just yet. That Lord is almost up, and Andorio is just circling around these bushes. That's what's scary for Blacklist is they have no freeway to check except for Haji.
Yeah, and an instantaneous burst can happen. 2054 Andorio. And when it comes to retribution battles, it's not a matter of skill issue, it's a matter of who has the better chance of getting it with their kit. And Andoryu so far has better because of the second skill and the retribution.
Sever acts like, oh wait, here we go, a kick by Ryota!
Oh, paired up with the AOG, gonna catch Ree onto the backline. Everything has to go away, but look at the damage coming in from Oak here. Pops Hachi's Pride of Ice. Andoryu gets a killing spree. They didn't even mind the Lord first, they wanted to go for the kills. And now Omega will have an uncontested Lord take.
A full-on turn by the Barangay, leading to a TKO on Black. Not all of them, I'd say 3 or 4 of the members. Saber First also fell, and now there's a free objective for the Barangay to put the Lord on lock, and it's gonna spawn in the bottom lane. All right, Ingen, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. What if this next fight doesn't even lead to many kills? What if this is just to clear these inhibitors and then Omega deny Blacklist the fight?
That's what I'm thinking.
It's possible.
It's a huge possibility, especially if they don't manage to pop OM Purify and he's just able to free it and free it, tries to defend this like what he's doing right now with the entropy.
Oh, there's a diversion. They're just debating it.
Okay, that's a distraction diversion right now as Blacklist tries to work on the Lord. They're going to burn down the inhibitor in the middle lane. Jack goes in with the AOG. Look at the diversion. Dispersion rotation coming in from Uki. Catching more the damage. Perk has to walk away, has to heal up though. They're able to take care of the minions, but right now there's one in the middle lane. Top lane not yet covered, so Blacklist has one inhibitor left, and right now they're taking a page out of the book of Omega, which is just defense. Hold on, eventually we can come back.
As long as this base stands, so do we. And as long as we stand, we fight. And as long as we fight, we have the chance to prevail. 2 lives in the upper bracket await. Whoever wins this series in Blacklist, just a win away. Something to consider. The whole deny the fight, that's what an old Omega would have done. But the new Barangay, especially this new Barangay that's at match point of losing and getting knocked out of the play-ins, they're patient. This is their second or third call at saying, you know what, let's just hold it back.
I actually agree. I'm actually thinking right now, what if the diversion of Ukir, he sent out someone?
What if, right?
What if? Imagine what could have gone.
And that all the more erases any of my assumptions and my thoughts of maybe they're disconnected. Because there they were clearly talking.
Yeah, but right now, what Omega needs is not the new Barangay, it's honestly the old Barangay.
They need a little bit of Asim.
They need a little bit of Asim, they need Omega timers, they want the late game to do the job and extend the series. That's what we're expecting from Shaknu himself. But okay, Blacklist, they've been doing a good job of not forcing Oheb to pop his Purify. So Ryota again needs to really force out Oheb's Purify.
All right, so if there's anyone from Omega who's going to force something out of Black, it's Chaknu and Ryota. Just get in there, get in the paint, force Perks to be a little off position so that Oheb gets opened up. Force MP. You know what? MP has also been a solid peel. Like MP, Lord JM, Perks, they're all just there to protect Oheb.
Yeah, and they've been doing a good job.
And they're more than enough.
Whenever they see someone getting close to Oheb, MP the King casts a Spear of Alpha right away.
The moment I see MP the King step on the clutch and switch it up into aggressive mode, and he starts killing people, that's when you know Blacklist is in control.
That's going to be a problem for Omega. But right now, so far, they have a 5k gold lead. Plus in control of his Lord set. This might be another objective that they can safely take away.
All right, Perks spots the shenanigans, spots Andoryu's Lord taking activities, and he says, all right, guys, get into position. That's all 5 members of Black in the purple side jungle. And here, look at this. Omega sending them over to the back.
Okay,
that's Jom and Ukir. Ukir and Jom gets caught up by Haji.
Haji knows this. They've done this a while ago. Now they're isolating the 2 members of the Barangay. They're going to take down Jom though. Ukir with the Winter Crown, but eventually he's going to fall down in the hands of the Filipino sniper. Shaknu as well. Only Ryota and the Curly Nightmare. Oh no. The death timers, Leo.
I'll tell you now, 3 for the Lord, not worth it. Earlier, maybe 1 it was, but this time, just Andoryu and Ryota and all 5 members of Black are still here. This Lord is a liability.
And they're gonna catch Ryota with MP the King's ult there.
Buying time.
Buying enough time, and I think that's enough time for the Barangay. No inhibitor turrets taken down, but a huge momentum
Ryota's
swing.
losing! Look, Ryota's losing!
Oh no! They even captured the glorious battling just to make things faster! And we are on the verge of a major upset! Blacklist sweeps the barangay!
Anything and everything can happen in MPL Philippines. And a team that anyone and everyone could have sworn was not going to make it to the playoffs have eliminated the Barangays. Blacklist International moves on up through the brackets in a dominant sweep.
From their momentum game against Aurora to sweeping Omega, this team has proven a lot. And honestly, this team has nothing left to prove.
Two lives in the playoffs. They're moving on up to face Falcons AP Bren, the defending world champions. That accolade runs through both of their genes. The blood of champions run through their veins. And it's at this precipice, Omega have to take another bow. They had a painful season 13, and in season 14, I'm not so sure if this is a better place or a worse heartbreak.
It's way worse heartbreak. I mean, they're the ones who ended the longest streak in MPLPH franchise history, and right now, they bow down right away.
We're gonna be hearing from the fallen barangay on stage as we send them off from the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs.
Unfortunately, your journey ends here. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga supporters nyo that's always yelling out your team's name, always behind your back, cheering you on?
Maraming salamat sa mga naniwala at nagsuporta. Pasensya kung nabigo namin kayo.
Keep your head up, Barangay Omega. Chuck knew you were a great captain. Smart Omega, kitang-kita ang inyong effort this season. You impressed us, but unfortunately, your journey ends here. But one more time, everybody. Bagong Barangay! One more time, Bagong Barangay! You may now take your bow. Barangay Smart Omega, you captured our hearts and will always be cheering for you. And now, our winning team, Blacklist International. Please step forward. Haji, congratulations. Your playoffs run continues. Nung regular season, hindi kayo makaisa sa Smart Omega to a point na yung ating mga voters, yung manonood, 27% lang ang bumoto sa inyo. Pero ngayong first day ng playoffs, nagawa niyong mas-sweep sila. So how did you guys prepare for this moment para masigurado na magagawa niyo to ngayon?
Sobrang nag-all-in po kami after nung regular season. Kasi gusto talaga namin sila bawian nun eh. Kasi wala kaming bawi sa kanila. Talagang ibibigay talaga namin yung best namin.
And you did it so flawlessly. Ito naman para kay MP the King. MP! Ang susunod na mga kalaban nyo ay ang Falcons AP Bren. Okay, ano ang predictions nyo doon? Oh, best of 5. Best of 5. Okay, call a friend tayo dito. Call a friend.
3-2 po. 3-2 po, kahit sino na manalo.
3-2 kahit sino manalo. Okay, yan ang prediction natin dyan. Ano ang mensahe mo sa kanila bago kayo magsabak?
Galingan natin tapos bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga manonood ng MPL.
And we're looking forward to that. And now it's time to announce our MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino? Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. And it's Haji! Haji, believe na believe kami sa ginawa niyo ngayon. Na-sweep niyo ang isang koponan na nagpahirap sa inyo ng regular season. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa ating mga agents? Kitang-kita naman yung energy nila supporting you guys.
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin kahit na di maganda yung run namin ng regular season. Abangan niyo lang po kami dito sa playoffs. Babawi po kami.
Haji, kung ano man yung nangyari ng regular season, erase na yon! Ang mahalaga ngayon, ngayong playoffs, you dominated, you swept your opponent, and for that, we applaud you. Let's give him a big round of applause. And now, it's time to announce our lucky fan na mananalo ng 5,000 diamonds. Come on up! Congratulations! Ikaw ngayon ang may 5,000 diamonds! What's your name?
Kenneth po.
Kenneth, sino dito ang paborito mo sa Blacklist International?
Si Oheb po.
Oheb! Okay, message kay Oheb.
Sobrang angas kasi maglaro sa sobrang galing.
Oheb! Ayan, ano gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Thank you sa pagsuporta sa amin, boss. Gagalingan pa namin bukas sa mga sunod na laban.
Gagalingan pa nila bukas. And now, tabi ka kay Oheb. Tabi ka kay Oheb. You get to take a walk of victory with them. All right, Blacklist International, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Blacklist International. They move forward. At katulad nga sa mga doubters dyan sa 27% ayon kay Trike, shout out naman sa inyo. We're gonna break down that game for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
Well, we can throw all that out of the window because H-God, Haji, just dropped the greatest skill check of all time to literally save the game and win the series for Blacklist International in that game number 3. That Aurora skill check to exactly where Joe Manriota was.
That's right.
Was perfect.
I literally said 6 cents there.
Yeah.
That was a 6 cents move. I would not have expected that. I would have been looking left and right, but never back, especially if they were wailing on that Lord. So, man, Haji, man, you broke so many hearts of Omega fans. You broke all of our predictions. And now, they're going to go on and get 2 lives on the playoffs.
A cold-hearted machine was Haji on that Aurora. But of course, we have to give credit where credit is due. Omega, despite some early slip-ups highlighted by Lord JM escaping a gank attempt and him even walking away with a kill from it, Omega adjusted. They adjusted their draft. They made sure Okir got his pick. In the second phase of the draft, best possible pick. They won. They got a great gold laner to pair with it. Omega had a really good draft to force a game number 4. But then the arrogance started coming in again.
Here we go
the
again.
Hubris. A little bit too eager, a little bit too excited. And it was a diversion call to send the gold laner and the EXP laner behind enemy lines to eventually get caught out by Haji.
Yeah, there was no other way around it. That was just arrogance, I guess, overconfidence, and doing unnecessary movements that you didn't really need to do.
Exactly.
You were already ahead.
Extremely ahead. Almost the 7,000, maybe around 5,000 gold lead heading into that last Lord fight. You went for broke and got your code broken by Blacklist International. Almost 22 minutes was this game, and this, you gotta credit the otherworldly discipline of anyone who goes under the wings of Coach Bonchan. Any team that goes under the Blacklist International banner under Coach Bonchan, they learn a lot of mid to late game discipline, and that was shown off in spades in their ability to clear, hold on, and stop an Omega victory.
And I think, you know what, we started this off with the community palag. Is that what we call it here as well?
Yeah, we'll call it a cipher, a community cipher.
Community cipher. It happened.
Yeah.
They literally out-cheesed the cheese.
Yeah.
You know, they're literally the new Lasso in here.
Yeah, the new poison.
The new poison in the tournament here.
Yeah, let's see how far Blacklist International can take that. Can they actually really truly be the best or the newest poison of the league? Because the team that just barely scraped a slot into the playoffs, 6th, now has secured top 4 at the least. There's still a lot more to break down, and I'm pretty sure Midnight has some great things to point out, things we've missed in that game number 3. So, Midnight, let's go.
Well, Blacklist International has definitely broken the code of the barangay, which is the Lason, with an amazing performance in game number 3. Again, welcome back to the analyst stand as we break down what happened in the last game of this series. Again, it was an equal battle between Smart Omega and Blacklist International. It came down to the actual mechanics and the actual fights that broke out during the early game. Blacklist International, they had the requirement to do the early game momentum, to have the early game momentum on their side. Dahil nga hawak nila yung 1-1 dito, they needed to have a fantastic early game. But Smart Omega, they had an amazing control in the mid game with a spike of the Suyu. Ito talaga yung strength ng Suyu and the kanilang overall composition with the group of possibility of the Louis, utilizing the diversion. Nandyan yung kanilang mga objective and of course yung mga neutral objective takes, yung mga Turtle, yung mga ninanakaw ni Andoryu, and of course having the advantage in the mid game pagdating sa team fights, they are able to break the formation of Blacklist International once again. Pero nung umabot na tayo sa late game, nakita natin na yung late game potential ng Blacklist International dito, hindi sila nagkukulang. They had the damage needed to take out these zeros on the side of Smart Omega. They just needed to take the positioning. So in contrast, you're seeing a lot of objectives being taken here by Smart Omega, but the gold lead is not that much. Ang pinakamataas nilang nakuwang gold lead is by the 12-minute mark, which is yung 5.5k. But as the casters have mentioned already in the panel, may late game spike pa rin talaga dito yung Blacklist International, especially with the true damage coming out from the Alpha and of course the magic burst damage from the Nathan. They also had the needed crowd controls to control these zeros on the side of Smart Omega. Even though Chaknu, nahihirapan silang patumbahin itong Gatotkacha with the jumps from the Avatar of the Guardian, they just needed to find a bypass on the side of Smart Omega. Problem was, Smart Omega yung nag-provide ng bypass against Blacklist International, and Haji found an amazing information on the backside of the bush that they were able to take control of when they found Jome and Okir, which was the unfortunate situation here for Smart Omega. That was the down point, the downside of a diversion play. Nakahiwalay lagi yung mga papadala mong heroes, and Blacklist International, they were able to find the punish and to turn the game around against Smart Omega. After that Lord fight, it came down to the final last push of Blacklist International to break game number 3 and take the series altogether versus Smart Omega. That was a fantastic performance coming out from Blacklist International. But Series 1 pa lang yan mga kaibigan. May Series 2 pa tayo mamaya. And makikita natin yan sa magbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 14.
Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
no one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Now feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire. I light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart. I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Who are you fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sword. Even
the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? Our light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire. I light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart. I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Worldbreaker! Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall, one strike, go
power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP Racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Wala kasang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Chill lang. Laruin na lang. Kailangan ko man. Nice! Nice! Nice bola lang. Habulin niya, patay niya. Okay na, G. Habol ko! Habol lang. Seryoso, G. Habol lang, G. Kilang! Okay. MP Taking! Nice na ko, 1-1. 1-1 daig. Patay 1-1. Nice na, hero. Ito po yan. Hero nyo. Napress ko. Uy,
Coming at you live from a jam-packed MPL arena, live from Green Sun Hotel in Makati. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Jose Ingan, bringing you the action. You just heard the mic check between Blacklist International and Smart Omega, where the former swept the latter in dominant fashion.
You know what I loved about the mic check? Everyone was saying, Haji, go for it. Haji's response was, "Gay." He was that calm.
My personal favorite was just them shouting, MP the King! Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another banger coming your way. A best of 5, a play-ins, a matchup where the loser goes home and the other moves up through the brackets. But before that, we'd like to remind y'all to be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with a smart prepaid eSIM.
And it's now available for digital delivery through the Smart online store for only 99 pesos.
Talk to me about upsets, Ingan. We just witnessed Smart Omega, the new barangay, gets swept and bodied by Blacklist International, who I would argue wasn't even going to make it the playoffs halfway through Season 14.
Yeah, honestly, no one expected it. Going back to the community prediction, 20% only believed in Blacklist, but Blacklist just continues to prove that they are recoded, they are ready, and they are hungrier than ever up against Omega.
Shame on y'all, 80% who said otherwise.
I'm part of the 80%, by the way.
Me too, guilty. Guilty as charged. It's just what Blacklist does. They make a career out of proving the haters wrong, and whether I'm part of the haters or not, again, the internet is out. The jury isn't sure if I'm biased or not. But here they are, moving on through. Tomorrow, they're facing off against Falcons AP Bren.
Oh, it's going to be a huge game for the Agents once again, best of 5. But this time, a little bit of not so much pressure because, again, we have the lower bracket. So there's a second chance for Blacklist if ever they lose against Falcons AP Bren. And at the same time for Falcons AP Bren, it's a chance for them to, some sort of regain their momentum. Because towards the end, especially weeks 4 to 8, they were a bit shaky, right?
You should have kept going because Brigade is still going. There we go. It's time for us to head on to the Infinix game, Tambayan, to hear from Renmar Santa Cruz and Rockhart.
Thank you so much, Intel, and break it up, Leo and Ingan. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Infinix game Tambayan. We saw one absolutely brain-wrecking surprise to start off our playoffs, Rockhart. Again, Omega getting swept by Blacklist International. And now we may say goodbye to our defending champions in Team Liquid Philippines, because going up against them are a new team filled with veterans in Aurora. What's your vibe heading into this one, Rockhard?
You can still kind of call it absolute cinema, right? Because in cinema and movies, you know, stuff like that does happen.
Yeah.
And I would say, at the very least, it was 3-0. It wasn't, you know, they kind of just gave in. Blacklist just gave us like the biggest surprise because of that 3-0.
Yeah.
And I think it's gonna be hard to really trump that.
And here's another surprise for y'all. We got a special guest. It's Irad of RSG Philippines.
Ooh.
There he is.
There he is.
It's so nice to have you here, Renmar, Rockart. Welcome back. I'm sure you guys are okay there. Kamusta ang buhay-buhay? Actually, mamaya na pala. Okay, mamaya. Kasi si Irad ang kakamustahin natin ngayon. Irad, it's been, it's been a wonderful season also for you. How has it been? Kamusta ang break? And, how is the playoffs for you so far? Nakita mo ba yung laban kanina?
Oo, napanood ko yung laban kanina. Yun nga, sobrang init talaga ng mga laro dito sa Pilipinas. Kahit ano. Yun nga, yun. Mainit talaga yung mga laro sa Pilipinas. At nakakaingit kasi, syempre, gusto rin namin nun.
Hopefully, we get to see you again in this level of competition. I feel like you guys have questions, pero this time, parang pwede nating unahin ang English panel. Guys, you have something else in mind there?
Yeah, hi Irad, this is Renmar from the English panel, and again, we'll ask you the question in English. Kung gusto mo isagot ng Tagalog, tas kami na lang mag-translate, okay lang din. But for us, our question is, since this is RORA's first time as a team na maglaban sa playoffs ng MPL Philippines, feeling mo may factor yun going into this matchup against Team Liquid Philippines? Kasi alam naman natin yung RORA, na-dominate na nila yung Team Liquid Philippines. They dominated Team Liquid Philippines in the regular season. But you think that that will have a factor for this matchup here in the playoffs?
Sa tingin ko, malaki pa rin yung factor ng regular season sa playoffs kasi pinakauna sa lahat, doon kumukuha ng momentum yung mga players, and doon sila kumukuha ng momentum para makapasok din sila ng playoffs. And ayun, based sa experience nila at saka individually, malalakas talaga sila isa-isang player. Feeling ko kaya nilang mag-champion this season.
Oh, okay. So, Irad of RSG Philippines, he did mention that Aurora are filled with veterans, champions and veterans. So, the fact that they were able to defeat Team Liquid Philippines 4-0 in the regular season will have a big bearing in the playoffs, because that's how they get their momentum.
That is also crazy to think na Team Liquid Philippines, they've made it twice in international tournaments. Actually, 3 beses pala kung hihirangin kasi nandyan yung season 10, 11, and 13. Wami, I feel like this is your time to shine now.
Ito, Irad. Right now, of course, RSG is not part of the playoffs picture, pero nakalaban mo na ang Aurora pati na rin ang Team Liquid Philippines. Base sa mga matches nyo against them in the regular season, ano yung masasabi mong kalakasan ng dalawang kupunan na maglalaro ngayon?
Sa Aurora muna siguro, no? Sa Aurora siguro, sobrang disiplinado nilang team. Kapag alam nilang lugi sila, hindi talaga sila pumapalag. And ayun, naghahanap lang sila ng timing hanggang sa magkaroon na ng items yung mga power spike nila. And ayun yung strength nila, at saka ayun, malalakas sila bawat players kada isa. Ganun. And yung sa Echo naman is Team Liquid PH.
Ayan. Galing.
Hindi, siguro kasi nung time na Echo pa sila, kilala naman natin yung team na yun na sobrang lakas talaga eh. Tsaka hindi pa rin naman sila nagbabago. And ayun, hindi naman siguro sila nag-underperform sa regular season. At naniniwala din ako na kaya nilang mag-dominate lalo sa playoffs kasi Team Liquid yan eh. Kilala naman natin lahat yan eh.
I think kilala nating lahat at kilala mo din ang iilan sa mga manlalaro na nandito. Midnight, I'm gonna give you this one.
Mr. Mechanic.
Dahil
dahil jungler ang kausap natin, ano naman masasabi mo sa jungler
ng Aurora at ng Team Liquid. Specifically, lalo mainit itong laban na to, si Carl TZ tsaka si Demon Kite. Mga comments mo sa kanila or kung may mga inside info ka, ano bang masasabi mo dito sa dalawang player na to?
Yung masasabi ko kay Kite, napaka-unique kasi ng game style niya eh. Ano siya eh, hindi siya... sobrang disiplinado niya na jungler eh. Sobrang ingat niya and napakagaling niyang tumiming sa mga kills, ganun. And yung aggressiveness niya nandun pa rin. Pero hati-hati siya eh. Kaya sobrang unique talaga ng game style ni Kite. Kaya yun yung nagpapalakas sa kanya eh. And yung kay Carl TZ naman, syempre, yung pagiging aggressive, yung tapang niya sa game. Same lang din naman kay Demon Kite. Pero, ayun, sobrang dami ng pinatrayan din ni Carl. Kaya, feeling ko talaga, sobrang init talaga ng laban na itong dalawang jungler na to eh.
Ilang beses pinatunayan ni Carl TZ whenever he gets to match up against Demon Kite. 3 beses silang nagharap. 3 beses nanalo si Carl TZ. Rockhart, floor is yours now about these 2 junglers.
Yo, what's up, Irad? So, big question, since you already faced these 2, and you know how it feels like to face these guys, diba? What are the strengths of Demon Kite and Carl TZ? What sets them apart? The biggest difference?
Siguro mahirap kasing i-explain kasi pagka individual kasi siguro yung strength ni Demon Kite, ayun parang nasabi ko na rin siya kanina eh. Parang yun yung strength niya eh. Kumbaga yung pagiging unique na game style niya. And yung kay Carl TZ naman is yun nga, based na rin sa experience niya and sa mga achievements niya, ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya. Hindi talaga nawawala sa kanya yun sa role niya na yun. Ayun.
Okay, now I think we're fixated with Carl TZ's achievements and Demon Kite's aggressiveness. Gusto ko lang malaman, you were talking about achievements at nakita natin yun mula kay Carl TZ. Ano bang difference ni Carl TZ pag pumapasok ng playoffs? Malaki ba yung diferensya kumpara sa regular season? As a person na nakalaban siya before, what's the difference between regular season Carl TZ at playoffs Carl TZ na pwede nating i-expect?
Siguro yung sa regular season is syempre nandun pa rin yung giggle. Syempre gusto niya makuha yung upper bracket, ganun. And yung sa playoffs naman, syempre doon na talaga nagkakatalo lahat. Nandun na yung mga placing, ganun, yung championships. So, iba talaga yung playstyle ni Carl TZ lalo pagka playoffs eh. Mas gigil siya eh. Mas gigil siyang manalo, ganun.
Wow.
Based sa experience ko eh.
Sa tingin mo, Irad, Carl TZ would take charge. Kumbaga siya na yung maglilid talaga ng team ngayong playoffs. Yan ang pwede nating expect.
Opo, yan. Nandun na rin yun.
Pero ito, Irad, medyo tayo dito. Real talk, Irad. Ang real talk. Kasi, Irad, historical data, si Carl TZ laging panalo dito kay Demon Kite. Pero nung regular season, again, ang score ng Aurora ay 4-0 laban sa Liquid Philippines. Tingin mo, anong nangyari kay Demon Kite? May nag-transform ba sa kanya? May nagbago ba sa laro niya? Bakit na-dominate ni Demon Kite and ng Aurora si Carl at ang Team Liquid Philippines?
Siguro sanay na siyang makalaban si Carl TZ, ganun. Parang syempre habang tumatagal nababasa mo rin yung galaw ng kalaban, ganun. And habang tumatagal nag-i-improve ka rin. Kaya ayun, siguro dun niya rin na overpass si Carl TZ sa regular season. Pero iba pa rin talaga sa playoffs eh, hindi natin masasabi eh.
Yeah. I honestly agree with you. Ang daming posibleng ganap dito. Renmar, Rockhart, you guys have anything else you want to know?
Yeah, one last. So you did mention that maybe Demon Kite already has gotten used to going up against Carl TZ. Sanay na siya kalabanin si Carl. So from your perspective, ano naman kailangan gawin ni Carl para makapag-adjust kay Demon Kite in this playoffs match? Is there something that Carl needs to do differently? Is there something that Carl needs to do more sa perspective mo, Irad?
Para sa akin, yung kailangan gawin ni Carl TZ para mas lumang siya sa match nila ngayon is siguro Wait lang ba?
Mahirap.
Mahirap eh. Kasi, Carl TZ yan eh. Ako, wala naman ako kanina.
Ay, grabe.
Humble na! Diba kasi ang hirap po talaga kasi talaga i-predict. Pero yung para sa akin lang is ganun pa rin. Parang focus pa rin kasi nakikita ko naman na nag-tryhard lalo si Carl TZ ngayong paparting na playoffs kasi nakikita ko rin kung paano siya maglaro sa mga live stream niya, ganun. And ayun, feel ko kayang-kaya niya talaga maglaro ng Assassin ngayong playoffs. At kayang-kaya niyang sabayan si Demon Kite.
Okay. Nahirapan kang mag-form ng words, pero feel kong mas mahihirapan ka dito. Give us a prediction for this series. Kailangan may score. Kasi
kailangan may score.
Kailangan may number, Max eh.
Team winner, tsaka score ng series.
Yan.
Meron si...
Sige, okay.
Para sa akin, Aurora. Siguro 3-1 para sa akin. Di kasi parang nakikita ko rin, yung nakikita ko sa vision ko eh.
Ayun, okay.
Feeling ko
Respect.
Tsaka napapansin ko rin, parang nababasa ko na sa regular season, parang nandun na rin kasi yun eh. Nasa regular season na rin yun eh. Parang ganun.
Alright.
Tapos, sa playoffs, mananalo sila. Siguro game 1 talo, tas next game, sunod-sunod na panalo na.
So parang gentleman sweep ang ine-expect ni Irad. Irad, man, maraming salamat. We got a lot of insights from you. Hope you guys get to enjoy the show. And Renmar, Rockhart, kita-kits tayo ulit sa kung kailan man tayo magkikita. See you guys just a bit. Bye, man. Kita-kits.
Tayo po. Kita-kits po.
That was Ira, the jungler of RSG Philippines. The bold prediction, 3-1 in favor of Demon Kite's Aurora up against Team Liquid Philippines. That's him saying the streak of Demon Kite losing to Carl in the playoffs will end here today. He showed his support, so of course you yourself can show your support. MPL fans, who do you think will win this match? RORA versus TLPH. Vote now via the online poll. That will probably show up on your screens. If not yet, it will show up in just a bit. And Rockhart, your turn.
Yeah, I think this time we're going to be a little split here. Based on the predictions they asked me to do, I'm going for Aurora for this one.
You got a score?
It's probably 3-1.
Oh, so you're in the same boat as the Ira there.
I gotta say, I feel like that's right. His vision, you have to trust that instinct, especially as a player. And I think if you think they might lose on game 1, try to get a lay of the land, you kind of can win straight up if you're Aurora.
For sure, I get you. And honestly, my 3-2 prediction in favor of Team Liquid Philippines was one of the most difficult predictions, like I really think about it.
Yeah.
There's something about...
I could see it. You were like,
it was hard because to say that Team Liquid Philippines will win today, or try to predict for Team Liquid Philippines, especially after getting swept throughout the season by Aurora, it's difficult to fight for Team Liquid Philippines. It's just, I feel like this is one of those times where us as talents and even as a community put a lot of stock on what we call the Team Liquid Philippines playoffs mode.
Playoffs mode.
Playoffs mode TLPH. Playoffs mode Carl. Playoffs mode Benny. All of those players. Like, how strong was that for you in that factor of predicting in favor? We'll get to that. We'll get to that in just a bit. Because now we got the community to face off against each other. The representatives of each squad. TLPH and the RORAs. Here they are on stage with Mara Aquino.
It's time for the face-off! Eto na, ang palag ng madla. Representing Aurora MLBB, the RORAs. Representing TLPH, the Cavalier. Para sa Aurora MLBB, ano ang palag mo?
Di pa kayo nakakaisa sa amin sa regular season. Feeling nyo ba, ngayong playoffs makakaisa kayo?
Para sa TLPH, ano ang palag mo?
Hindi mo alam kung gaano kaluwag ang land of Dawn, bebe! Abangan mo ang pagbawi ng Cavaliers! Diba?
Palag!
Alam niyo kung bakit di kayo nananalo? Bakit? Kasi kasalanan eh!
Palag! Okay lang yun, nakasalanan niya. Teka lang. Kaya mo bang gayahin ang recall ninyo? Kasi ako kaya kong gayahin eh.
Palag kung palag! This is where either dreams are made or shattered. One team will be eliminated, and one team will move forward. Who will it be? Let's get it started.
Is in our hands, and it's between two powerful teams. Our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. The lights are illuminating once again. It's Aurora versus the reigning champions of the MPL Philippines, Team Liquid. In the EXP lane, it's Edward and Sanford. The Junglers, Demon Kite, and the legendary Carl Teasy. In the mid lane, Yue and Sanji. The Roamers, the Hitman, Rena J, and JP. The Gold Laners, Domeng, and the Storm, Benny Cutie. Her coaches, Coach Saide and Coach Master the Basics. This is Aurora and Team Liquid Philippines.
The Auroras on your screen. Domeng, Demikite, Yue, Edward, Rena J. Star-studded. Each one of these players have MVP performances in games under their belt in Season 14. Only one has yet to achieve an MVP performance for Aurora. That's Domeng. But he has been tremendous this season.
You know what's funny? Because he is the one who didn't get an MVP.
Yep.
His stats individually actually outshine a lot of the other laners here. So it's really something to say about Aurora here. But they are, again, facing off against the reigning, the defending world champions.
Champions of the Philippines.
Of the Philippines. Sorry.
It's fine.
Season 13. I keep mixing them up. It's Team Liquid Philippines. Come on. It's so hard to really disregard. And again, we're going to try to go back to that point we were talking about earlier where how did I actually predict Aurora going against Team Liquid Philippines? It's playoffs mode, man. Everyone knows their performance doubles, their stats double. There's math to back that up. But if we're talking about math, the head-to-head really will explain a lot. I feel like, every single stat, Aurora has a bit of a lead, except for turtle control.
Yeah, TLPH has a significant turtle control lead. And of course, we have to remember the fact that Carl Teasy has always dropped Demon Kite into the playoffs, but this is the same Demon with a different team. It's not RSG Philippines now that Carl Teasy is going up against. It's Aurora. It's the former members of Blacklist International. And damn, that's a hell of a suit by Coach Dexar there.
I know!
When you compare these two, there was a time where Carl Teasy was subbed out to give some time for Zyda to shine. But Carl TZ does have 2 MVP performances under his belt, one as a Hayabusa, one as a Julian. While for Demon Kite, he has been a demon this season for Aurora. He has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 MVP performances under his belt. 2 of them as a Fanny. And that Fanny will be one of the things that TLPH need to look out for in the draft. So, the Infinix keys to victory. Brace for the Cavalry's playoffs mode, Aurora.
That's right. This is something that everyone knows. It's an intangible, but you know it's there. And it's something that you can't really shrug off. And we're going to have to wait and see how much their performance is going to be multiplied coming in this playoffs.
Yeah. Challenge the Aurora's playoffs chemistry. How tested are you 5 together in the playoffs? Individually, you all have great playoffs experiences. Besides Domeng, of course, we're very familiar with the championship experience of the other members of Aurora. But the stats don't lie, but defy the odds. There's a lot of expectations pinned on your shoulders, or expectations for your opponents, so defy them. Surprise us. We're not talking about picks here, but better performances overall. Because I feel like that's one of the things that TLPH lacked in, and which is why they had a difficult time this season. Their lack of consistency, especially with when to call the proper team fight.
That's right. And maybe that's something that they've already worked on. We saw when Carl TZ went on a bit of a rest and Zyda was the one who played, it felt like he came back with a vengeance, right? So I feel like that can happen for all of them. Coming into this one, we had like 10 days to kind of just refocus. And when I see Team Liquid in their proper form, it really does kind of define a world championship winning team. That's why in my mind I was going to say, you know what, they can be world champs. If only they can go over the hump. That is going to be Aurora here, who, as new as they are, well, new team, they do feel like they're just the same flavors that we left them off from their respective teams.
Yeah. One thing I have to correct for myself. Edward, Yue, Demon Kite all have championship experience. Renegade, not completely quite there yet.
He feels like a champion. That's all.
But he feels like
I'm
a champion. Being able to play in the M5 World Championship, of course, making Blacklist or helping Blacklist International be the 3rd best team in the world at that time. But now let's see how the Hitman will help his jungler, Demon Kite, in terms of handling the mid against one of the most experienced roamers in the league. A world champion and multiple-time champion in his own right, JP Daddy and Carl TZ, the young goat. And right away, Aurora are respecting 2 killer picks that TLPH loves. The Julian of Carl TZ and the Khalid of Sanford.
And of course, another one. Actually, multiple players being targeted here, but most of it obviously going to be attacked here in the jungle area. So there might be a bit of shortage of really high-flying junglers here, unless Demon Kite is willing to go for that Fanny again.
Fanny is open. So is the Hayabusa. Cho has risen in priority, so will Aurora still be willing to pick a Fanny, knowing that the Cho is available for Team Liquid Philippines. At the same time, Nolan is still out there in the field, one of the fastest clears and most mobile. Aurora, go for the Phobians instead. No need to rush the Assassins. You still have 3 available in the pool.
That's right. And actually, I love that they didn't really go for the bait or the trap of going jungler first, which a lot of teams were technically doing in the past few weeks as well here, and maybe internationally as well, right? Don't really need to rush it. I would actually maybe focus more on the roam, because if there's ever one single thing you want to do, or one single thing that teams have tried to do, is try to remove Renegade's roams. Which is, by experience, so hard to do.
And folks, that's exactly why TLPH banned away the Matilda after how much difficulty that gave to Carl TZ when he played the Ling in that one series that they had earlier in the season. And continuing the trend that Blacklist International showed, Team Liquid Philippines are drafting and rushing an alpha, and they pick up a Moskov for themselves.
Wait a second. Guys, does Alpha win games?
We'll see here.
We'll see here.
We know for the 3-1 we had earlier, yes,
it does.
But we'll see for this one.
That's right. So, you guys, that's something for you guys to maybe bookmark for later. If this wins, it's 4 straight wins for Alpha here in MPL Philippines playoffs. So, there might be some time for you guys to maybe start studying Alpha again. If you haven't tried it, there's the Fanny. I love it. And the good boy Harif right there.
Yeah, Fanny and Harris together can make a snowball come. Here's a quote from Coach Master of the Basics. I think number one is the consistency. We can see that a lot of the teams have improved, and we are also still improving our consistency. I think that is one of the things we need. Consistency is the key.
I agree.
And to be fair to TLPH, Aurora has had their fair share of shaky performances also throughout the season. Some of them coming from the fact that they were trying out unique lineups. So for TLPH now, they're not going to be getting their own pick just yet, but they get a pick for Sanji. Instead of getting his signature Aurora, they get the Vixana.
And that's something that you kind of just want to attack soon. You have to really expect that Eternal Guard coming. So far, Aurora's lineup isn't really super prepared for that, right? They don't really have that instant answer to Eternal Guard. At the same time, maybe we're still waiting for the Cho to come in here for TLPH, because you know, if you have a Fanny on the field, it's always nice to have a Cho out there.
Yeah.
Or other really good targeted lockdowns.
Yeah, that's one of the things for TLPH. They have to consider if they're willing to get a Cho with a Phobius on the other side. This is a really great ban actually by Aurora by taking away the Kufra, because Kufra will allow them to block all the dashes that Aurora has at the same time. At this point, I think Aurora is more willing to give the Cho to TLPH, because the Cho and the dashes that he has, the multiple ones that he has, resets the cooldown of the passive of Phobius to activate, meaning that he gets access to his abilities much quicker also, because it reduces the cooldown with each dash that he's around.
So I guess if you're thinking about it, it's like a big test here for JP as well, because it's also not easy to catch a Fanny, honestly. That's something that you can really think about. But you're right, I would actually like to have a Cho out there if I have a Phobius on my team. And there it is. We're all expecting it. We know it's going to come out.
Yeah,
There's
so
a Cho.
That's a choice by TLPH. They needed that single target lockdown, and Kajo would just not be enough here. You need the mobility to help control the map. So, mobility it might be for Renegade. His Tigreal is still out in the field, as well as the Grot. He has shown a great performance with that as well. However, this EXP laner, actually, I think we're seeing it. I think that's an EXP lane Cho for Sanford,
You
and
think?
we don't see JP's pick just yet.
Ooh, okay. I mean, it sounds fair.
There's a Tig.
That's a Tigreal. Surprised it went through, to be honest. And
Aurora.
It's Aurora. Aurora for Aurora. Why not?
Oh.
Wait a second.
Yep.
Can still go either way.
I stand corrected. More often than not, it's a Cho for JP. Yeah,
There it
it's
is.
not our Rome Cho. No, Rome Arlon. All right, yeah, there it is.
All right, there it is. Locked in. All right, perfect. So, I don't think anyone got the big upper hand on anyone here.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of getting an Arlot and a Cho when you're already up against a Phobius. They don't also have the right damage profile, it looks like, to deal with the Phobius. If they're not careful, Aurora might actually control the early game snowball, and TLPH will have to play from behind. But we'll see. Maybe JP and Sanji can get some really good pickoffs paired up with Carl Teasy.
Early kills on. That's usually how they win. And the Alpha, really scary in the hands of Carl Teasy.
Let's see if it's going to work. The Aurora lineup is looking scary. TLPH, let's see what happens.
They say history is written by the winners, and the numbers don't lie. But when that horn sounds, nothing else matters, just you and your opponent. Aurora and Team Liquid Philippines fighting in the play-ins for 2 lives in the playoffs.
Game 1 draft alone. Look at how mobile the side of Liquid is, bringing back their express kind of style where they're aggressive early on, and they can afford to do it. They do this, especially Carl Teasy with the Alpha.
But just the same, Aurora, as mentioned by Renmar, has a great damage profile. And they're also playing with the threat of a Phobius, who, by the way, only has soft answers. You can never really shut out a Phobius. So with that said, in the hands of Abun Jingjing, it's going to be worse. It's going to be so much stronger, given that, again, the aforementioned Arlo, the Cho, hell, even the...
Benny,
the little dashes, yeah. And of course, Even Caltese, he's gonna drop those Infernal Pursuits.
Yeah, for early cooldown for the Demonic Force. So right now, it seems like Aurora has a good answer with everything TLPH is giving them. But again, if TLPH gets their momentum early on, even without having to rely on Benny Q's damage or Spear of Destruction, this could go really for the side of TLPH.
Oh yeah, best case scenario, Benny just has the gold lane experience. Worst case scenario, the Hitman just gets all up in their face, and Edward gets infinite stacks on his Thunderbell. Later lane, again, this is a signature Arlott on Sanford. Don't expect much from him. At best, they would both want to rotate out.
You know, I'm trying to figure out when was the game Renegade had a huge setup on the opposing team's purple buff, a 4-man implosion. I'm not sure if it's with TLPH or Omega, but we can see something similar to that, especially if Renegade starts things off aggressive and hasn't been shut down, can actually out sustain the damage of TLPH. So right now, TLPH starting things off with the turtle.
That's right. Hitman checking out Carl Tizzy. Knocks him up. In comes DK.
Okay, DK control not going to be enough to bring down Carl Tizzy as Carl Tizzy has to walk away. No turtle yet, but a first blood for Yue on to Sanford. Now here comes the attack coming in from Edward. Working on Sanji as JP tries to save him. So no turtle yet, but Aurora gets a kill.
A single movement from Aurora puts Liquid on the back foot. Suddenly, they have to slow down. As a team, as aggressive, well, in their DNA, and just naturally, that's what Liquid wants to do. If you're forced to like back away from the turtle like that, with a single shot, with a single movement, oh, here we go!
Oh, okay. There was a play coming in from JP, though, but no follow-up. He used the Way of the Dragon plus the Flicker combination, so Aurora knows this.
He was baiting something out. He was baiting something. Here comes it, man!
And again, Renegade! Implosion play takes away 2. Sanford might be the next target as Yue tries to chase after him, and the rest of the Aurora will work on the turtle.
That's a free turtle for the Northern Lights. And it didn't really take him much. Again, Liquid trying to hit him with a 1-2 step. Aurora wasn't having any of it. Team Liquid now have to play from behind. Best believe, second turtle, they have to make a call 30 seconds before the turtle spawns. They have to draw out their rotations and decide, hey, you have eyes on Renegade? Do you remember if his flicker's off cooldown now?
Yeah.
Because if not, then it's just gonna get worse.
They need to keep tabs on what resources Aurora has been using, and at the same time make a play right away, make a trade. Because if you're gonna go back to their second meeting, it was a sweep for Aurora in under 12 minutes for both games, and it started like this. A dominant start, 3 kills, now the third game.
All right, a majority of this gold lead right now is on the mid lane and in the XP lane, all right? Carl Tizzy is doing great to keep himself within an arm's reach of Demon Kite, which is he's gonna need. He's one of the main peels for Liquid, given that, you know, JP gets in there. We'll pop his immortality later on. Sanford is a pseudo tank. So definitely you need some items on this alpha. He's on his way towards Warax, close to it. Now, a minute before the turtle goes up, 4.5 minutes in, Liquid clearly slowed down. Liquid, they're not letting JP cross as much anymore, not looking for any plays. And Carl Tizzy's taking his time. So, all right, I have to make better decisions, better calls.
Yeah. And speaking of better call, I think the better call for TLP is really to just wait for Benny Q's potential power spike. But here comes the potential clash. JP goes in with a kick onto Yue. And here comes the ultimate coming in from TLPH, but they're not gonna... It's not gonna be enough though, as Renegade will fall down in exchange for Carl Tizzy. That is a way, way better trade for Aurora.
The economy speaks for itself. Even if the 1,500 gold don't move for Aurora, the fact that he traded a roamer for a jungler doesn't bode well for the cavalry. But some silver lining for Liquid. Carl Tizzy's back on the map long enough. All right, the timer's long enough for the turtle to elapse respawning. But I gotta tell you, during the whole time, DK was farming back up. So I'm guessing there's like a 200, 300 gold lead.
And DK using 3 more fingers as he used the Spanish. So right now the catch. Okay, JP goes in for the kick onto Renegade. Might get bursted down. The Demon Kite tries to chase after him. Carl Tizzy will get the turtle, and now will kill onto JP. Plus the implosion onto Renegade. All 3 ultimates onto Sanford, but 40 manages to escape.
Cheats death. 40 cheats death. And now Benny.
Okay. Domeng pops his Purify because the potential of Carl Tizzy going in Just too much, and now they're going to catch Carl TZ. It's Edward and Renegade plus you. It's going to be a 3-on-3. Carl TZ uses the Spear of Alpha just to walk away. So TLPH, they got the turtle, but Aurora got the kill on to JP.
So far, that's fine. I'd say
It's a better trade,
are
yeah.
working up towards fixing the blunders of the first 5 minutes. And now JP, look, his mojo's back.
Okay, they're going to commit the kick once again on to Renegade. This is a signal. They're not planning to burst him down. Carl TZ, okay? Here comes the Pride of Ice. Carl TZ just waiting for it and manages to escape the Frigid Glacier as well. Demon Kite's not there on time to bring out the damage. And now, okay, this is JP. What JP's doing, it's not actually to burst down Renegade. It's just to send the signal, to send the message that, wait, you can't just go cross your map doing Renegade things. You have to think about the potential counterplay of TLPH.
Holding the Hitman hostage. And because of that, the gold lane opens up, giving Benny Cutie enough of a window to push in on that tier 1. Looking at the economy right now, there's about 100, 200 gold between Domeng and Benny Cutie. And Carl TZ now up by 500. What's going on?
Okay, Demon Kite with the steel cables. 1v1 versus Carl TZ. Hands him his 3rd death. And we'll get a turret up top.
And just like that, the gold lead is gone.
It's gone.
I said 300, 400, no more. If anything, DK is up.
There's still 400 gold lead with Aurora this time.
That's right. So again, a scrappy early game. Liquid though, very characteristic of them. We've seen them in the grand finals of the last season, which is they won that finals 4-0. Carl TZ would do the same thing. Well, it was a very different meta, all given, but he would constantly throw himself.
Carl TZ, being a team player, a more mature player, he knows that there are some fights wherein he has to lose more his team to win the overall game.
And there's gotta be a thin line. You can't cross, you can't just constantly throw yourself at your opponent at the cost of the long-term economy. So that may have worked in the 13, but now it's working. That might be the reason why they couldn't get one over Aurora.
Especially since if ever we start reaching the time where the Lord has been spawning, you know it's going to be a hard time for TLPH if Carl TZ is not in the picture for potential retribution.
Hold up, look at this. They're holding the turtle hostage for about a minute now. The turtle wanted to turn into a lord.
Because you know Renegade wants to go for a setup. He's going to go on to Carl TZ, but a counterattack coming in for TLPH. Here comes the Frigid Glacier from UA as Domain goes in with the Zamin Force as well, bringing down Carl TZ. Spear of Destruction will connect with Benny Cutie. Will just... Here we go! Okay, he casted the Spear of Destruction. Working on Edward this time as he gets a turret up top as well. Who got the turtle?
Carl TZ got the turtle.
Carl TZ got the turtle.
Yeah, so that was enough of a shield for him to survive maybe a second or two longer, to hold 3 members of Aurora back, and allow for the push up top for Benny Cutie to leave a wave to push in. So it's still an even trade across the map.
Yeah, speaking of even trade, even if the kill scoreboard is 7-2, looking at the economy, the gold lead, it's just 800 for Aurora, almost non-existent. It's because this time TLPH always gets a trade compared to the first 3 minutes.
Yep, check out the funnel as well. Benny Cutie up by about 500, 600 gold over Domeng. I actually like that Benny's joining fights sooner now.
Yeah, I mean, he has to. At the same time, he's also doing his job, doing a good split push up top. And the Spear of Destruction fortunately connected. It was a good time for him to cast that. I believe he was able to take down one, preventing Domeng from actually dominating that. Because honestly, Domeng's position was good. He still had his Purify. And at the same time, Zamin Force, it was connecting to a lot of members of TLPH. But with the threat, the presence of Benny Cutie in the picture, it prevented Domeng from, you know, just take it easy, sir.
About 10 minutes into game 1 elapsed. So far, Aurora unable to find the full 4-man, 5-man engagement despite the Hitman's best efforts. I think Liquid are doing great in conditioning Aurora into actually finding these. That's JP's job this whole time.
Yeah.
And only dying twice with how dangerous he's come close to death.
Yeah, despite the Fanny being present also.
Yeah, but maybe Liquid are onto something here. Maybe they're playing the map, maybe they're playing all of us.
Yeah, they can go for the macro gameplay. Again, they have the Moscow, but at the same time, Aurora has something similar to that, which is Demon Kite.
And Edward.
And
see
Edward,
this?
yeah.
Edward hasn't died a single time.
Okay, here comes the catch.
Final slash!
Quadra Energy from the backline! A beautiful implosion play. Here comes the Frigid Glacier. A Demon Kite as well is here, but Steel Cable's gonna bring down Carl TZ. Sanji, the next target, working on JP. Will he be able to escape though? Because Edward Infernal Pursuit is there. That's gonna be 2 members down for Liquid. And all throughout that, Benny Cutie's just working on the push onto the top lane.
That's expensive. That is costly. Carl and Sanji for a push. I mean, Liquid didn't mean for that to happen. Benny threw out the SOD, but it's also going to come at the cost of a Lord.
Okay, it's going to be a free turtle. Carl TZ not in the picture. As Aurora going to extend the lead. But again, still, TLPH was able to get at least a turret up top. At that point, you can't blame Benny if he was late or whatever, because that was a good setup coming in from Renegade. They started things off with a beautiful final slash from Sanford, but that's the thing with Renegade. He doesn't care if he's first or if he's second. He just wants to go for the proper implosion play, and in that case, he caught 3.
That's right. And as you'll see here, I'd like to take your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. No Thunderbelt on Edward. Well, they're hedging on the fact they're going to win quick.
Yeah, quick. I mean, again, last series, it was both games sweep, under 12 minutes. So, in terms of, is it worth it to go for a Thunderbelt?
We're already going to win changing things.
A Thunderbelt for this game might be a good move.
Right? So that might be a glaring change for this Phoveus build. But again, if Edward and RORA want to end quick, they got to do something now with this Ward.
Yeah. Again, Renegade just really waiting opportunity against the emotion. His flicker is not yet up. Oh. And on the other hand, Sanji and JP and Sanford has theirs, so they can make a potential play here. JP trying to zoom out Renegade as Demon Kite works on the bottom lane.
Look at that fat wave. John Cedric Caranto brought in down bottom. Luckily, Liquid are good at defending as well. Luckily, even if they have Carl TZ, they send him out. A single Spear of Alpha plus his 1-2 combo should clear most waves.
Yeah.
So at this point in the game, 13 minutes in, later on it might be more of a problem. What we haven't really considered, what if this gets to the ultra late game?
Yeah, so...
You're only hoping that Benny hits the SOD. If he misses...
But Benny, admittedly, Benny rarely misses. But in crucial situations like this, I do agree. If Benny misses, that just makes the ultimate of Moskov non-existent.
It's less a slight on Benny, all right? I'm not assaulting the M4 MVP. I'm saying it's difficult to hedge your plans on a single ult. So I'm hoping that Liquid understands what this 2K gold lead means against Aurora and the map that, you know, is constantly against them. They're pulling a Liquid Ube right now.
Yeah, they're pulling a Liquid.
But this is how they should work, given that they're still finding a way to split up Aurora. Aurora wants to fight all in.
Yeah, but at the same time, Aurora just also wants that they're grouping up. Because again, it's going to utilize a lot of ultimates for Aurora, Zaman Force, the Frigid Glacier, and again, Renegade's Implosion. They're all boxes. So for Aurora, they don't care. They have a 2.4k gold lead. They like it when TLPH groups up. They don't have to worry about potential split pushes if they know that Benny is with the group. So right now, I feel like Sanford really needs to make a huge play here, but to make sure not to catch Renegade, because that could be bad for TLPH. If they manage to catch Renegade, then Renegade pops his Implosion.
That's right. Now we see the folly of an alpha pick. There really isn't much an alpha's doing if it's not active in fights. It's not like a Ling or a Fanny you can send off the split push. Right now, again, even when you're winning, right? You're remembering last match's Blacklist International Alpha on MP the King.
Yeah.
You're a glorified bodyguard.
You're glorified.
That has great punish if the fight lasts long enough.
Yeah, that can also catch Demon Kite's Fanny with the Spear of Alpha. But again, Demon Kite hasn't died yet. 204 KDA has been activated early on, first 3 minutes. And TLPH, luckily, going into this Lord, they still have their inhibitor turrets intact. So in terms of macro...
Renegade goes for the conceal. Going from bush to bush. Sanji's
JP
up front. This is dangerous.
Oh, Renegade goes in with the implosion. Benny Cutie being able to free hit. Demon Kite goes for Benny Cutie and brings him down. 2 members of the cavalry nowhere to be found. Make it 3 as Carl TZ, the young goat, bows down to Demon Kite.
That was too tight of an alleyway to gamble the engage. Sure, Sanji had a Purify, he walks away scot-free, but what the rest of Liquid? Sure, they leaned into it, but I don't think they were ready for the fight either way.
Can I just commend Demon Kite? Look at Demon Kite, eyes on the prize. Even if Benny pops his Purify, he doesn't need it as Demon Kite goes in for the kill.
Oh.
Wow!
Benny Cutie was served up on a pedestal. A clear pathway. And Demon Kite just ate him up. Look at that. Demon Kite built himself an antique. So he knows that if Carl TC comes in, if Sanford JP put me in.
It's for the potential Spear of Misery. If ever he gets pinned down, he can somewhat sustain it.
He'll
and
just
take it
hold it
outright.
out.
Yeah. But right now, he can afford to do that because in terms of damage, they're not lacking. I mean, Edward has damage, Yue has damage, especially Doming with Harith, and right now, a push from Aurora.
6K ahead. Aurora are out gunning Liquid. And it would be lucky for Liquid to actually walk away with their base intact, given how Aurora are leaning hard into it. There's another wave of top.
Inhibitor down at the bottom lane as TLPH will manage to save Q. So right now, if you're TLPH, what do you do at this point? You have one inhibitor down, but luckily it's on the bottom side, meaning they can easily clear it during Lord dances. Maybe utilize Benicuti's split push potential. That just makes it the Spear of Destruction more crucial, that it connects.
You answered your own question, but let me add a layer to that,
Okay.
all right? I think Sanji has to take care of himself a little bit more and use the Eternal Guard in an offensive manner more than just, oh, here we go!
Renegade again with the implosion, but they're not going to catch Benny Cutie though. They're going to bring down Sanford. Benny is still alive as they shut down Doming. This might be an opportunity for TLPH. They also save their inhibitor. Here comes Benny Cutie! But Edward though has his immortality not yet been popped.
He's fine.
He's fine. But that's a sign that TLPH, they still have a chance for game one.
That was Liquid's first kill in what seems like 10 minutes. Scores 14-3 in case you guys haven't looked up north on your screens right now.
And it went to, they go to Sanjay. I'm not even sure, but 14-3, a dominant game for Aurora.
It went to JP.
To JP, okay.
Ironic. But again, you take anything you can as this Liquid.
At this point, yeah. Take anything you can, save everything you can. In this case, they were able to save 2 inhibitors. Good positioning from Benny Cutie, despite almost 2 or 3 Aurora members literally going after him. He was still able to evade the potential death and dish out the Spear of Destruction. But unfortunately, Edward was able to out-sustain that. Even his immortality hasn't been popped yet.
It's so difficult for Liquid right now. Benny just built his Wind of Nature. Sure, that should help as another layer of protection alongside his Rose Gold Junior. But consider this, he's only really Wind of Naturing against Demon Kite. Sure, it'll help against Edward. There's some physical damage on the Phobius, but that death on Doming, it was just it was a little boo-boo.
Yeah.
It was a scratch.
That was also a crucial kill. Although they only got one, it was onto Doming. So at least something good happened for TLPH.
Counter blessings.
Counter blessings as Benny Cutie has to worry about the top lane. Again, Spear of Destruction has been connecting, and this time it needs to really connect if ever they want the chance for game number 1.
All right. Playing Bush Sniper here is Renegade and JP. Sanji doing his due diligence. Crossing his T's, dotting his I's, checking with his skills. Not his face, although he does have his Purify up. And now Carl TC all in on the shuffle. I wonder if they know that 40's here. We haven't seen a Flicker Final Slash. Not in a hot minute. JP gets caught.
Oh, they're gonna catch JP, but JP Jitkun will be safe here. And now here comes the Final Slash Flicker combination. They're able to burst down too. An implosion play coming in from Renegade. JP's gonna fall down. Gets Sanford as well. Demon Kite manages to stay alive, but a slither of health left. Benny Cutie, Spear of Destruction will not connect. He thought that Demon Kite was there as Carl TC goes in. Immortality will be popped here. Sanji just working on the members of Aurora. And it's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Aurora.
Some signs of life from the Cavalry. But one could only wonder how much frustration is setting in because they really couldn't finish the job!
Doming out of nowhere casts down and forces Demon Kite on the chase to bring down Carl. And Benny Cutie has to go home, has to defend this up against 3. Can he make it happen as Aurora locks their eyes on the prize and takes game number 1?
The Northern Lights put a period on the inevitable. The early, mid, and late were just but a ramp up to this moment right here. Aurora taking game 1, drawing first blood in this best of 5.
Can I just say what Demon Kite did there? Instead of going down, he went to the mid lane to avoid Spear of Destruction completely. That was a huge big brain play.
There's so many big brain plays by Aurora. And of course, some points of improvement for Liquid. Let's go over to the Infinite Game of and hear from Redmar and Rockhart.
The Phoveus and the Harith for Aurora both have an 85% win rate. That was a difficult draft to pull off for TLPH because they gave so many comforts to Aurora.
Yeah, you guys didn't see it on camera, but he was just getting ready. He was zooming through these stats. He's going to lay it out in a bit. But you know what? When he showed it to me, he's right. I mean, the Phoveus was first pick, by the way. And Team Liquid Philippines, by the way, picked into this.
Yeah. The Phoveus alone against the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines. The Arlot has no wins against the Phoveus. Cho is 1 out of 3 against the Phoveus. Vexana is 1 out of 4. The Moskov is 2 out of 8.
That's in the whole league.
And that's in the whole league.
Every team, not just these two teams.
And add to that, you give Renegade his signature Tigreal. 0-1 and 14 assists for the Hitman.
I mean, I know it's an implosion hero, but he exploded in that one. He could not do any wrong.
Yeah.
Even in the moments that he looked like he was about to do some boo-boo, you know what? He improvised. I'm gonna implosion right here. You know, you won't notice my slip up, but I made it work.
Like he would move his implosion late with the flicker. Like
That's crazy.
He'll dash in implosion and then like, oh wait, I feel like I could get a better implosion from this. Then he'll readjust and flicker. After we correct the stats I mentioned, it's actually the Phoveus and the Tigreal both have an 85% win rate for
Together.
Aurora. The Harith of Tomeng is undefeated.
No.
The Fanny of Demon Kite is undefeated. You give 2 undefeated heroes to Aurora and you give it to the course.
Oh my goodness, no way. 0 did. Wow, I didn't notice that. So Doming has how many times did he pick this? Like
this is his 5th Harith game and he's 5-0 for the season.
Have people not picked up on that? Interesting.
People usually make it so that Domeng doesn't get the Harith.
Usually so, right?
Usually so.
I guess it kind of just slipped all of our minds at this point. And Renegade on the Tigreal is just the stuff of legends, as you guys can see here. Not the rank, but you know, the legend. A legendary status.
Yeah.
This is exactly what happens. And I was surprised by how sharp Demon Kite was as well on this Fanny. It was kind of, you know, targeted as well by picks like the Cho. You kind of picked the Cho just because the Fanny is such a nuisance. I actually love the Alpha pick, regardless of what happened here, because Carl Teasy, when he was locked in, he was getting those turtles. He was getting the objectives, the major objectives.
Yeah, that was Carl Teasy channeling the mastery he had for the tank roamers, the Akais, the Fragrance of the world, of him just like, I'm not gonna let go of this, I'm gonna get this turtle, you guys just try to get everyone else.
It's like, as long as I'm alive, I can get this turtle.
Yeah, I can get this turtle. But the problem is the damage profile, again, the key phrase is damage profile of TLPH compared to the damage profile that Aurora can dish out. With the Fanny and Harith together alone, it's clearly a much better draft for Aurora. TLPH, as you put it earlier, drafted into this. They picked Cho, they picked Arlot into the Phoveus. 2 heroes who historically have terrible win rates against the Phoveus. Phoveus, that one pick alone, already wins against the lineup of TLPH.
Yeah, not to mention it also helps the Phoveus, right? These heroes actually help the Phoveus, like we mentioned in the draft. These dashes, the cooldown reduction is not insignificant.
Yeah, it's big.
It's really big. So the Phoveus can just keep doing Phoveus things. And Edward, as mechanically gifted as he is, can do more because of that.
Yeah. It's just great timing and all of that. It was clearly TLPH. I don't know if they were trying something. I don't know if this was ego. But it really looked like the call was, yeah, let's see what we can get, but give Aurora their comforts, which is confusing to me.
Well, at the very least, it wasn't like Omega where, you know, the Omega game where it wasn't really, what do you call that? It wasn't, it still looked like them. right? It wasn't like out of the
Yeah.
blue, like, what are these heroes? Like, what are they trying here? I mean, they're trying different combinations of heroes,
Yes.
specifically the Alpha coming into this one, but it didn't feel off too much.
Yeah.
It just felt off against the lineup, you know? It still feels like a TLPH lineup, but it was facing a brick wall. It was going uphill.
Yeah.
Against a lineup that was really good against them.
Again, we gotta give credit to Team Liquid Philippines for even holding on that long.
20 minutes, by the way.
And there was one team fight where it looked like if they could only get the key members down, if Demon Cat wasn't able to get away, they could have gotten that Lord because of a great Flicker surprise final slash coming in from Sanford. That was a great initiation.
Yeah.
And it showed just how damn good TLPH is. But it also showed just how easier the lineup of Aurora is to pull off compared to the lineup of TLPH. Not just because of like in terms of the matchup, but in terms of the mastery of the hero of the player using it.
There it is. I mean, we know Carl TZ has played Alpha before. It's not his first time.
Yeah.
We've seen this even when Alpha was not really meta. It wasn't as strong, like way back. So we know mastery is there, and they played into that. But then again, the combination of undefeated heroes, very comfortable hero picks for Aurora,
Yep.
and again, I'm stunned by the Phoveus going through the draft in the first place.
Yeah. The Phoveus went through, Fanny went through, Harith went through. That was all power picks.
Power picks for Aurora
And
here.
I understand why Team Liquid Philippines needed to draft that Cho. They needed to have that single target lockdown. If not for the Phoveus, then you do it for the Fanny.
Yeah.
Also the hope that the Cho will be able to rattle Renegade enough, pick off the Roamer first so that hopefully that increases their chances of being able to survive against the Fanny and the Phoveus. But again, it's a very hopeful concept that Team Liquid Philippines wanted to do against a very clear idea of what Aurora just needs.
Yeah.
Let Doming farm, he'll deal damage. They don't have enough damage to take him down. They don't have enough damage to burst down the Fanny quickly enough or to catch her properly. Because they have to commit the Way of the Dragon into someone else, it's tough, man. It's tough.
I mean, the 18-4, I kind of understand it. They don't need the kill score, I guess, if you're TLPH. So they were trying to hold on for dear life there. I think they knew what they drafted into, and they said, you know what? Let's hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Let's just hold on. Benny can do this. We've seen him do this before. And there are times where I thought, you know what? If this Spear of Destruction just hit,
Yep.
that would have been a wipe.
Yeah.
But then again, mechanical malfunctions for the Express, I guess, is due.
Yeah,
It's bound to happen.
Needs a little bit more oil and some of the,
Calibration.
Recalibration, there we go.
Yeah.
A little bit more recalibration for the Liquid Express. So Aurora was the one that got the steamroll all over them.
But again, it's not a fast steamroll. It's like a slow choo-choo.
Yeah,
you know?
it was inevitable. It's like, oh, this is not good for me. It will hurt me. There's nothing I can do. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's like a train going straight into like a cliff. But you see the cliff coming, but it's a bit slow. So what are we gonna do? They were trying to fix it.
Yeah, but you can't get off the train.
You can't get off the train. You're trying to fix it.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to hope like somehow, I don't know, you get to build a new track somewhere else. It's tough, and again, and honestly, in my end, it kind of frustrates me as an analyst because we've seen an entire series with questionable drafting decisions. This one, it's tough. So, I think I'm gonna pull Leo, and it's like, Renegade, say some beautiful words, comfort us. Renegade, please.
Una po ang tingin ko sa TLPH, syempre sila pa rin yung defending champion. So sobrang laki ng ko sa kanila, tingin ko sa kanila. Kaya tingin ko gagawin lang namin yung best namin na ginagawa namin sa practice at i-apply lang lahat ng mga natutunan namin since nung regular season para matalo sila.
Wow. All right. You know what's funny? We didn't know what he was going to say there, but he actually comforted.
Yeah, he was actually comfortable. He was like, yo.
He listened to you, man.
They're still the defending champions. We're going to still think highly of them. But I think that, again, similar to the trend of what happened earlier with Omega versus Blacklist International, it seems like in the draft, Omega didn't think enough of their opponent. While here this time around, same goes for TLPH. Again, the power picks that they ended up giving, the overall strategy that ended up in the hands of Aurora, that friggin' sucks, bro.
I know.
After that draft, you're just like, wait, I have to go up against that? all right, let's show what the defending champions are made of. They held on, but it showed, dude, that's just a difficult game.
That was just a difficult game. I guess in that scenario, they were the one getting stormed. They were like holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
Trying to hope for a miracle. Trying to hope for a mechanical failure on the side of Aurora. Maybe someone slips up. But then again, Aurora being very consistent, like what they mentioned earlier. Consistent in terms of like not dying.
Yeah.
Consistent in terms of the call. You could clearly tell where the shot call was coming from. You know Renegade was pulling some strings there. And they make really bad scenarios work. It's not like a stomp. It's not a complete stomp. There were still a lot of fights that, oh, wait, 50-50. Oh, wait, it's just 1-1. One down for each. There was stuff that happened like that. So I think they were kind of expecting or hoping for Aurora to mess up there. And then again, the consistency does come through, like the ones that they talked about there on some of these videos.
Yeah. One factor we have to add now, as we look into what TLPH could potentially do, is a unique stat between these two teams. So, Team Liquid Philippines has 38 unique heroes picked this season. Guess how many Aurora has?
28?
No.
No.
46.
What?
There's 8 more unique heroes picked by Aurora compared to Team Liquid Philippines. And that's where I feel like the root of the problem stands.
Why? The draft, like, it's so hard to ban out any specific person?
With TLPH, even though they're the ones that showed that Khalid, EXP, Sanford, cannot give.
Yep.
In terms of what else you can show in this current metagame for TLPH, what they've shown so far, it's tough. If they're thinking about like, okay, between this 38, let's pick the ones that we can use the highest effect. While Aurora, they have multiple heroes that they've used once or twice and are undefeated. And now if you're TLPH, and I get now where they're coming from a little bit better, if you think too much about your opponent, you're gonna end up overthinking.
It's so hard to plan against these guys anyway.
Yeah, 46 unique heroes is not easy throughout the entire season. To give you an idea, every week of MPL Philippines, the average amount of unique heroes used is around 43 to 45 in a single week, man.
In a week.
So in a season, this one team has 46 unique heroes used.
And in those scenarios, you're going to ask yourself, why do I bother? Why do I even bother? I'll just do what we know can work best. Like what these guys can actually play well. But then again, they did try that.
They did try that.
Didn't really work that way.
It's like minus the alpha, it was comfort versus comfort.
That's true.
In a sense.
You know what? Speaking of Khalid, has Renegade played Roam Khalid? It slips my mind.
No, he has not.
He hasn't, right?
No, he has played a mean Roam Terizla, though.
All right, there you go. Probably not going to happen here, but I'm thinking about the Roam Khalid and Renegade, and I don't remember them mixing together. So, again, this is something that maybe Team Liquid is also kind of expecting, but if you're Aurora, why mess with what's not broken? Come on, right?
Exactly.
You don't need to mess it up.
Yeah, and I think this also shows one of the sicknesses of this current meta. As much as I love this meta, Rockhard, there are 2 heroes now, and I agree with you. After the drafts, after what we've seen so far, there are 2 heroes that you always gotta ban on the red side.
What?
The Chip and the
Suyo.
So in the special case here of TLPH versus Aurora, TLPH needs to ban the Matilda. Maybe they'll give up that ban.
We'll see.
Maybe not. But Suyo getting banned out and avoiding Demon Kite ending up with that hero, it makes sense. By the way, what makes sense is you joining us in celebrating the achievements of our teams, players, and coaches in the Alamat Awards. Translated, that's Legend Awards.
Legend Awards.
That will, I'm right, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That will happen on the 3rd day of our playoffs on October 18th, so mark your calendars and be a part of the Legacy. That's the Alamat Awards, where we will be awarding the players, coaches, and teams for the season.
So we're going to have like a voting thing going on.
Oh, the voting has been going on already?
Oh, it has been going on.
I think the voting has closed, because the voting has been up for a while.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, no. Were you not able to cash in your vote?
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, you missed it, man.
I didn't check the group chat.
No, it's fine.
It's the guy. I'm the guy who doesn't check the group chat,
maybe
guys.
you can ask them if you can,
slip
squeeze in your vote just a little bit more.
Just maybe, Hey guys, I have some 2 cents here.
Yeah.
But then again, coming back into this one. What's an old Team Liquid lineup that we love seeing? What's that old form that they have? I think maybe similar to Omega. Maybe they should just go back.
You know
to
the
that.
difficult thing is?
What?
The sad thing is, we saw it.
That was already it?
That was that kind of lineup. If you take out the Alpha, sure, but that was it.
Sans the Julian in somewhere there.
Sans, the Julian in there. The difficult thing also is that the Benny Cutie was the third pick. They ended up picking the Moskov.
It felt like a Benny comfort in the first place. So
somewhat. In terms of the playstyle of opening up the map, I get it. But Benny has not had the best season on the Moskov, actually. He's now 1-4-4, so that's around a 20%. Yeah, that's a 25% win rate.
Yeah.
His most successful gold laners are the Roger out of the meta, Carry, difficult to execute in the meta.
That's hard to pull off, man.
Yeah. Harith taken away from him, although that has no win also. Nathan, not going to be able to use a Nathan in that scenario.
Oh, miss the Benny bombs.
1-1, most likely going to get bursted down off of the face of the earth by that Fanny. MSC 2022, if you remember what happened there. Oh, sorry. MSC 2023, if you remember what Kyrie was able to do up against Blacklist International in the Grand Finals.
That'd be something.
If you know, you know. So, drafted into a corner. It really looks like they were just drafted into a corner.
And it's weird to say that it's Benny getting drafted into a corner now, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's ready with the Lunoxes here, right? Because that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. He was, if I'm not mistaken, he was the first to show off a Lunox up against Falcons AP Brand game number 2 in the first Clash of the Titans.
There you go.
But
and again, in that lineup, they really did need that tower reaching guy. He was assigned to that guy. That's why they picked up the Moskov there.
Yeah, Moskov was
You can't Lunox in that lineup as well.
Can't Lunox. Hard to Claude. Hard to entry.
Wow, my brain is getting racked
Yeah,
so hard
I'm
here.
getting stressed for Team Liquid Philippines trying to think of drafts. Well, for Aurora and their army of picks, they're just like, hey, what do you feel like playing? I don't know. What do you?
What do you feel like playing?
What do you feel like playing, coach? Hey, coach, nice suit. What do you feel like playing? I don't know. Up to you.
Just pick. You know, 1-1. Also thinking about the 1-1 here.
Yeah.
We'll get into that in a bit.
All right. What side does Team Liquid pick? Of course, they're not crazy. They pick blue side.
Blue side's still very much the side you want to go for, except if your name is Blacklist International.
Yep.
Everyone's win rate on blue side is like 90 to 80 right now.
Yeah, quite high. Heading into this playoffs in the regular season of MPL Philippines, 55% is the win rate of blue side against the 45% of the red side. Where are they going to pick on or ban? Are you going to ban the Suyo? Are you going to ban the Khalid? Are you going to ban the Ling? Difficult thing is here, TLPH will only get one power pick. The Ling is what gets taken out. Is it Suyo or Khalid? What do you pick, Liquid? What do you pick?
Now we're going to see if Carl Teasy is maybe ready to play the Suyo.
Let's see if we'll see it.
All right, let's find out.
You see a shout, and it looks Team Liquid. Team Liquid are happy.
Chose me to vanquish
That's a
the
Suyo.
That's a Suyo. That's a very long voice line.
No, the way I saw this heard it was, I don't recognize this, probably Suyo.
Oh, good point. Good point. There you go. That's Suyo. And again, he's not gotten the win here so far.
It could have won earlier, but then Omega decided to diversion behind enemy lines.
I have no recollection of this game whatsoever.
Just wiped it off the
I
face
wiped
of
it
the
off,
page.
man. No, did not happen.
Okay, let's go back to the idea of the multiple comforts of Aurora. They pick up the Edith, which is most likely going to the hands of Edward because that has a 78% win rate, 7 games played. That should be 7 for 9 or 7 for... math. A lot of wins, yes.
That's a lot of wins.
Now for the Hayabusa of Demon Kite, although, yeah, that has struggled somewhat. 4 wins, only 57% win rate. So that should be around 9 games or so. Oh, excuse me, 7. Could be 4 wins out of 7.
That's close to 60
yeah.
something.
So that makes it 50 scores.
Purple Dragon
And there you go. You know what I'm so excited about is this. It's just the fact that Carl Teasy, the legend himself, the young goat himself, will be using the Suyo. This is the guy that I think everyone in the world wants to see play Suyo in the big stage.
Let's see what it's going to look like in the hands of the young goat. See if they can win game number 2 to avoid getting put into match point. Another pair of Kedia Riverlands heroes. You have the Cho and the Lo Yi. I'm trying to remember if that whole Kedia Riverlands buff still exists. If it's like 2 or 3.
That's like a small amount of move speed for Ling, Lo Yi, Yuzhong, and Wan Wan.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think Cho is a Kedia Riverlands.
Yeah, he isn't.
Hero. He isn't? Okay. Yeah. He's from somewhere else.
From somewhere else. I forgot. I don't remember my magic chest, bro.
Yeah. So, for Team Liquid Philippines, let's look at their comforts and their win rates. On the hands of Sanji, it is this good news for you, Team Liquid fans, undefeated.
It's in their DNA. That Lo Yi feels like it's in their DNA, right? It's such a Liquid hero.
Yeah. The Cho of JP was undefeated, but now it's 3-4-4. So this looks like a much better draft this time around for TLPH drafting on the blue side. They've taken away some strong comforts. The Claude and the Moss, just the Claude, will still be open for Doming. If ever they want to pick their gold laner into the 4th pick.
Funnily enough, it feels like a Penny Cutie Claude game, because that's the one that we kind of missed earlier. That might have been the Penny Cutie pick if they didn't go for Moscow. But for this one, obviously, we're still looking for gold laners for both of our teams.
Yeah.
Lunox is still something I'm thinking about here. Doming, it's gonna have to go to preference here for this one.
Yeah.
Moscow's still pretty high on his priority list. Same with Benny.
This is also very different from the drafting pattern of Aurora. Usually that Tigreal pick is saved, or the Renegade pick is usually saved for last. However, it looks like the mid laner is going to be shown up first, or if they really want to win the mid lane, maybe they're going to end up saving that for last. You still have the Nathans, the Claudes open.
But we all miss a Benny Bomb. But we all want to see a good old Benny Bomb come into play here, and I think it will fit. They do need to get some reach into this one. Novaria, wow.
That's a throwback.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute for Novaria.
Vision. Control the jungle by getting Vision, and this is the first time Yue has played Novaria this season. So TLPH, this is their best chance. Put the Cho in the AXP that will out-rotate the Edith. Faster clear. So get JP on a different hero. Get the Claude for Benny Cutie. Or if you want a little bit more magical rotation.
Ready to engage.
Oh, high loss for...
Alright.
Oh, sorry, for JP.
There's the Benny Bomb.
Much better draft this time around by TLPH. What do you think?
Yeah, for this one, it's safe to go Moskov here.
Banned.
It's banned out. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, second ban. All right. Huh.
Claude or Carry?
It's either Claude or Carry. You're right.
Yeah, but again, Carry has dipped out. Unless, is Doming going to show us something different?
I'm not too focused on that, to be honest. It's weird because I love the Novaria, because I'm thinking about the weakness of teams that go against the Lo Yi. It's the failure to check multiple bushes behind you and in front of you. So the Novaria kind of solves that, you know. It's kind of genius.
I wonder if it's the Melissa. Or no,
just Carry.
All right.
It's hard to pull off. Honestly, I think TLPH got ahead in terms of gold. It's an easier lane and easier to farm against.
Yeah. It's just a little bit better.
Looks great for TLPH, yeah.
Looks much more competitive compared to the last one. Let's look what the lineup rating says. Just a little bit higher for Team Liquid Philippines. Early to mid-game potential, damage potential, survival potential, crowd control, push potential.
Look at that.
That is a lot of categories that they are leading in. So the numbers don't lie right now. But then again, the last key to victory, defy the odds. Before we head in, quick thoughts.
Yeah, good luck to Yue again for this one, but Sanji's gonna he might actually just run circles around him.
Let's see what happens. 2 Purifies on the side of Aurora. Let's see if that'll be enough to stop the tempo and control the tempo of Team Liquid Philippines. It's game 2.
A better draft. Team Liquid
Welcome to Mobile Legends
Season 13 Championship. Welcome to the bout. I can't believe they still opened up the Tigreal though.
Yeah.
Despite it being a better draft, quote unquote, I still think the MVP performance on Renegade is just going to carry over.
Yeah, even during the regular season, you have to respect the capabilities of Renegade with this Tigreal. But I also like to commend what the lineup of TLPH right now. Again, as the panel mentioned, it's more competitive, especially Sanji's Luyi. And this lineup is actually similar to Game 3 of the previous series. 3 heroes from TLPH, right from Omega, and 2 from Blacklist.
Which for 90% of the game, the team that had the Soyo was winning, right?
Yes.
Up until one fateful diversion.
Yeah, one fateful diversion that Haji was able to check out.
But that's a different game, a different series, a different set of teams. Here we are now, game number 2. Quick check on the emblems for the squads. Here you'll see Doming picks up Benny's signature carry all this while. JP getting sandwich. I don't know if he knows there's more than one here.
I think he knows. He's not going to repeat the same instances of what happened during game number 1 where Renegade catches him with the Sacred Hammer. Might fall down easily as Demon Kite works on him. And just like that, Carl TZ with... Oh, Demon Kite goes in with a Shadow.
Oh!
But JP manages to stay alive. One more hit. A quad Shadow again for Demon Kite just to escape. And Renegade uses the flicker but won't escape Carl TZ. As Carl TZ picks up the first kill.
Got him with the Queller point blank.
And I just want to commend what Carl TZ also did. He blocked the Astral, the Star Shatter of Yue.
To protect JP.
To protect JP.
I got you, Dad. I got you. That's a call.
Yes.
That's a call. I got you, Dad. So with that, Liquid draws first blood, making a beeline to the turtle. Renegade can only watch as Carl TZ secures it, locks it down. JP looking for that kick, still not level 4.
And this is what you were saying. TLPH, whoever has the Suyo, will indeed dominate the early game. Again, a good catch from coming in from Carl TZ.
Early to mid.
Yeah, plus the cherry on top was JP Dendai, who was able to escape. That's why they were able to get also the turtle and preventing Renegade from reaching level 4. So right now, he can't set up any UD JP.
And look at this, Renegade playing his own version. Oh, look at this, entropy in the face.
Oh, BLCK knows that hero. He knows how to use it. He knows how to outplay it. So right now, again, TLPH has a slight lead. And when it comes to neutral objectives later, especially the Lord, they can still have those macro plays, especially Sanji again with the Luyi, which is a more TLPH lineup.
Despite the Vex being better number 1. Mid laner, Renegade gets caught up.
Oh, they want to burst down. The Hitman brings him down. Wiki Shadow Kill coming in from Demon Kite. As he quad shadows out, here comes Edward once again. And just like that, they're gone.
Dave Franco, now you see me.
Now you see, now you don't.
Amazing work. That's the trademark Liquid comms we're looking for, all right? They had some signs of it in game 1, but right now they're calling the shots. 1,000 gold ahead, 3 minutes in. You can see it. JP's feeling it. He's already unlocked the Liquid recall.
He's more confident, spamming, getting inside the heads of Aurora.
Not a single Liquid recall game 1.
Not, yeah, agree. He had a hard time, especially Renegade was the first one to get the level 4. First one to have a setup, first one to get the turtle. But again, Aurora, they still have Renegade, the implosion. We've seen a lot of games where Aurora was literally behind huge amounts of gold, but one setup from Renegade can turn things around.
That's why the Hitman is so important. You see him for the past 4 minutes after that engagement in mid, wherein he died. He's playing this silent guardian role, wherein he's just hiding in bushes, nearby his course, not really engaging, just to protect his farming. Now JP gets a kick, forces the Purify.
Coming in from you, Renegade flickers in for the implosion play, but it's not going to be enough though as Sanji gets the turtle. Here comes the attack once again. Liquid Express, they're working on Edward, trying to bring him down. Sanji with a diversion play, but they're not going to continue it because they got what they wanted. 2 kills plus the turtle.
They call it a Liquid Stampede in the blue half. Well, technically the red side of the MPL arena. Come alive!
Oh, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha to bring down Carl. And finally, an answer from Aurora. Demon Kite besting Carl TZ again.
Mortal staining and protect you from that. Still a lethal ignition, Hayabusa. So a moment of vulnerability. And now look at this, the back line!
A good catch by Edward, preventing the continuation of the Way of the Dragon with a good onward. Edward also making sure to protect his members as Renegade is getting targeted by BLCK and Sanji. He's going to fall down, but Edward goes in once again, forcing the Purify of Sanji and just waiting for the diversion play. Now you see me.
Now you don't. Amazing. Again, Liquid, technically right now, they're playing maybe their second best heroes. Still very comfortable, but I think it's more about tempo. For them, it's, sure, draft as a fundamental, but if they get that vibe, they get their groove, that's when you start seeing Liquid stampedes. 5 minutes in, 5-1, about 2,000 gold ahead. They are. We saw a lot of action down bottom. Now let's switch it up. Something tells me we're waiting for Doming. We're waiting for Doming to get in there and do something. Because, save for that one kill of Carl Easy, I don't think DK can do this alone.
Yeah. I mean, they have to. That's why they got the carry for late game insurance. In case Demon Kite's Hayabusa doesn't snowball. And right now, 1.8 gold lead. It's safe to say that they're not able to do it with a diversion play. They're going to send out Sanford and Sanji, the Sansan duo, to bring down Doming. Late game insurance.
Didn't even give him a chance to use Purify.
That was quick. That was fast. At that point, it was useless to use the Purify because you're ganked up and JP. Renegade, okay, forced to use the Implosion play, but Sanford is here along with Sanji. Carl TZ, minutes away from being in the picture. No answer from Aurora, but Demon Kite.
DK taking the Pixel Brush, checked it by 40.
Just making sure. And now TLPH will work as 5 members here, work on the third man. All neutral objectives will be taken down by the Liquid Express.
3 for 3, the Cavalry goes, taking everything on the map. So far, look at the perseverance by Doming. You know, he got beat up there, he got bodied, but look, he's back, he's just pushing.
It's just another day's work.
Whoa!
Weak shadow kill from Demon Kite, not enough to bring down JP. Sanford used the glorious pathway. Okay, they might go for the purple buff steal here. Renegade still has his flicker, but no implosion yet. They will successfully get the purple buff away from Aurora.
And that's Grand Theft Purple secured. Carl DZ has 2 stars now. Looking at the way the map is going. Hold up. Is Doming really going to get away with this?
Okay, Doming needs to really work for it. Needs to... JP conceal. Oh, he's going to escape. He's safe.
He's fine.
He's fine.
All right, a free turret and a half.
Yeah, at this point, Aurora just takes what they can because TLPH will eventually take a lot from Demon Kite. We just saw them get the purple buff, make another steal. And so far, Carl TZ has been performing well. 3-1-2 with the Soyu. And even with the Star Shatters from UA, they don't care.
Oh, dear Lord, here we go.
Okay, Demon Kite goes in right after Sanji. The diversion is there. Gonna send out to... Where did it go?
Backwards.
Backwards, okay.
All right, slight, dislocation there,
Oh.
but here we go.
Okay, Sacred Hammer again. They're gonna commit everything just to bring down JP. And it might be worth it right now because Aurora finally finding their groove.
One fumble to another. I don't think they meant to send 40 and JP back. I don't think JP was expecting that many members of Aurora to be there.
Yeah, and to commit a lot. And that was Sacred Hammer and Trojan. I believe, not sure what else ultimate they did, but they made sure to bring down JP this time because there are a lot of Sacred Hammer catches Renegade has been doing onto JP, but they're not able to burst him down. So he has to commit the implosion for that moment.
I think that's fine, step by step, you take everything you can as a team that's down 3K, 4 kills, and of course the rest of the map. It's the same story with Liquid earlier, right? With JP, he's just gonna try and get kills, and now, even with the same hero, all these 2 roamers, it's the same story, but backwards. It's JP who's getting away with a lot of things, and Renegade throwing everything but the kitchen sink to get the kill. Now here's the diversion.
Diversion onto the middle lane.
Quick rotation. They do leave a bunch of minions to push, and now they can seal.
Okay, this time's gonna be a 5-on-5. It's a matter of setup. A good Astral Echo coming in from UA. They know where Liquid is hiding. They're gonna catch Sanford there as Doming just continuing to free hit onto JP. JP has to walk away. Sanford into the middle, trying to soak up every damage. The first man down is JP in the hands of Demon Kite. Plus a Doming kill. Working on Carl TZ. Manages to avoid that Star Shatter, but Aurora will get the First Lord.
Divide and conquer. Aurora stand their ground and outplay Liquid. They defend their Lord take, and they get away with so much more. That was masterfully done.
A good Astra Echo coming in from UA as we look at the Infinix instant replay. A good catch also from Edward.
They have perfect information.
Perfect information, perfect micro skills. I like to commend what Legend Zero Edward did there. Upon entering the frame, JP, he was able to cast his Onward, disrupting a potential way of the dragon. That's why Aurora was able to counter-attack.
And only because there was a 5-man Echo, that they were able to defend from the Way of the Dragon like that.
You know, imagine Echo defeating TLPH.
That's ironic.
That's ironic.
But folks, that's exactly why, if you'll remember from about a year and a half ago, y'all would wonder, why are the casters so ecstatic when they see a 5-man Ezreal Echo? There's no damage, nobody's dying.
Now
That's
you know.
why, folks.
In formation.
You can't fight!
You can't fight if your enemy knows where you are. It's like having the high ground. And that's what Aurora did. Has the high ground right now, working on the top lane as the Lord marches up top.
That's a push. Tier 2 up top taken down. Bottom lane's got a fat wave. Mid as well. Tommy's getting hit here by the rotation, but just the same, definitely you can say Liquid is now on the back foot. They lost their control in the mid game.
Okay, 10 seconds. Renegade's flicker is available. They're not going to force anything because we've seen Aurora be disciplined. Even though they were planning to end game number 1 as early as possible, that's why Edward didn't opt for a Thunderbelt. They're not going to force anything at this point because, again, they're respecting TLPH. We've seen Renegade's interview a while ago. They have a lot of respect towards this team because of the fact that they are the defending champions.
And I think this is just the best form of respect, is to give them your best game. Give nothing less. And Aurora are doing just that, their best to make Liquid work for the chance to defend their title, to move on up through the brackets. Aurora up by 1 game, and despite that lead, they're playing everything perfectly.
Okay, the beauty for TLPH's lineup is, again, we have to boil down to Suyu. As long as no one gets picked off before this potential Lord dance, Carl TZ can just sneak in and get the Lord away from Demon Kite. Again, with the second skill Retribution combination, if the Lord reaches 6,000 HP, you know TLPH can get that Lord.
Yep, an average of about 4,000 to 5,000 off of the Sever alone.
Yes.
If the Lord is close to Retribution threshold. So, looking at the items right now, Carl TZ has a Hunter Strike, a War Axe, and a Blade of Despair. I would reckon that next item maybe is Prolific Roar, just to really put it over. Looking at the gold lane, Benny, maybe we're waiting for Benny. Look, he's up by about 200, 300. So maybe that might be the key here. Diversion set up. Wait.
There's Benny, QT, and Sanji. Aurora works on the Lord. Look at the position of Renegade. He's showing himself right now. He has the flicker along with the flicker of Edward.
Yue has a recall. Yue has an echo.
JP also has his flicker. Now, one crucial Astral Echo from Yue can do the job. They're going to find 4 and Renegade finds 2! With a beautiful flicker implosion play. The Purifies will be popping. Sapper goes in with a glorious backplay. Demon Kite goes right after Benny Cutie once again, just like game number 1. Not quite sure who got the Lord, but the attack coming in from Aurora is still there.
Carl did! Carl did!
Okay, diversion play. Carl got the Lord. A trade for Benny Cutie. I think that's worth it.
For the long haul, yes. But it makes you wonder, how did that engagement go wrong? Benny Cutie put the entropy where it should have, and I'm guessing he just wasn't ready for the burst coming in from TK.
Yeah, at that point, Yue's Astral Echo, it's not used for information. It was used for the slow. That's why Renegade was able to flicker in with the implosion.
I'd reckon the slow and the hitbox growing.
Yeah, the hitbox.
It made the 4-man, 3-man,
2
implosion. Well, it was a key. It was impactful 2-man implosion.
Yeah, because they forced the Purify. They caught Benny Cutie. Here comes the diversion again. Okay, they're going to make use of this Lord. JP is trying to zone out the scene. They're going to get one turret down.
All right, Liquid recovers, getting back their 2K gold lead. DK spots one.
1v1 between the young goat as Demon Kite again wins that bout, bringing down Carl TZ. Aurora making quick work of the Lord, and no inhibitor turrets will be taken down.
30 seconds on the clock for Carl TZ in Respawn City. How's about that? It's his turn to take a break. How has Liquid not taken down this turret? Yeah, exactly. You got it, right? How is Liquid not taking down this turret in mid? Something tells me maybe they should have left that Lord and then worked on mid.
I think that the plan was Carl TZ to bring down the mid lane, and Demon Kite knows it. That's
so
why
he blocked it.
He didn't just block it, he took down Carl TZ.
He just didn't deny the shot. He slapped it right in his face.
He slapped it, blocked it. Not just the TKO, but the knockout.
All right. Looking at the item game, about 400 between Doming and Benny Cutie. So again, it's because of this fact that there is a gap between these gold laners that I'm wondering, Why is it so difficult for Benny to find it? Something tells me Benny should have bought either a Blood Wings already at this point or a Winter Crown.
Honestly, I think it's not the items. It's the Demon Guide factor.
It's the positioning.
It's the positioning. It's Demon Guide. Game 1, we've seen him, Fanny, literally go straight for Benny QT in a 5v5 clash, connecting with the cutthroat. This time,
He's got it in for Benny.
he literally went for Benny QT again for that clash.
He's trained for this day.
Yes.
He's hired dozens of RG grinders say, act like Benny Cutie. I'm gonna hunt you down.
Man, before he sleeps, he looks at pictures of Benny QT. He studies his gameplay.
You're mine.
He knows, because he respects Benny QT.
Of
He
course.
knows that this guy has been the winning condition of TLPH, not to mention the M4 MVP. So you have to put respect on Benny QT's
And
name.
that's why, folks, we are at a standstill. Despite Liquid getting away with so many good rotations, diversions, and obviously blowout plays, Benny's just not activated. DK just has it out for him.
Okay, so Lord has spawned once again. I'm a left drawer for Doming. So here comes
Tassi.
the diversion. They're going to send out 2.
Whoa!
They know Relicary's there. Again, Astral Echo is going to be casted. They know where 3 members of TLPH are as Aurora continues to work for the Lord.
Okay, that's the Echoes timed out. Lord here, less than half health. They find it!
Implosion plus onward combination from Edward and Renegade, but Edward's going to be bursted down. Not even have time to cast a Primal Wrath as he tries to go for a lot of members. Benny Cutie will fall down. Ayui gets a kill on to Sanji also. Oh, it was Doming who went down.
And another Lord scored for Liquid, the third in this game. 17 minutes in, about 3K gold ahead. Liquid are about to gallop into the lead.
And now Benny Cutie tried to take away the purple buff of Demon Kai. I'm so used to seeing Benny with the carry. I thought he was the one who died.
You got a little confused.
I got confused there.
All right, one more look at that play. The instant replay brought to us by Infinix. Finally, Benny able to clap back. Where was DK this whole time?
He was on the mid-brush trying to work on the Lord.
There he was, there he is, he's off. So this whole thing was solved by putting JP and Sanford between Benny and DK.
Yes, that's how you make a Benny QT activated. Make sure there's no one can catch him.
All right, and now there's a diversion. Oh, they're trying to catch Doming!
Oh, they might catch Doming though.
Uh-oh.
But again, okay, Sashi pops his Purify. As JP tries to work on the rest of the members of Aurora. Lord's marching in the bottom lane, but Aurora's gonna make quick work once again. They're gonna burst it down. Demon Kite as well protects the mid lane. So right now, if you're TLPH, can you end this for the next Lord? Because again, the comeback potential of Aurora is huge. Renegade, if ever he catches someone again with the implosion play, it could be over.
The Hitman always means business. So yes, I'll tell you now, Aurora, as long as they're breathing, as long as Renegade's on the map and that base is standing, Liquid cannot rest on their laurels. Rest on their laurels, but I don't think they should rush it either. If this Lord, whether they can score it or not in the next minute and a half, they shouldn't force it.
Agreed. So basically turn down the Express for a while, try to play the safe.
Put it in third gear. Put it in third gear.
Third gear. Okay, from 6th gear down to 3rd gear. Again, you have the advantage. But looking at the towers, it's actually even 3-4-3 down to the kill scoreboard 9-9.
Yep, it's very close. That's what I'm saying. It's still an uphill battle for both of these teams. And at some point, they're going to meet at the top. And unless you're ready to press on that clutch, then don't. All right, wait for it. Have perfect vision, which is why it's so much easier for Aurora to engage. You know what I mean? Because of that.
Yeah.
Because of the Astral Echo off of you. You remember that last Lord fight? They timed out the Echo. And Sanji and Benny weren't part of the Echo.
Yeah, and they put bodies between Demon Kite and Benny
Well,
QT.
that too. So you see the layers? For Liquid to get away with things, for them to win fights. For Aurora, I hate to say that it's so simple. I hate to say that it's all just Astral Echoes, Renegade.
Then Renegade, yeah.
No, not Implosion, just Renegade.
Just literally Renegade.
Just Renegade, all right? So if they can get those two things together, Liquid's looking at match point. But if Liquid can time it out again, I hate to condense it to such a basic situation, to such basic terms, but that's why it's 4-0, man. In Season 14, that's why it's 4-0.
That's why it's 4-0 and TLPH looking to even out the series
To get their
here.
first win!
They gotta get their first win again. This is the play-in, so 1 series loss means it's the end of your journey for S14.
But also imagine the momentum shift. the boost in morale if Liquid are able to score one over Aurora, which they could not have done in the span of 2 months.
Plus, in game number 3, if ever they extend this, they have the advantage of picking a side for game number 3 since they're the... No, it's actually Aurora, sorry.
No, I mean, every even numbered game is for Liquid.
For Liquid, yeah. So for game 4, yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. Lord here, up already, in the shuffle. Edward comes in.
They're going to find Sanford, not yet casting the explosion, but Astral Echo will be casting. Demon Kite waiting for the perfect opportunity. Edward, though, soaking up the damage. He's going to fall down in the hands of Sanji. Demon Kite goes in with a Wiki Shadow kill, but not going to bring down Benny Cutie. 5 members of TLPH are still here, and it looks like this is an opening for Liquid.
Edward out for about a minute and a half. A lot of spells, a lot of ults, resources spent to get this one-man advantage. But just the same, you see what I'm talking about, Ingan? The fact that all it takes for RORA to be able to lean hard into it is an Echo and the implosion from Renegade. Just those 2 things are able to keep him up, and they're still fighting!
And at this point, Renegade doesn't have his implosion ready.
He has the immortality, though!
He has the immortality. TLPH working on the Lord Demon Kite. Will he be able to do it? Quad Shadow, okay, DK, it's gonna be a retribution battle. Of course, CarlTZ will get it. Implosion coming in from Renegade. They're gonna bring down JP, but they bring down Doming as well. Now they're gonna work on Demon Kite. Does he have the shadows though? Wiki Shadow kill, but the Winter Crown play coming in from Sanji. Demon Kite's gonna escape. And this time, JP for a Lord, that's hella worth it.
Not just JP for a Lord and Doming.
And Doming.
Lord spawning down in the bottom lane. About to crack that inhibitor wide open. Now Liquid's going to equalize. You see how they're sending so many bodies across the board? They want to turn the map blue.
Yo, Demon Kite has been killing CarlTZ in terms of 1v1 bouts. But in terms of retribution battles, CarlTZ's been winning it, and it looks like this might be the key to even out the series.
Dude, Sever's not fair. It's the key, man. It's all about that Sever. Look at Renegade. Look at Renegade's all the way to the back.
All the way on the back line. They can go for the implosion play. They're going to bring down Edward.
Benny!
Doming still not in the frame. 5 seconds before Doming is alive. They're going to work on the crystal, and it's an even ball game. 1-1 for TLPH.
The Cavaliers come alive. Liquid's first win over Aurora in the span of 2 months.
So the standing now is 4-1.
I mean, big picture, yes, but now we have a series.
Now we have a series. A lot has expected a very close bout, and they're not disappointing. A good performance from TLPH and a huge momentum boost for Liquid.
Another slobber knocker is on her hands. Let's throw it over to Redmond and Rockhart over at the Infinix Game Tambayan.
And there's the defending champs that
there
we
you
know.
Are.
But it wasn't easy.
Oh
US old signature, that Novaria, man, it still slaps. And they got slapped in the face multiple times with the Astral Echo.
That's right. I mean, people really, you know, if you're really high level, you'd know what that means. Yeah. 5 people on Astral Echo. Oh my goodness.
Over and over. But just goes to show, again, never underestimate the heart of a champion. And in the beating heart of their rotation is this Low Yi. 3, 2, and 9. The MVP is though 1/2 of the San duo. And again, still undefeated. 6-0 for this season is the Low Yi of Sanji.
Bro, I mean, I really like the idea that they were trying to go for here. The Low Yi is a really big menace. But if you can maybe throw that Astral Echo in a really weird multiple bushes, you can find out the movement here. And you know what? For a lot of these team fights, it did work that way. We saw them find where Team Liquid was. But there's a problem, man. There's a big difference between finding where they are and doing anything about it.
Yeah.
And the big firepower problem here is that it's a carry. You can only go for a single guy at a time here.
Yeah.
And in most scenarios, it's great. But in a big gone 5v5 like this one, Doming could only look and take out someone who was right in front of him.
Yeah, 1 by 1. And that put Demon Kite in an awkward spot where he actually had to... Ooh, that slaps.
That slaps, bro!
But again, it was CarlTZ getting the retributions of the Lords. Demon Kite was put in this awkward position where you saw that he had to use his Shadow Kill. If not, as one of the initiating tools midway through a team fight so that he can bring people down low as if he was one of the main sources of physical damage. Add to that the full stack Primal Wrath coming in from an Edith. So I agree with you there that put into a corner, they needed to pick someone with true damage, but it was really tough for this one to field a carry in this lineup. Cho
and the high loss increases the threats a potential Claude pickup. If in an alternate universe Doming picked up a Claude, it would have been, I get it, much tougher. They needed to have a gold laner who could just stay in the back and try to free hit, while Benny Cutie was free to do Benny bombs.
They need the guy to go through a high loss, number one.
Yeah.
And also, you can't forget Carl Tizzy on Immortal form. Suyo is a menace. It's very easy to forget that this is a fighter. Suyo is not an assassin. He's a fighter that can get 20% reduced damage on Immortal form, not to mention adding on to that one, the lower HP gets. So, there's a reason why they picked up this carry, and again, justified. In the small cases, in the small skirmishes, great. But in the big team fights, they need someone like the Nathan, and I think that's where TLPH really got on top here in the draft. That Nathan was the big AoE, the long-range hitter they needed in this lineup to really seal it up. And it just so happens that TLPH really prioritized this as well.
Yeah, following their trends, it was the Benny Cutie Nathan plus the high loss that was picked.
That's right.
The last two picks on the blue side. That is the tendency of Team Liquid Philippines. It's either Benny Cutie's pick plus one other half of the Sansan duo. Usually JP and Carl's picks come in the first phase, plus one member of Sansan, and then it's Benny Cutie and the other member of Sansan who doesn't have his pick yet. So, again, TLPH shows us something new, but it is the power prio with the new hero Suyo. But that is a very TLPH-coded lineup that we see. For Aurora, other than the fact that TLPH answered Renegade's rotations a little bit better, they were catching out the Tigreal a little bit better, shows how difficult it can be for a Tigreal to go up against a Loyi and set up properly, especially if there's Purifies on the other side. A much better response by TLPH, but again, this went 23 minutes. Aurora gave TLPH hell. This was not an easy win for the defending champs.
It really wasn't. Despite, I think, in this one, Yue playing more not to die than to actually take the kills.
Yeah.
There were a lot of, really cool ones that made the crowd go, ooh. But, again, he's trying to really survive here in the lineup that's built to hunt down heroes like the Novaria. It's honestly a miracle for me that he didn't die so much here.
That's true.
Being a Novaria, very squishy with very little allowance for error here in that hero.
Yeah, and to be fair also, for Team Liquid Philippines, or excuse me, for Aurora, what's the idea of trying to get on? Yeah. Yue really read the rotations of TLPH well, which, to give credit to the efforts shown by TLPH, if Aurora looked like they completely read TLPH, they still read TLPH in this one with a constant vision, but somehow TLPH was still able to make the right moves. So that's it for us for now, because we have midnight to fill in more details for that game number 2 between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora.
MLBB 1-1 is the score of the game right now. On the back of an amazing draft and performance as well from Team Liquid Philippines. Welcome back to the stand. My name is Spintan, and we're going to be breaking down the finer details of what happened in this game. Now, as we can see, yung objectives dito ng Team Liquid Philippines, it's all continuous. Hindi nag-stop yung kanilang momentum. They continuously took towers, and yung gold lead nila ay tuloy-tuloy lang yung pag-akyat. And Aurora, even though they keep finding these counter-engages, these counter-objectives against Team Liquid Philippines, the power spike of Team Liquid Philippines allowed them to pave the way to have an intense momentum in the mid-game. By the 8-minute mark, may hawak na silang 3.3k gold lead. Although nag-dip tayo on the 13th-minute mark dahil nakakahanap na rin ng power spike ang Aurora MLBB with the damage output of the carry and the Hayabusa. One thing is something na kailangan nating tignan, yung item changes dito from the side of Team Liquid Philippines, specifically on the roam as well on the XP. The selection between the Antique Kiras that nullifies some of the physical damage outputs na nilalabas ng isang carry at pati na rin ng Hayabusa. Once na mag-proc kasi yung passive or ng skill mo, your physical damage output gets reduced. And then lumabas pa yung immortality pickup coming up from the Cho. And knowing Aurora MLBB, specifically Renegade, he loves setting on those tank roamers on the other side. So the Cho was able to play aggressively against Aurora MLBB getting the vision, getting the bushes because of the reset factor. Dahil nga may immortality yung Cho, pwede niyang tapatan yung Tigreal. He can look for the vision on the roamers and the important heroes on the side of Aurora MLBB, and it changed the dynamic of how Team Liquid Philippines was able to play the game. Kasi meron na silang taga-scout, meron na silang taga-silip ng mga heroes sa side ng Aurora MLBB. Kaya naman hindi rin ganun kadali na makahanap ng opportunities to engage for the side of Aurora MLBB. Basically, it's in-game adjustments as well as the mechanical adjustments that came out from Team Liquid Philippines that allowed them to find an amazing momentum in the mid-game and then find a wonderful opening in the late game. Kaya naman hindi ganun naging kadali yung pag-execute ng Aurora MLBB na kanilang lineup, even though we keep saying that they have the late game momentum, specifically with the Novaria and the carry. Team Liquid Philippines found amazing answers, hindi lang sa kanilang paglaro, kundi na rin sa kanilang mga adjustments. In-game-wise, position-wise, it was an amazing game coming out from Team Liquid Philippines. Now the question is, will it be the same thing? Same thing for game number 3. Nabanggit ng ating mga kasas na panel, draft and execution is a big factor in this matchup between Team Liquid Philippines and then Aurora MLBB. Before we proceed to game number 3, let's throw you over to the MPL Playground.
This is your very own Odin, at samahan niyo ako i-discover kung ano nga bang meron dito. Right here is the message wall. Pwede kayong magsulat ng inyong mga mensahe sa mga iniidolo ninyong pro players, talent, o kahit sino sa community dahil makakarating yan sa kanila. At pag tinignan nyo naman dito, ayan lahat ng merch booth at available ang mga limited edition merch na meron dito. They also have a lot of freebies, activities, at pwede kayong manalo ng iba't ibang papremyo. Meanwhile, doon naman tayo sa dulo. Kasi meron ako nakikita na nagpapasalon, nagpapaganda ng kulay ng buhok, at meron din naman nagpapapinta sa kanilang mga mukha. This is the Index Salon booth, wherein our fans can have their face paint or have their hair dyed. Depende sa kung sinong team ang kanilang sinusuportahan. Halika, tingnan natin. Uy! Mukhang obvious na kung sino ang sinusuportahan ni ate. Wow! Ang ganda naman ng face paint by Index Salon. Makakakita rin tayo ng iba't ibang kulay ng buhok eh. Mapapansin nyo sila dito. But we'll proceed to our sponsor booth, which is the Infinix booth. At meron din tayo ditong GT20 Pro. Are you an MLBB player? Ma-experience nyo kung ano ang ginagamit ng ating mga MPLPH Pro players dahil meron tayo dito mismo na GT20 Pro. They also have different prizes for our Fan Siklaban Challenge. Dito sa MPL Playground, ginaganap ang Infinix Fancy Klaban Playoffs din. Meron din tayong champion na mananalo ng 25,000 MLBB Diamonds. Grabe naman ang ating mga fans. And thank you MPL Playground para sa experiences na to. At hindi lang yan, they also have the chance to play with the pros. Yes, you heard that right? Pwede nila maka one-on-one ang ating MPL PH Pro players. At dito sa ating stage, ginaganap ang meet and greet for all the teams na nandito sa playoffs. So abang-abang lang kayo. At sa dulo naman natin ay makikita natin ang ating smart booth. You can win a lot of exciting prizes here at makikita na rin ang kanilang ambassadors. Pwede kayo magpa-picture sa lahat ng yan, even our cosplayers. So, visit now MPL Playground dahil libre lang lahat ng experiences dito and even our watch party. So we can't wait to see you here again. This is your very own Odin. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much to our very own Odin. I am a Reptar. Oh, I don't go by that name anymore. I was Reptar. That's a Rockheart. And here we are. I went by that playground, the MPL Playground downstairs. Drop by, if you're going to drop by here at the Green Sun to watch, please check out all the activities. Say hi to Odin, who's always there, spending a lot of time with the community, so it's really great. So thank you for the feature. And now we are back, though. 1-1. Thank goodness. I'm just happy
Series,
that it's
finally.
not another sweep. You know, I'm just happy it's not another sweep. Much more competitive this time around, but again, the theme still stands.
Yep.
Seems like Team Liquid Philippines, if they want to win this, have to really earn it.
They're digging deep. I mean,
Yeah,
right
they
now
gotta
they're
dig deep,
already
dude.
digging deep.
Yeah.
And them digging deep also kind of forced Aurora to dig deep
Yeah.
without
Novaria
Novaria pick. It was really a sight to see, honestly. It was a big treat, and it kind of is a reminder that, you know what, these heroes exist, guys.
Still use them.
Despite a really big hero pool that we have already, I'm surprised that we can still get surprised by Mia earlier.
No.
It didn't work. Spoiler.
Angela Alice.
What?
Angela Alice.
Angela Alice,
Didn't work
obviously.
either.
And apparently the Warrior didn't work either.
Yeah.
So were people trying new stuff or not?
Yeah.
You're not getting rewarded today.
Yeah, but again, it was just difficult because like the damage profile of the gold laner for Blacklist International, it was tough to pull off and really make it shine. Hey, those look like those like members of the Royal Duo. So MPL Arena, it's time to give us your freshest look. There is a booth of the official supplier of MPL Philippines, Index Salon, at the MPL Playground. Give them a visit when you come over here, showing off the lovely faces of our crowd and our community here in Green San Makati for the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. And I'm happy that more people are less shy about it.
Oh, look at that guy. He actually is. He's saying he got.
He colored his hair blue.
He colored his hair blue.
For the sake of his sanity, I wish Team Liquid Philippines wins because he supported Omega earlier. I feel like this man will not be able to handle. Oh, like yeah, there he showed it.
Was he was he green earlier?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Was he green earlier?
Did he have green hair?
Maybe that's something we can ask him later once we're done here. But yeah, for sure, 100% love seeing all the fans here. They offered to dye some hairs.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, they were dyeing hairs.
Yeah.
I didn't know people would be willing to dye hairs today.
Apparently they are. And it's a Wednesday here in the Philippines. There is, it's good to see that people have taken, I talked to a lot of people, they've taken their leaves. They said, hey, I'm not going to work for a while so that, I could do this. By the way, speaking of people, we got special messages from all over the world. One of them from Indonesia, Team Liquid. It's Aaron Shiki. I wonder what he has to say.
Tingin ko sa TLPH, syempre sila pa rin yung defending champion. So sobrang laki ng...
Definitely not Aaron.
Yeah, that's not Aaron.
He starts with...
Yeah, that's just a test. That's just a test for y'all to see if
you
that...
guys are, still there on your toes.
I wonder if there are people there going like, hey, Aaron Shiki looks a lot like Renegade. No, that was Renegade.
No, that was Renegade, bro. That wasn't... and of course, these guys are kind of just getting ready. That's why we have to we're asking people what they think today.
Yeah.
And you know what? How's Team Liquid Indonesia doing
Pretty damn good.
compared to TLPH?
Oh, well,
Is it pretty far?
They had a much better season. Oh, yeah, pretty far. They had a pretty iconic battle against RRQ Hoshi for their battle for first at the end of the regular season of MPL Indonesia, but it was the Kingdom who was able to trump the Cavalry in Indonesia. So Team Liquid ID ended the season at second, really just because they couldn't defeat RRQ Hoshi. So that's an interesting story to see heading into their playoffs. But here, yeah, Team Liquid Philippines has struggled. But again, finally, they got to get a win over Aurora.
I mean, it had to happen sometime for Team Liquid Philippines, who has been super dominant for how long already. Then again, we did see them kind of participate in international tournaments. Big difference in their performance. If you think about it, they play a lot better on home soil, I have to say. After that M4 stint, they play a lot better when they're here for some reason, and I'm all for it, honestly. But then again, we are yet to see FCAP. That's tomorrow, I believe. Oh, no. Yeah, that is tomorrow. So these are things that I'm super excited about. Like, the counterparts, obviously, for RSG, I'm a bit heartbroken that across the board, we haven't seen them perform in any playoffs or, win in any playoffs.
Yeah.
But other than that, I feel like if we're looking for a TL, a TL.
A Team Liquid, yeah.
A Team Liquid to come out on top. You know what? TLPH is looking still really strong here, honestly. If they can beat Aurora, if they can do this, you know what? They can do anything.
Well,
Who's the? Oh, obviously FNOP is
Yeah,
like.
FNOP right away, and they don't have a win up against FNOP either. I'm gonna have to double check. Maybe they have one game if I'm not mistaken. They're not completely winless against FNOP, are they? I'm gonna have to double check that.
Yeah,
later
but
on.
you know what? We'll talk.
Yeah.
Get into it in
well,
a bit.
Hopefully, we'll hear from Team Liquid ID eventually as the series goes on. But before that, we have to enter our draft.
There it is.
Draft time. Gotta love the lights here in Green San Makati. It is even more badass in person. So if you don't have tickets yet for days 2, 3, and 4, come on over. The question is now, what is the ticket for these two teams to get a match point lead over the other? Aurora picks blue side in the draft, and they ban the Link, Julian, and Khalid, while TLPH respect the hell out of that Phobius, and they take away the chip.
Now, so far today, blue side has been winningers.
Yes.
Especially in this particular series specifically as well.
Yeah.
So
it is, if I'm not mistaken, we've had 3, 4, 5, 4 out of 5.
4 out of
Side
5.
wins, yeah.
So you know what? I don't think that's gonna be a big factor here too much. Not like compared to like the previous series, but this one, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, especially because they have access to like so much. They can pick Suyo. I'm excited to see if Demon Kai is willing to pick that up.
Yeah.
But you know what? Leaving the Fanny open feels like a trap.
Me to vanquish the shadow.
There you go for it. I love it.
So TLPH, oh, they rush the Harith. Oh, they're pinning Domeng in the draft.
Always on the way.
And they pick up the Matilda as well.
That's a double hit on Doming right there, right?
This has to be a Claude pickup. If not, it will get banned. You're gonna have to pick up your one of your top gold laners now that you've played so far this season, Doming.
And for Doming, I wonder if he's actually ready coming into this playoffs with like more. Obviously, we have a lot of staple picks for Doming, right? So many good staple picks for Doming, but you have to be ready for those scenarios where you're being pinned against a wall like we're seeing right now. And you have to have stuff ready under your sleeves. That's just a given in MPLPH playoffs, brother. Right? So, I wonder.
Will you get his Zaz?
I'm the priestess of primal lightning. The
That's
hunter of all the evil gods.
Oh, excuse me. Of course, why get the Zaz when you can get Yue on his main comfort, which is really the Valentina. Even surprisingly more iconic than his Novaria.
That's true.
TLPH gets the Jushin. Magic damage is what they show first. So, Aurora know that they have to really consider banning out the Alpha this time around for Carl TZ, because that would slot in much better alongside the Matilda.
Again, Alpha is 4 for 4 right now? 4 for 5. 4 for 4. I believe did it lose earlier? I don't think it did. 1!
For MP the King, 3 out of 4.
Or 3 out of 4. Carl TZ lost on 1.
Yeah.
Right. And then again, we are going to have to keep the momentum swinging if you're thinking about gold lane bans. If I was... Oh, look at that. They answered it. If I was TLPH, I would love a gold lane ban here just to put a little bit more pressure to Doming, who seems to be, you know, if you're thinking about TLPH, they could be targeting this guy.
I wonder if that means Carl will just get the Ling as 4.
There it is. Another one.
He might actually just get the Ling as the last pick. Pick up their EXP laner for 40.
Oh, Ling's banned out.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Fanny Carl TZ. Just kidding. I know, guys.
But I get why you would suggest it. I get
Bro, who doesn't want to see Carl TZ play a Fanny, you know? But then again, yes, he's been very vocal about not being highly adept. There you go.
Yeah.
Highly adept on these heroes so far.
Yeah.
But that was like a few weeks ago. Who knows, right?
Sanjo.
And Hayabusa's out too.
I think RORA are forcing Carl to play the Nolan now.
Yeah, Nolan's the top pick right now.
Because they can't pick anything weird like an export jungle. Joy jungle doesn't sound good here.
Julian is banned out as well.
Banned out, so Nolan's like the last best option. So I think Sanford, just pick your Sanford pick now. So yeah, they go for the high loss. They need that tanky presence. So it's high loss, Harith, Jushin, Matilda. Very clear combo that you want. You have your formation breakers in the Matilda, the high loss, and the Jushin. You have crowd control set up for the Harith. This jungle might play a more utility role. Yeah, what if it does end up becoming an export?
Feels like a great combo. They need that big explosion in the middle of like the combo of the high loss.
Oh,
Matrix. Wow, Dolming, he dug deep for this one.
Oh, that looks like a Team Liquid draft.
It does!
Like, if we just adjust some things, that looks like Aurora going for a Team Liquid cosplay. Okay, great pick-off. They get the suppress, not just hard crowd control. And of course, it is the Nolan that's going to get picked up there.
Alright, didn't overthink that one. Love that for Team Liquid. If they don't overthink, I feel like they perform better. Like if they just straight up answer draft, like this one, it does feel like it's going to be a more competitive draft here for both teams.
Yeah. Let's see now, though. How will they be able to pull this off? So for Team Liquid, the lineup rating, it doesn't look good. They get countered. Survival, crowd control, and push potential all low. The coordination, again, looks good. Late game and damage potential, much higher for Team Liquid, but it looks like, in terms of the survivability potential, the push potential, for Aurora just looks a little bit better. But they put a lot of pressure onto Edward as their main frontliner, the Kaja as the main pickoff. Matilda, we know, can actually frontline a little bit better than the Kaja.
Yeah, and everyone's on Flicker, so expect a lot of blood here coming into this one.
Oh yeah, this is going to be fun. I agree with you there, Rockhard. We're going to sit here and enjoy. Leo and Ingan will enjoy as well as a cast.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Just as these two teams will, as they take a page out of each other's book. And I kind of agree. When Renmar said this is an Aurora dressed up as a Liquid lineup, and how despite the numbers being against Liquid, it's a very Boer-centric lineup, I think we're in for a lot of fun.
And I also like that one of the few heroes who can go head-to-head with Demon Kite Suyo, the Kaja, as you mentioned, even during Series 1, is in the hands of Renegade.
They picked it.
They picked it.
They covered up.
So it might be a good catch, especially if you want to go up against a Nolan. Carl TZ has to deal with the Renegade Divine Judgment Flicker combination eventually. But so far, TLPH, they won Game 2, so they have the momentum.
That's right, but just the same, you can see both junglers are cutting into each other's small camps. I just my little eye. Do you see Demon Kite Suyu? It's rockin' Impure Rage.
Impure Rage, not the
instead of
Warcry.
Warcry. Yeah, it's a spicy meatball.
Oh, they want to go for the instantaneous burst this time. I think it's not to rely on the hold sever.
It's a different kind of Suyu then.
Yeah, it's a different kind of Suyu. More leaning towards a Nolan type of a Suyu.
That
instantaneous burst.
If I'm not mistaken, Suyu does not have mana.
Yeah,
that
he doesn't.
He will be healing off of the Impure Rage.
Exactly.
A little bit of sustain.
Paired up with the damage reduction that Suyu has.
I mean, it makes sense because there's really not much peel here. It's just Edward. Renegade doesn't count.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, he doesn't count.
So maybe it's more of a utility Suyu. I'm in for it. I'll let him cook.
Oh, let's see. Let's see.
Let him cook.
What's gonna happen? But again, Sanji has one of his great heroes, the Jushin, that can easily out-position Aurora, especially Renegade. And when it comes to positioning, you know that Kaja needs to really get a good position to go for the Divine Judgment plays. And now Sanford goes into the Glorious Battle. It's going to be a Retribution Battle, but Yua will get the turtle as Carl TZ picks up the first kill. They want to go for more. Going after Edward. They might be able to burn him down, and JP will get the kill onto Edward.
2 for none. Make it for 1. There is a kill on the board here. Rather, no.
No.
Liquid just got away with everything. They did good see the turtle.
Yue got the turtle.
Exactly. So
that was 2 for a turtle.
Yeah, but it's
T4T.
It's a sideways trade. Because Aurora, I'm sure, is happy to get the turtle, but they didn't get it on DK, and DK died.
DK died, yeah. It was really crucial. As much as possible, you want... Yeah?
So you want?
You want Demon Kite to actually snowball instead of getting a first death. And that's crucial to the kits that Tsuyu has, but right now, Circling Eagle, they're going to try and really go for Doming, put a lot of pressure on the next standard.
Speaking of, the next standard just picked up his first item. You see that? The Sky Piercer.
Oh, okay. So
is it just me or is that new tech?
Demon Kite has an Impure Rage, not rocking the Warcry. Doming picks up a Sky Piercer. So what does Aurora have in store?
I would reckon it's because of Renegade, right? Because of the Divine Judgment, you want to burst, and then you want to snowball from there.
So will we see a Wesker? A Wesker Divine Judgment play?
That, or maybe Hero works too. Again, in small bursts, right? In small bursts. Sometimes it's just that one little bullet that pulls the trigger and just, you know, pops
And
the
that's all
threshold.
Yeah, and it actually goes well, especially up against a Matilda, because as much as possible, you want to burst down your enemies when there's a Matilda. Because again, the guiding wind can save them at any given moment.
That's right. No, it's HP over shields.
HP
so it'll
over
still
shield.
look at the threshold. It'll still kill you.
So it doesn't care about the shield JP does provide.
Interesting. And even the Crimson Beacon from Sanji. And Benny. The tech.
And Benny QT. Oh, yeah.
The tech. Well, we'll see if it works. I mean, that's the fundamental. That's the theoretical. That's why you build the Sky Piercer on the Beatrix this early. But now the second turtle is up. Approaching half health. Let's see who gets it.
A while ago was you, and here comes the Divine Judgment playing. They're going to bring down JP. This time Aurora Sanford goes in with a glorious pathway. Benny QT, though, has to catch the Samus towards the end, and here comes. They want to go right after Sanford. Sanford has the vengeance. That's why they're able to bring down Edward. Now Sanji working on the members of Aurora. Here comes the Nimbus Bastion coming in from Doming. Going to bring down a 3-4-3 trade and a double kill for Doming as Demon Kite still works on Benny Cutie. The whole Sever will not be able to bring down Benny, but they also got the Turtle plus 3 kills.
It's a mini heart attack. You see that? Hold surge.
Whoa, whoa,
here
whoa,
we go.
whoa! A circling eagle combination paired up with a flicker just to go right after Demon Kite, but Demon Kite is quite
DK!
tanky. Benny Cutie doesn't care. One more hit and look at the sniper! Oh my goodness! Doming!
Blank! Point blank Renner!
That's why he went for the Sky Piercer.
And just like that, in less than 2 or 3 minutes of us asking the question, Doming says, lo and behold, I now have 4 stacks.
And to top things off, Renegade goes in once again. Serving him up to Edward, forcing the glorious pathway out there. They're not going to be able to bring down Sanford just yet. Instead, they went for the Hitman, bringing him down. Sanji, on the other hand, with the Lantern Slayer, going to catch Edward eventually. They might be able to bring him down. It's double kill coming in from Carl. Daisy, they're going right after Yue next. Domingo has to walk away. Demon Kite goes in, brings down JP, but Carl Daisy answers with a triple.
That's roadkill. That's roadkill, 3 for 1. They ran through him like the liquid stampede that they are, and they go for the turtle.
It's like TLPH is going up against TLPH with the way things are going. A 1.4k gold lead for TLPH, but at this point, I still don't know who's clearly on the lead, who's dictating this game.
Me neither, until they shut down Doming, and Liquid finds a clear answer to the shenanigans that this whole Sky Piercer, Rockin', Beatrix is gonna come up to. It's never clear, it's never a lead. Even if this does balloon up to 2,000, 3,000, Edward spotted by Carl.
Edward managed to stay alive. So right now, TLPH, if you're TLPH, your main priority isn't Demon Kite, isn't you or whatever. It's literally Doming. Doming and for the side of Aurora, at this point, you don't just have to think about Benny. You can't.
Anybody.
You have to worry about Carl DC with the 6 points on this Nolan.
You shut down Carl, that's bingo. Anybody else, I think you're very capable of, especially if you're building up stacks on Doming.
Yeah, and actually a silent hero right now for TLPH is Sanji. Okay, they're gonna work on Sanford again. They're gonna come into Divine Judgment. A lot of chain CC just to bring down the horse. Gonna feed it off to Doming! But, wow!
How is there that much burst? Carl Deasy sent 3 or 4 dudes packing. He sent 1 to the grave.
That was a quick response from Carl Deasy. 7-1-2, now gonna work on Yue, but they're gonna catch him off guard. Will he be able to escape though? Here comes Circling Eagle coming in from JP just to save him out. We're gonna work for Doming. Does he have the render though? As Edward will fall down in the hands of Benny Cutie. Doming going head to head with Benny. Fortunately, Doming at that time, he didn't have the render, so he wasn't able to take a snipe onto Carl.
All right, I am in awe of what Carl Deasy is capable of on this Nolan. But let's talk brass tacks here. There's still the glass ceiling that TLPH are staring up at, and that is Doming's 501.
501.
Say what you will about what you can do as a lineup, but as long as Renegade and Doming are running around with that many stacks, this is dangerous lord here now.
Oh, goes in Renegade, but Circling Eagle coming in from JP just to counter out. Here comes the Glorious Pathway as well. Coming in from Samurai as they burst down Renegade. Plus Carl gets the Lord. No trade for Aurora.
Clear win for Liquid there. Didn't have to give much to take down the Lord. Even took the Hitman down along the way. You know what? Maybe I am just crying wolf. Maybe I am just saying the sky is falling. The sky is falling with the whole Kanja, Beatrix, Sky Piercer combo. It's gonna have diminishing returns the longer the game goes.
Yeah, plus it's kind of a double-edged sword. It makes Doming try to play safe as much as possible.
And only go when it's a clear win.
When it's a clear win. But the problem is, it's never a clear win when these two teams are playing.
That's right, especially Sanford Smart with a huge Glorious Pathway.
Okay, they're just gonna clear up, but look at this. Sanchi goes in with the Crimson Beacon. They're gonna bring down Carl TZ. Finally, a monster kill coming in from Doming, but it's chased for his own life. Betacutie picks up a kill. A 1-for-1 trade, but they also got the mid lane turret.
A shutdown for a shutdown.
Okay.
40!
A quick response coming in from Aurora. They're gonna bring down two right away. They're gonna work on Benny. Able to shut him down. Demon Kai bouncing back with a double kill. Again, the clashes just don't stop.
The fumble of all fumbles. Each team sacrificed a huge core, but just the same, Liquid may have misread the situation. A moment of misunderstanding leading to so much bloodshed.
They got a bit too aggressive because, again, the presence of Doming. Without Doming, they thought that they could take it, but you can't factor out the damage coming in from Demon Kite still.
And there's only so many shields and guiding winds to protect Carl TZ. So he literally just leaned into his own death.
Yeah, and with that clash, they erased the lead established by TLPH. It's now down to 500.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Kaput.
So again, an even ball game, even down to the kill scoreboard, 11-12, quite close.
Even the mapping, check out the map.
Even down to the turrets, equal.
I mean, Liquid has one turret up. Just one in mid. But that aside, again, the fights are so much simpler for Aurora to do. Especially since Doming is going to start building back up. And not to mention, Yue hurts.
Yue has been hurting.
Depends on what angle you take him from and what ult he has. Yue plays a different role every time.
You know, I'm actually confused right now as to what Yue has been picking up. Is it the Glorious Pathway?
He picked up a Circling Eagle in the last time.
Circling Eagle at the last time. That's why they were able to counterattack.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember
and then
that.
It would also be solid if he picked up the Glorious Pathway, yes. And I don't know about Crimson Beacon, though. It helps him reposition.
Yeah, but as much as possible, you don't want Yue to just reposition. You want him to initiate, counter-engage. And I do agree, it's more simpler for Aurora, because again, their strategy is quite honest. A Renegade flicker in for the pull, serve him up to Doming, and after that, disadvantage in terms of numbers, Aurora's gonna go all in.
It's the Northern Lights pick off. And all this while, Demon Kai was just playing a hybrid utility killer. And you know what happened in game 2, right? With Carl TZ on the Soyu. It's so easy for him to steal Lords or to secure him. What more now?
Exactly. Again, in terms of neutral objectives, Aurora has a huge advantage. So TLPH needs a good pickoff, needs to activate Carl TZ once again. He's been doing it for majority of this game, down to 12 minutes. If they can pull something off like that again, they're going to win this game.
Much like that old saying, you're only as good as your last engagement. And Carl TZ slipped and fell that last time he went up against Aurora down in the bottom part of the jungle.
Well, to be fair, they were also able to take down Doming.
Sure. But best case scenario, right? Doming is more fragile than Carl. So Carl has to protect himself.
Yeah. Plus Carl also has JP with Circling Eagle with the guiding wind, so...
That's true.
Instantaneous burst, then go out.
All right, there's the Malefic Roar on the Nolan. So even Edward has to think twice. Renegade as well, double time.
Everyone. Even for the side of TLPH, they have to think twice because of the damage output Doming has been doing.
US still not taking any ults. Okay. There's the pull, the guiding winds.
There's the flying horse.
Okay. But it's not a Pegasus.
It's not a Pegasus, okay.
This is low cost footsies for Liquid. Like, because JP can save them. Renegade
flickers in! He's gonna catch Sanji there! Even with the Winter Crown, he wasn't able to cast it. An instantaneous burst once again. And TLPH has to counterattack. They're going after Renegade. Edward goes in with her Chatter Flicker combination. As Betacutie works on the backline with the Salmon Force. They're going to bring that call. Tasing.
Doming's down.
And Doming is down as well. Plus Renegade. Renegade.
DK!
But DK works on the backline.
Benny.
It's just Benny again. Onward combination. More Legend 0 at this point. JP, who do you save? No one. And it looks like a clear win for Aurora.
He's a patientless hospital. A patientless ambulance. JP just roaming around, taking vision. The best thing you can do is watch and say, yeah, guys, they got the Lord.
They got the Lord, and they got more than what they wanted. 4 kills to their name. The gold lead now taking away the purple buff of Carl TZ. What a huge win from Okay, I need to see this replay.
Let's check it out again. The instant replay brought to us by Infinix. Huge knockups. And it's clear to me about 2 seconds into the engagement that Liquid may have overstayed their welcome. Maybe they forced themselves to find kills and they overstretched their capabilities to get the key kills. I think they should have been happy with the 2 for 2. But in the heat of the moment, I get it. In the heat of the moment, as long as you kill Doming and you keep going, then maybe that was enough. But with Yue, Edward, and Demon Kite still on the map,
yeah,
that was enough damage, CC and Peel.
I mean, I get why Benny QT did that. I mean, there's no catch, but unfortunately the onwards for Honor moves too close. The Sanford goes in with a glorious pathway just to delay the Lord's push here. Lord gonna eventually burst down this mid lane turret.
Still standing.
Still standing, though. They might be able to burst down Sanford. But the Lord's still standing. Yue gets in the Primal Wrath just to also burst down the mid lane inhibitor. And now the base of Liquid is exposed.
That's permanent damage dealt to the camp of the cavalry. A fraction of a second, too, between that Lord still surviving and the turret standing. Could have gone either way. And now another glorious pathway to help defend.
Okay. Yue has his own glorious pathway.
Oh!
Renegade, okay. Sanford also has his glorious pathway. Renegade has the flicker. He's going to pull Sanford there. They're going to burst him down in hands of Doming. That's 1 member down, but TLPH was able to save their inhibitor.
Free pick off for Aurora in Liquid's efforts to defend their base. The window of opportunity for Liquid is shrinking slowly. Given the simplicity of Aurora's lineup, it's just a matter of time. Oh no!
Hey, they're looking for JP. JP got Circling Eagle. They want to go for Demon Kite as JP falls down again in hands of Doming. 9-2-2. Nexus calls Casey. Sachi's the only one left. Renegade makes sure to bring them down. Oh, wipe out for Aurora. And a Game 3 win for the Northern Lights.
We are at match point. Aurora 1 game away from moving on through the brackets. Champions indeed are in peril.
By far, that was the best game I've seen today.
Renegade's Kaja, whole nother beast. Let's throw it over to Infinix Game Tambayan to break down Game 3.
And we're not alone this time. It's not just me and Rockhard. Welcome the coach of the MSC champions, Selangor Red Giants, Coach Arcadia. Welcome back to the Philippines.
Hello, thank you guys.
Champion!
Thank you for welcoming me back. It's nice being back here.
Yeah, and it's always great to share an analyst area with you.
Oh, yeah.
We got to talk a lot here, and there's one man that we will focus on a little bit more later, but what do you think about the performance by Doming on that Beatrix?
I think that game was absurd, bro. I think he really performed really well. And I think props also to Renegade for making him set up those skills, because those skills basically open up the game.
Yeah, and it opened up a lot for the Beatrix. Rockhard, you were watching that Doming performance and going, Sky Piercer stacks.
No way, right?
Yeah.
First item, Sky Piercer, and he survived the onslaught of a lineup that has a Nolan. Give that guy an MVP, bro.
Yes. 10, 2, and 4, great positioning. So, with the performance of Doming here, I want to see if there are ways for you to link his performance in this game with your very own gold laner Innocent. Were there parallels that you saw between the two young men?
I would say these two players, Innocent and Doming, they both like Beatrix. And to be honest with you, not a lot of gold laners can play Beatrix, because Beatrix is one of the hardest hero in the gold lane role, because you have to make sure that you can hit your snipers.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you use your grenade launchers at good timing, because once you release those skills, you're basically an open target already.
Yeah. And we saw it here. TLPH did everything they can to reach that Beatrix. You even pointed out to us that come to the mid to the late game, it might actually be hard for Doming, because there's just going to be a high loss standing in front of him.
But you said to us also, Renegade needed to go God mode here. And you did.
Right here.
The free display of the game, this is the turning point. Because as you see, what Renegade did, it's actually a very hard play to execute because there were still 2 towers left, which is the first tower in mid and the second tower in the mid lane. And it's hard for you to take a flanking position if both of those towers are present.
Yeah.
But what he did is go YOLO.
Yeah, YOLO! It's like the equivalent of Renegade going, just pick Roger, coach. I'll pick them, coach. Yeah. So, wow, Aurora now puts TLPH at that match point. Rockhart, where do you think it went wrong for TLPH here?
Honestly, it felt like it shouldn't have gone wrong, right? Because of the lineup. It was so beefy. It was so good in terms of, you know what, this is the lineup, you know they can reach the late game. And on the other side, it was very glass cannon, but it also had like really big potential because of the early Sky Piercer, because Demon Kite was going crazy, and because Renegade just does Renegade things. He was, like you mentioned, coach, like he's like the X factor for Aurora here.
Yeah. So for TLPH, Coach Arcadia, so we got Rockhart's take on you. Do you feel like there were times where TLPH should have just committed the play? Were they too aggressive or were they too safe at times? What do you think?
I think there were just one play that I feel like they didn't take the fight. Because as you would see with their lineup, just like what Rockhart did, me personally as a coach, I believe there was no team that got outdrafted in this game.
Agree.
I think both teams, their hero compositions, both can fight. And both have their own winning condition. Which is, if you would look at TLPH lineup, their lineup is like more on like in the early game. They want to box up and then try to take team fights. And then Aurora, because of the hero composition of TLPH, it's not easy for them to fight in the early game.
Yeah.
But once come mid game, that's the time that they can fight. And like what we talked about earlier, Renegade just need one good pull. And to be honest, TLPH, they're also commendable when it comes to battle spell because TLPH, Sanford, he get the vengeance. And actually, Beatrix can only kill high loss at maybe early to mid-game.
Yeah.
Late game, it's kind of hard. But because of the vengeance of Sanford, it's not easy for the Beatrix to also to kill him in the early game.
Oh, okay, I get you. And we saw that it was actually, there was a time where it was Doming who suffered just attacking the high loss of the vengeance up.
You're so nice, right? You're saying it's kind of difficult. Yeah, it's bloody hard, bro. Doming was hitting himself because of vengeance, right? He was like, oh my gosh. All right, so yeah, I agree, and I think the survivability of the Doming was super commendable here. I think, right? I feel like, bro, how did he not die that much in this game?
Yeah, in this metagame, and even before that, Beatrix, difficult to use, as Coach Arcadia said, but Doming just made it work. And I think that was a great example of what Irad of RSG Philippines was talking about before the start of the series, that Aurora just fights different. Something about them making plays we don't expect them to make, positioning at the right time. So that's Aurora, this is Coach Arcadia. The series is not over yet. He'll be joining us all throughout. If not here, you can find him in the Philippine area or maybe with Midnight, who will throw to right now for even more in-depth analysis.
Aurora MLBB is 1 point away from advancing in the playoffs and 1 point away from eliminating the defending champions of MPL Philippines team, Liquid Philippines. Welcome back sa ating analyst stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight. At ating i-breakdown kung ano ba yung mga malalalim na details sa pwede natin makita dito sa laro ng Aurora MLBB. Well, first off, it was very evident and obvious that TLPH were leading the early to mid game. Unfortunately, there was a swing in the late game aspect of their game. As you can see, Aurora MLBB, yes, lamang sila for the majority of this game. I mean, TLPH lamang sila for the majority of this game. Pero when it comes to the net worth, nakakahabol pa rin ng Aurora. Hindi ganun kalayo yung lamang dito ng TLPH. The highest that they got was 3K gold lead by the 9-minute mark. Actually, 8-minute mark pa lang. 3K lang yung hawak ng gold lead na TLPH. And knowing na binanggit ng ating mga classes, late game is a thing for Aurora, specifically when they purchased the items that they needed. Doon na nagkaroon ng swing of momentum dito for the side of Aurora MLBB. The kills, the objectives, they were going in favor of TLPH. but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The deficit wasn't really enough for TLPH to capitalize towards the late game. And Aurora MLBB were able to find these key moments to be able to execute their late game power spike. We are gonna be looking into the item selections dito ng ating mga players. One thing na magandang i-highlight dito is yung Skypiercer build ni Beatrix na natapos siya ng 2 minutes 45 seconds. It allowed Aurora MLBB to at least be able to fight their ground against Team Liquid Philippines because of the burst damage that could come out from the Beatrix as well as the combo from the Divine Judgment na pwedeng ilabas ni Rene J. And lalo lang na-amplify ito ng 10-minute mark. By 10:25, meron ng fleeting time na hawak yung Kaja, meaning higher chances of being able to counter-engage against Team Liquid MLBB. It came to a point where they were just constantly finding the kills on the highest, and that allowed them to reset the game. The timers were 9 minutes and 10 minutes. Dun tayo nagkaroon ng momentum swing for the side of Aurora MLBB. That's why they were able to mount a comeback against Team Liquid Philippines and take game number 3. We are going to be looking into game number 4 just a bit, but before that, let's watch a short video from Team Liquid ID, Aaron.
Menurut gua mereka ya lumayan kuat sih, karena tim Liquid PH tuh biasanya di playoff lebih sangar, jadi gua nggak bisa terlalu berkomentar tentang mereka di regular. Ya gua nggak tahu lah, TLPH mungkin lagi struggle kan sekarang, cuman menurut gua mereka pasti ada simpan suatu strategi yang gua nggak tahu. Menurut gua sih ya, gua nggak tahu TLPH bakalan gimana, cuman menurut gua pasti bisa ketemu mereka di series, sebisa gua masuk juga. Lumayan kandidat kuat lah. Terlepas.
Alright,
there you go.
So we finally got to hear from Aaron Shiki of Team Liquid ID, thinking that, of course, the Team Liquid Philippines, if ever they both make it into the M6 World Championship, will be strong contenders against one another. But they are in the cusp of getting eliminated by Aurora after Domeng decimates the Cavalry with a Beatrix that only had 2 deaths, 10 kills, and I lost count of the assists, but the important matter of the fact is the kills, and Domeng barely died.
And again, surprisingly, he could do that in a lineup with Carl Tizzy on 7-0. He was 5-0, 7-0 on the Nolan. And again, you can kind of attribute that just to the teammates, right?
Yeah.
Why Aurora is strong is not, I don't think it's in the lane, right? Who would say they dominate lane, except maybe Demon Kite, who dominates the jungle?
Yeah.
I think they just dominate because they're just so good at staying together.
Yeah.
Right? Because that was the only way Domin could have survived there. He was always coordinating very well with the Kaja, making sure that, before Domin takes a step, he knows what's on the left, he knows what's on the right. So stuff like that, I feel like, just goes together well for Aurora here.
Yeah. So the next standard secures match point. And again, this was the very first game MVP performance of Domeng of MPL Philippines Season 14. Prior to this, he was not able to get a game MVP performance.
Good
He
job.
got it at exactly the best time you could get it, which is to secure match point.
Just when your team needs it the most.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Wow, that is kind of...
It's poetic.
It's poetic.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. At the same time, question is, can you keep doing that? Right, that's always the question.
Yeah.
And that's always the question of Aurora to themselves. Like, can we be consistent enough? We can do some really flashy stuff. We can do some pretty crazy stuff. Can we do it consistently?
Yeah.
Right? I feel like that's something that they need to answer in this one. And again, if you're doing it against a team like Team Liquid Philippines, who are definitely still considered the one of the titans of MLBB, you're on the right track, right?
Yeah.
And a win here, just a reminder for everyone, is gonna secure you 2 lives into this one, into the bracket. So that's a pretty good place to be in if you're a Aurora fan.
You secure yourself top 4 at the absolute least to end MPL Philippines Season 14, one of the most competitive, surprising, and unpredictable seasons we've had. To be able to say that you ended that season as top 4, it is a tall order, and they have a chance to do it here. And they have a chance to do it by eliminating the defending champions in Team Liquid Philippines. That is the story of the hour for Aurora, this newly formed team made up of veterans.
you kind of forget. Like they keep calling themselves rookies, but yeah, they're pretty. They're a new team, and they're gonna They're gonna be the ones to eliminate a champion.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What kind of? Who's writing these things? Right?
And again, if we go back to the story, one of the main headlines that we have is that Demon Kite has yet to eliminate Carl TZ or defeat Carl TZ in the playoffs. All of their previous playoffs matches that they got to face, Demon Kite has defeated Carl TZ. However, the members of Aurora that Demon Kite are playing with, as recent as the latter half of last year, eliminated Carl TZ and then Echo, talking about Edward, I'm talking about Yue, and I'm talking about Renegade. The former members of Blacklist International were the ones who shredded the hopes of the young goat to make it to the world stage for M5 when they were still with Blacklist International. That's why I say it's the same demon, but a different team.
And again, this is a demon that's surrounded by people who seem to be, who can just kind of just go with his flow better.
Yeah.
Compared to, I mean, no offense to the previous teammates, but, results speak for themselves, right?
Sure.
And the results here are kind of overwhelming in favor of, Demon Kite they're playing fast, and the rest of the team is keeping pace.
Yeah.
And that's very rare to say. But back when he was in RSG, a lot of people would say, you know what, it was a different era. Tanks jungles were the thing. Didn't shine as much. But now he has a chance to do it in a really fast pace in his meta, their meta, Carl TZ and Demon Kite's meta, and it's just basically a race at this point.
Yeah. The coaching style of Coach Master of the Basics, Coach Dexstar, I feel like it's perfect for someone like Demon Kite. Wherein, again, it was Irad himself who mentioned that Demon Kite is a safer type of jungler. You don't see him take that many risks. If he's going to take a risk, it's because he knows he has an out. Carl TZ, he's the type where I will take this risk. If I get my kill, but I have no escape, cover for me and make sure you get the kills while they're chasing me. Trade me out. So that's the difference in their mentality, right?
And we didn't see as much of that trade here, which is surprising. I was expecting Carl TZ to really dominate. He was invading. He was actually cutting into the jungle.
Yeah.
Around maybe 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, no, that exact play, that's the reason why I brought that up. The one that you're mentioning right now, that's it. That was like one of the times where it was Carl TZ going, hey, I'm going to go here.
Try to do something.
Try to do something. I'm going to pull their attention. Just come follow. And Team Liquid Philippines followed. And they did. They were able to get something out of it. But then when you take Team Liquid Philippines from their control, then you take them out of their zone, that's where it looks like they get uncomfortable. And a string of like 2 or 3 major team fights led to Aurora eventually just winning the series. The game number 2.
You're preempting there a little bit.
I'm not preempting. I'm not preempting.
We all heard it. But then again,
come on, man.
But then again, we've talked about this exact storyline, I think, before the season ended, that you never really underestimate the heart of a champion. Right? So that's something that's going to come into play here. Carl TZ, I saw in the mic check or in the replays earlier, he looked pissed, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to face a Carl TZ that's that pissed.
Yeah.
Especially on the brink of elimination. Who would have thought we'd see Carl TZ, the guy, stuff of legends, get into this position?
Yeah, coming
again
from a season where he was the champion. After suffering strings of defeats in international series up against Falcons AP Brand and just not being able to get that championship trophy, you come back home and see that home looks different. You see that everyone has upped their game. That the guy that you always used to eliminate has now joined the team that eliminated you back in Season 12 and stopped you, or the members of the team that stopped you from making it to M5.
That's rough.
This story tells itself. Let's go back to the pick, so let's look at that draft. Game number 3. I agreed with
looks good.
Yeah, with what Coach Arcadia said. It's there was a part of me that liked the draft of Team Liquid Philippines a little bit better, and he explained that to us as the early to mid game for them looks quite good.
Yeah.
It's bully ball. It's a bully style lineup.
Basically, this is a lineup that can get you early control.
Yeah.
Because it's not hard to just throw your skills into the enemy.
Yeah.
Throw these bombs, throw the high loss in their faces, and then just get away with the early game. Then just snowball from there. But the lineup is really, it just feels like it's a lineup that took a risk, but then failed. Then, the risk paid off, rather.
Yeah. If the lineup of Aurora doesn't get their key condition earlier, which was get that main pick off, if it's not the Jushin, it's the Harith. You have 2 jobs. Get one of those 2, and the team fight becomes significantly different from Team Liquid Philippines because your Beatrix has already gotten stacks for herself with the Sky Piercer, as you kept pointing out behind the scenes. So Aurora was just like, even though they had that main condition as felt like a big weight around their ankles, for Renegade it was like, I'll take this weight off, I got this. And he made it look easy. He got that pick.
Yeah, and he made pick-offs that didn't feel like it should have happened. Like the Sanji getting picked off earlier with from mid out of nowhere.
Yeah, the 2 towers
that
there.
was insane, man. Again, if he can keep doing stuff like this, I mean, they could really put Team Liquid PH against the wall here, especially in draft for game number 4.
In a day where there have only been 2 losses on the red side, RORA will try to end the series here from that side. While Team Liquid Philippines, the odds are in their favor. But again, the key to victory, defy it.
Still
Can RORA defy it and eliminate the defending champs as they take away the possibility of a Ling getting picked up? Will TLPH get the Suyo
The
or the
Immortal
Kali?
One chose me to vanquish the shadows that plague this
They're gonna go for it. Suyo, I think was only snubbed once overall. I think there's only one draft I don't remember is Suyo
I am
coming
not
in.
the only one.
Other than
bound by
that,
these
he does feel
chains.
like he's still a very powerful pick. But then again, Coach Arcadia did bring up that this guy is not immortal. Contrary to his skill name.
Yeah.
That's immortal. He does have a lot of glaring weaknesses. I guess one of them is that he's quite kiteable in certain scenarios, and he doesn't really have that crowd control that you're kind of rely on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something else I'm looking forward to that I haven't found out yet.
I get you. And the Phobius seems like a good response for now. They get US hit comfort on the Valentina. They don't rush the Harith because TLPH cannot pick the Harith in this scenario. But we're going for blitz drafts here. We're getting comforts. Sanford will get his Edith, and Sanji will get his undefeated.
100%.
So far, undefeated Lo Yi.
All right. I mean, Coach CJ, if you're ever Coach Sire, if you're ever gonna plan for this, if you're ever gonna throw this hero out, now is the time to do it. Honestly, this is it. But then again, you have to think about the front line. You have to think about who's going to go with the Lo Yi here.
Yeah.
And that's super crucial. And whether or not these invades are actually going to be possible. You also think about the picks for Benny Cutie, which is probably going to get narrowed down here.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to pick Doming now. Highly unlikely as the Hayabusa. There it is. It's still open. So they get their jungler, they get their XP, they get their mid. Roman Gold is what's lacking for these 2 teams. Although TLPH still might consider flexing that Edith Rome. However, history shows that Edith Rome kind of struggles for Valentina. Kind of struggles against the Valentina in the early to mid because you're essentially empowering the lineup of your opponents by picking up a Edith Rome and using it against a Valentina.
You gave away Primal Wrath. That's usually not a favorable scenario here.
Yeah.
And I guess the win rates would probably reflect that if you have that up, right? It's not a really good scenario to throw yourself in. But at the same time, you don't kind of mind as long as you get good trade-offs for it. And I think the trade-off here is if you go with the Lo Yi, you're pretty good. You have a setup, you have good damage from Lo Yi, so that's almost immediate -1 anywhere on the map.
Harith,
except for the Phobius, sorry.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You can't -1 the Phobius with just 2 people.
Sure. Actually, this season, it's 50-50, so it depends. But that also takes into consideration the stats of Rome and XP Edith. So that's one of the things that's difficult to see. But
especially if it's flex, right? Yeah.
But those are the stats that we have to look at now.
There it
the
is.
Matchup in the mid. Undefeated is the Lo Yi of Sanji. 62% is the win rate of US Valentina.
It's funny because it felt like for me that whenever UF picks up a Valentina, they get such a good win rate. I'm surprised it's only 61.
Tigro gets banned, Kaja gets banned now. What will be the fourth pick of Aurora? Are you gonna go Grog? Are you gonna go pick off again and this time maybe go Jawhead? Are you gonna go hard tank? Renegade has 16 unique heroes picked this season. The amongst all roamers in MPL Philippines Season 4.
If time
16.
is a river, I'm swimming against.
And they're actually going to leave his pick for last. Okay.
They steal a Benny Cutie hero. The damage profile and spread of Aurora is beastly. TLPH. Are they just going to end up having to pick the Claude, or will they go Lunox? Because they don't have the damage right now to go for that Phoveus. And the carry is risky here.
Yeah, we've seen that happen. The carry matchup against the Nathan, it's grasping straws, bro. But they're not gonna go for a marksman. They go for the Alice Gold instead.
That's what we said. Magic is what they need. High loss ends up in the hands of JP. All in, says the cavalry. All dive, no range. So what will RORA respond with?
Atlas?
Dude, did we just mind like I was just thinking like what if Aurora is crazy enough to give Renegade his 17th hero and pick Atlas?
We would jump for joy here probably.
Yeah. They're going through the options.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah.
History, if you think about history, think about Renegade.
Let's pick off.
What did they pick?
Cho? He's gonna default, no?
Minnow.
Oh, he goes Minotaur.
Same but different. But still same.
Only one game played for Renegade as that Minotaur, but that was a win. So they call back and draft another lineup that is very Team Liquid Philippines coded.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
That looks like a TLPH.
That looks like a TLPH lineup. Oh my god.
Early to mid, better for RORA, and that's where they could snowball, while Team Liquid
Amazing.
Philippines might have to wait a little bit longer. They have to get Ben Cutie farmed up quick. They have to win the gold lane. They cannot let this Nathan run wild. Potentially the last game of the Cavalry this season. Does it end here, or does it go to game number 5? Let's go to the Land of Dawn to answer that question.
It's up in the air, and it's down to these world-class athletes.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
5 per side to figure out if they have what it takes to force it to go to game 5 or to end it right here, right now. Ingan, I gotta ask you, man.
Yo.
Why is Aurora doing this? How are they able to draft very similar to Liquid and get away with it?
You fight fire with fire. That's their main strategy. They've swept TLPH during the regular season by doing the same strategy, which is going head-to-head. Exploiting the potential mistakes that TLPH can make and eventually just outplaying them at any given moment. But so far, you even mentioned this a while ago, whoever has the Suyu wins in this series specifically. And we'll see if TLPH can extend it towards the late game to activate Benecutie and extend the series.
Off of that single stat, just the fact that there's a Suyu for the Cavalry, I'm not so sure, but that's what the numbers dictate. But as this series goes, both teams looking to defy all logic and push forward through the brackets. Lane to lane, I can tell you now, just for now, maybe 40 can win. But later on, when the fight actually begins, I'm looking at like 5 or 6 minutes. Maybe that's when 40 has to be smart about his engagements.
Yeah. Again, it's tempting to go for those Shatter onward combinations because looking at the battle spells of Aurora, there's not a single Purify. It's all flickers. And they can actually burst down whenever Sanford manages to catch someone. But again, the Renegade factor is also there. Assuming Aurora can always counterattack, especially with the Minotaur that we know is always a reactive type of role.
And for the first time in a while, same as you can say about the Minotaur, A Hylos is in goal. Look at this, turn down the himself.
Okay, but this time Maltese will get the first turtle. No response yet from Aurora. They're going to be disciplined enough to back away and not force anything versus TLPH.
Here's but the combo of a Sever Retribution. Could have sworn Caldi's had 2 fingers on the screen.
2 fingers, yeah. I mean, that's the luxury of having a Suyu again. A new hero, quite imbalanced yet for many people, and so far it has been securing a lot of
At this point, you're dealing like 3,000, 4,000 in one go, right? The Retribution plus the Sever.
Honestly,
that's huge.
You need to beat the Retribution. You do, but
he did.
You have a major advantage. And Carl TC can actually use this to advantage by trying to invade early on and prevent Demon Knight from getting his buffs.
That's right, which is contradictory to what our analysts said, and again, even to the logic, because Aurora aren't pushing their early game to mid-game advantage as much.
Yeah.
This is the first time in this 4-game series now that the first 3 minutes are relatively peaceful.
I think it's really the Suyu factor that you have to factor in.
Right?
Like Carl TZ easily activated level 3 is all you need.
And this all is to the benefit of one Alice.
Yeah.
Well, you could say the same for Doming at the wait, whoa!
Okay, that's why they want to go for JP this time in the Shadow Guild, forcing out the Glorious Pathway. JP's gonna escape though, but at what cost? That was Glorious Pathway and Revitalize. Something JP really needs coming into the second turtle fight.
30 seconds away. As you can see from your mini-map, Doming constantly bullying Benny Cutie underneath his turret. He's popped the half sword. I think that's what, half on the shield pop.
Yeah. And you can actually expect this to happen again, the range from Doming with this Nathan over Benny Cutie that has to come in with the flowing blood.
And just faster early to mid-game damage output.
Yeah. So right now, the goal for TLPH is if Carl TZ snowballs out of control, they can end it early. But at the same time, they also have late game insurance for Benny Cutie's Alice to be activated later on.
But it's that mid-game that they have to worry about.
Yes.
When Aurora hits their power spike as well. Second turtle already up. The shuffle. JP not easy. JP drop in the forward path.
Starts things off with the Glorious Pathway, making sure with no Aurora will be able to contest for this turtle as Carl TZ again secures the turtle. So okay, right now we can see that it's not as aggressive compared to the last 3 games, but they're right. Doming. The Doming instincts though flickers out right away out of Harp's reach.
FRF. That was an early lane swap by Aurora, sending Doming down to the XP lane to make up for lost time in those first 2 turtles. So I don't know if the clapback's gonna happen now, because Sanford spent his flicker.
So agree, that could happen, but okay, so if this is how slow the game is going, for TLPH, this is what you want, right?
This is the best.
This is the best scenario that you can, again, Aurora not utilizing their power spike as much as possible, trying to put a lot of pressure onto Doming. Even if they don't shut down Doming, just give him enough hard time. Benny Cutie can eventually, outplay Doming.
Worst case scenario, Doming dies. Right?
Yes.
If Carl TZ finds him, any combination of Sanji, Carl TZ, and 40 and JP. Worst case scenario, it's a TKO or the pressure's off of Benny. Right? That's it. Scenario, like just mid-ground, it's a TKO. You send Doming back home, and you force DK to spend like this.
Okay, look at the JCC from Sanford. Onward, Earthshatter combination to bring down DK. And despite the statistics, Carl TZ goes in. Sanji as well with the diversion. They're going to get the purple buff. Now JP pops the Glorious Pathway to go for 2 more!
Lord.
A double kill from Carl TZ. Despite the early mid potential spike of Aurora, TLPH just threw that away. And they're just saying that we have the early game spike.
Hesitation is the enemy of progress. And Aurora sat on their hands for the better part of the past 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they could have done better. It's just, what were they thinking? What was the game plan? Maybe as a main 5, they weren't ready, and they were hoping that maybe Liquid wouldn't do much with this early game, because we know that they're hedging on Benny, but Benny hasn't moved, man. You see that little icon right there? Benny hasn't moved.
Yeah, that's the alarming thing. At this point, Carl TZ got 3 turtles, they got 3 kills, all without Benny Cutie. They don't need Benny so far, but Sanford uses Earthshatter to bring down Demon Kite. 0-2-0, not a strong start for this Hayabusa. And I'll TLPH at this point, you don't even need to go for the late game. This early on, 5K gold lead with the lineup that you have, you can end this right away.
The late game at this point, 7 minutes in, 5K ahead, Liquid. It's not even a late game. It's just a game.
It's just a game.
Just there, and you're making the most of this early game snowball that you have over Aurora. And a part of them must be wondering, like, when are they going to kick in? When are they going to decide to fight back? Because we haven't seen Aurora do much.
Yeah, even if you don't start things off. Just a good counter initiation from NJ might do the job, assuming that Doming doesn't get picked off or that doesn't get crowd controlled. They can actually counter attack, but again, with TLPH, with the way they're playing, it's like it's unpredictable with how they're moving.
Rather, it's alien to me. Because given the lead, what is that? Almost
5.5.
What is that? 2,000 between? Almost 1,000 and change between Benny and Doming.
Oh.
I think Benny's just going to rush the Holy Crystal because of how little threat is on him.
Yeah, he does. Aurora hasn't been paying much attention to Benny QT. With that, Benny QT wants to make sure that Aurora will indeed look after Benny QT as they try to go for the purple buff. Again, that's crucial. A Hayabusa with a purple buff, 8 minutes in, 0-0. At this point, what can Demon Kite do?
On top of what can Demon Kite do, as an Aurora, let's ask the question. Where do they find the clapback? Do they find it off of a massive Minoan Fury? Do they find it off of Edward extending the fight long enough while Yue takes Primal Wrath? Is that the case?
Okay. I think it's a really... I think it's a good setup from Renegade.
Right? Number checklist, right? Because when you're down this bad,
yeah.
you have to have a grocery list now of things to do.
Yeah, and maybe Yue gets his own glorious pathway as TLPH gets the Lord.
They're just, continue.
Okay, so the checklist, Renegade, good counter initiation.
1.
Yue ideally get the glorious pathway to counter out JP.
That, not the Primal Wrath.
Yeah, not the Primal.
2.
For me, it's just to make sure Doming has enough space to free hit once he casts the entry.
Or peel, okay.
Yeah, for the peel.
3. As Liquid continues to ravage the map.
Edward disrupt the formation of TLPH with Infernal Pursuit.
And then Demon Kite clean up.
And then Demon Kite clean up.
And this is assuming that TLPH just lay down and take it.
Yeah, this is assuming that Sanford doesn't get the pick off or Sanji doesn't cast a good diversion play.
Folks, you have to understand why Ingen and I are, counting down on the many things Aurora need to do, and the flummox tone in her voice. Whoa, wait, Doming!
Oh, Doming, luckily he has the entropy. Able to escape that. He didn't pop his flicker, but they can still defend his first Lord.
Because it's uncharacteristic of Aurora. For a majority of the series, they were in control. Okay. But now they're struggling to fight back.
Okay, the Renegade finally got Minoan Fury, not going to connect onto it. Once he has the glorious path, look at Sanford. He deals damage with the Primal Wrath. Eventually, they're going to burst down the Lord. No inhibitor turrets taken down yet, but this might change in the middle lane.
Successful defense, but Liquid aren't letting go. Mid lane inhibitor up next.
The Renegade doesn't have his open. Look at the damage! Minotaur can't out-sustain that as much as possible, so right now they have to play it safe. Doming pops his entropy there as TLPH works on the bottom lane turret.
But it seems to be in vain as Liquid refuse to go home. Relentless in their siege. They're staying here, applying pressure in mid. The glorious pathway by Daddy JP.
Glorious pathway this time just to make sure they got to clean up drawn to middle lane. But this time JP's going to fall down. Demon Kite goes in the Wiki Shadow. That's not going to be
Benny!
enough. Benny, on the other hand, goes on to Doming and brings him down. Edward in with the Infernal Pursuit. Eventually going to bring down Carl Tazy, but Benny Kitty answers right back. A double kill for Benny.
3 for 2. But Aurora continues to defy the odds. I mean, as messy as that was and how many bodies lay underneath this inhibitor, the fact is the base is still standing. And the inhibitor is still standing. So one could argue that was a successful defense.
I don't know who has more persistence, TLPH for not going home in the entire time, or the mid lane base turret for not going down.
I'm counting down on this turret, by the way. This turret's days are numbered. Checking out the items, that's more than a 2,000 gold lead now on Benny Cutie. And, of course, Carl TZ as well to Doming. That's where a good chunk of this 8K gold lead is, about 2K apiece.
Yeah, just look at how confident Benny is. All attack items, all damage items went literally beside the crystal just to catch Doming's entropy and eventually burst him down. So right now, Aurora, you still have an inhibitor in the middle lane, so that's good. You lost the one on the bottom lane, but that's where the Lord spawns, so you can manage. Okay. Diversion play.
They take it!
They're going to catch Renegade there. JP got the glorious path lane, forcing Aurora to retreat. And it looks like TLPH has the higher ground here when it comes to the Lord Pit.
Oh no, that's a lot of resources spent by Liquid. And Aurora is still ready, popped up. Oh, they're sending Doming back on. That's 45.
Yeah, but they know Doming is on top. And it's disadvantage here for Aurora as Carl TZ will secure another Lord.
Relatively low cost Lord. Liquid still in control, clearly in the driver's seat, and they're also in control of the music. And we're dancing to their tempo. Ingan, I could have sworn this turn was going to fall, but there it is, still standing.
Still standing. The perseverance of this inhibitor turret. You know, if Aurora eventually wins this or manages to win this, that inhibitor turret is the real MVP because no enhanced minions yet onto the middle lane. But right now, Aurora,
there is.
There is now. They have to worry about this Lord.
Look how big that siege minion was. It's almost as big as Hylos.
And that's a big problem Aurora has to worry about. Even the damage. JP just soaking it, doesn't even care. He still has his Revitalize though as they work on the top lane turret. Eventually he's gonna fall down and Lord marching in the bottom lane as Doming tries to burst it down. He has his entropy, he's gonna escape, but Better Cutie catches him. Here comes the counter attack coming in from Renegade, forcing out the flickers. And Doming, Minoa and Fury coming in from Renegade, connecting on to Bouncy again goes in right after Better Cutie, but is it gonna be enough though? Edward with Infernal Pursuit, eventually he's gonna fall down and has to call TZ. That's 2 members down. Doming doing his best to clear out the minions, but against 5 members of the cavalry, it might not be enough as we will go to a game number 5.
The Cavaliers go wild, and so does the MLBB universe. These are your M4 World Champions, your defending Season 13 champions, defying all odds and climbing up a mountain backwards.
What?
They take down Aurora, and they force us to go all the way. We'll throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to break that game down.
Tremendous!
Wow.
A game 5, a fated matchup. The rivals, Aurora and Team Liquid Philippines. And Team Liquid Philippines did it with a hero that I was just reminded, Rockhard, earned Benny Cutie his Bagyo nickname in the first place. In the first half of 2021, there was, a lot of things happened then.
A lot of things happened.
Y'all know what happened. But there was a storm that came in, and Alice was in the meta. So that's how Benny Cutie got his name. But Sanji, again, showing why his low Yi is undefeated and just how comfortable he is.
Bro.
He didn't play this with 3 feet. Don't get confused about that.
That's not correct, don't worry.
But he might as well have played it as if he did play it with 3 feet.
He was everywhere, honestly.
Yeah.
And I really like how they were layering all these crowd controls so efficiently, just as you expect Team Liquid to do so with these hero picks.
Yeah, outside of the macro, when you look at the micro, I agree with you there. The layering of crowd control by Team Liquid Philippines, right there, it's perfect. That was a great tower dive to pick off. You get that knock up, you get that stun, then you get the little bit of a suck-in coming from the rotation dispersion. That's what it does, guys. It sucks you into the center, yeah.
No doubt about it. And you also have to really consider the pace in how they did it. They were insta-stun locking people under the turret. And they were tanking it well, and they were juggling the turret aggro so well. It resulted in this game becoming like almost insurmountable by 8 minutes. There was like a 2-level gap between most of these lanes at around 7 to 8 minutes. Imagine that.
TLPH just went crazy. Just went bonkers. Benny Cutie was double laning for majority of the laning phase. That's why we were surprised when Benny Cutie was level 8 already, comfortably in level 8. Doming was only level 6. And he had a 1,000 gold lead.
And Doming died multiple times while that was happening, so I guess I would understand
No,
that.
the funny thing was that we saw that during a time where we didn't even see the first blood yet in the game.
Really?
Yeah, Benny Cutie.
There wasn't a kill then?
There wasn't a kill yet, dude. Benny Cutie was just straight up farming so fast from the gold and the mid, then back. If I'm not mistaken, he would even get the scaled lizard from time to time in his purple side, and Carl TZ would just give him that, and then he just ballooned from there.
And it's so easy to just go around the map if you're Benny Cutie. Damage profile was great here. As usual, Hylos is just a beast in controlling the map early on, which led to them just taking each and every objective so easily. by the time they were level 4. So after that, level 5, level 6 arrived. The only reliable damage source that Aurora actually had was that gold laner. It was that Nathan who was starved so much in this game. I was, no joke, man. I'm not come out disrespectful, but I was thinking, you know what, these are games I would surrender at 8 minutes, 7 minutes. I would not play these games. But you know what, they played it, they tried to defend, and exactly what you should do. But it was that dire, it was that bad.
Yeah, just to make the point that how much it took for Aurora to eventually get the damage profile that they're comfortable with, or the damage amount. But by the time they got there, TLPH could actually withstand it. I thought JP, or if I'm not mistaken, it was Benny Cutie that might have would have been taken down by Demon Kite in the last few moments of the game. But then, no, they were able to survive through it because the Shadow Kill just didn't have enough damage, even though it was hitting the target at the right time. If they had a little bit more. But it was just TLPH going back to basics of what they are comfortable with, which is dominating. Sanford dominated the lane and was able to dominate the portion of the jungle he had to invade, which was always constantly getting invaded by Sanji and JP.
I mean, Demon Kite already realized that he wasn't doing as much because I saw him build out the Sea Halberd. Again, way too late because it wasn't easy for them to get gold anyway. So they knew the problems that they were facing, not gonna lie, and I still maintain Atlas would have done better there instead of the Minotaur. Because that would have meant they would be able to fight earlier, even with just Yue and Edward. They didn't need to include Doming there. But because it was a Minotaur who kind of just wants to crowd control and heal up for you, compared to an Atlas that will crowd control you and then do some pretty good damage.
Yeah, and then also stay there, dishing out even more crowd control. But I think you said one of the key words as to why Aurora wasn't crazy like us and picked up the Atlas is because they needed that heal coming in from the Minotaur. The high loss was packing the Revitalize. So one of the principles of drafting right now is that if your opponent has a heal, you want something like that for your team
At least,
well.
you know, kind of be level.
Yeah,
right?
just level it out, balance it out. But this next guy is OP as all hell. Great analyst, and he's going to take the stage.
For that, let's review what happened in game number 4. Welcome back to The Understand. My name is Midnight, and we are going to be looking once again at the gold graph and, of course, the item progression of both teams for Liquid Philippines and Aurora MLBB. Now, as you can see, Liquid Philippines took everything. Aurora, they only got one tower, and that is because of the fact that early to mid-game, TLPH has the momentum. They have the advantage. Tulad nga na binamakit ng ating mga panelists and pati na rin si Coach Arcadia, they have a strong early to mid-game lineup that allowed them to propel into an amazing momentum that, you know, they utilized to be able to, I would say, destroy Aurora's chances of winning the late game. Now, looking at the gold graph here, kitang-kita natin na 7 minutes pa lang, may 5K gold lead na ang TLPH, and that syncs up with the power spike and the timing of the two heroes, the two key heroes in this lineup of TLPH, the Suyu and the Alice. Dito na lumabas yung Hunter Strike War Axe build ni Carl TZ, and of course the Clock of Destiny Starlium Sight ng Alice, and it allowed them to be able to group up and fight as 5 people, the 5-man squad of Team Liquid Philippines. Even though sometimes we see Benecutie split pushing the map, the advantage of having a Louis is you are able to play as 5 even if you split. So in reality, even if Aurora decides to go for the split push, because of the massive gold deficit, they weren't able to match the split push that TLPH was doing themselves. So all in all, parang wala nang option dito yung Aurora. Kahit yung split potential was negated from the side of Aurora MLBB, and TLPH just bulldozed the lanes and decided to go for the objective takes once they've established a huge lead against Aurora MLBB. We go to the last game, we go to game 5. Before that, let's look at what the two junglers of both teams have to say, Carl TZ and Demon Kite.
Tingin ko sa Aurora bilang playoffs contender, sobrang lakas silang team. Pero di kami magpapatalo sa kanila, bibigyan namin yung best namin. Diyan sa amin wala sa kanila 100% kasi gigil na talaga kami makabawi.
Para sa akin 50-50 kasi alam namin sa sarili namin na magpe-prepare din talaga yung TLPH. Tsaka ayun, bibigyan lang namin sila ng magandang laban. Siguro yung disiplina in game, ayun talaga yung pinakakailangan para maging smooth yung laban, yung mga laban namin tsaka mas madali yung maging laro na.
Well, those are the stars, the two junglers, Demon Kite and Carl TZ. Discipline is what will be needed here in this game number 5. But too much discipline is still a bad thing.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, too much discipline means you're scared, and you cannot be scared. You gotta be fearless. That's what Carl TZ looked like he was game number 5. If Team Liquid Philippines, the 5th seeded team at the end of the regular season, wins this game number 5 against the 4th seeded team Aurora in the best of 5, again, poetic, absolute cinema. Because Aurora, they're gonna get blue side, man, and red side has not won in this series.
No way.
It's all blue.
Really? Wait.
It's all blue.
Am I thinking last series? I'm probably thinking last series. But yeah, you know what? This is.
No, there is one red side win.
I think there is a red side win.
There's one red side win.
All right, all right. Thank you for that. Oh my god, goodness. All right. So coming back into this one, right? I don't know about you guys, what you guys predicted right now, but predictions are out the door right now.
Yep.
I think even the players agree. We're not gonna predict for us.
Yeah.
Even the players are not predicting for them. Predictions aside, I feel like this is just going to be a coin toss. And I think you're right, and they're right. It's all going to be about, like, timing your discipline. Not just being disciplined, timing when to be disciplined and when to go for a play. Because, you know what? Coaches like Coach Arcadia, how many coaches have we interviewed here?
A lot.
A lot of coaches.
Dude, a lot of
right?
coaches.
Just in Season 14. And all of them, almost each and every single coach we interviewed, their biggest advice to their players is just go for the play. Go for the play. But then again, you also have to think about, every time they say that, I think about, all right, but when do you actually hold back? And I guess that's what separates like these players, right? Some of these players know when they need to go for the fight, when they need to go for the play, and when they need to kind of reel it back.
Yeah.
And again, they communicate that very well with their teams. And again, that's probably the biggest difference maker between them right now.
Yeah. That's what separates Aurora from a lot of these teams. Coach Arcadia agreed with us, and it has been a theme of Aurora that their team fighting discipline, and when they pull the trigger in surprise setup plays, is different from amongst these other teams. Let's see if that's going to take an effect in this game number 5, because they're coming from a stomp loss. They got ran over, bulldozed, trampled by the cavalry, bamboozled by Team Liquid Philippines. And however, again, the kicker is it's going to be blue side for Aurora. How will TLPH draft into that? Will they give the Suyo? Are they going to challenge it? Are they going to just reiterate what they did earlier, which was when they were trying to pin down the heroes of Domeng, and they ended up going up against a Beatrix that unfortunately snowballed? So many questions here right now for Team Liquid Philippines. Well, Aurora, again, it's easier for us to ask questions for TLPH because Aurora has so many answers.
Yeah.
Whatever question you throw at them is like, no, it's okay, we got this, we got this, we got this. While Team Liquid Philippines, it's like they have to be surgical about it with the sheer amount of heroes that Aurora can play.
In all fairness, if you look at the draft right now, it felt like Aurora actually had the answer as well.
Yeah.
This lineup, if you look at it straight up like that, it looked like it was a good lineup. But when we came into play there, it got bullied so early on.
Yeah.
I just felt bad for it, to be honest. Yeah, so, I don't know. I don't know where the X factor was in that game number 4. Probably, obviously, BenQ was insane here. And the Loyi, I think, should get banned out if you're Aurora by this point.
Yeah, if no one... it'll be funny if like no one bats it out and then... Aurora will end up, or TLPH will end up picking it up later as the first 2 picks red side. You can't give the low E. And especially if like Renjay doesn't have the right hero to really make that low E struggle. Because we saw that that Minotaur struggled against a low E. The Valentina struggled up against a low E. So, the most important match in the rivalry between two talented generational junglers. the two-time world champion young goat Carl TZ, currently a defending champion in Team Liquid Philippines, will try and not get eliminated by the guy that he has constantly eliminated since the franchise era started every time they met in the playoffs. 2022 MSC, is that 2020? Excuse me, 2023.
2023.
MSC, no, 2023 was Onic. There we go. 2022 MSC champion Demon Kite and MPL Philippines Season 9 champion Demon Kite. The story tells itself. It's absolute cinema between these two.
And again, we're talking about Demon Kite in RSG. Aurora is just a completely different mix of people. Even they agree that, you know what, we feel like newbies into this one. They said that in an interview where we feel like we're all rookies here.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is. We've been playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang for so long. But we all feel like rookies.
If they're all rookies, give Demon Kite his second Rookie of the Season award.
I mean, he
this season.
That's right. He could probably be a Rookie of the Year here. The way that he performs, which, and again, in lineups that have that Fanny, which again I'm hoping for here. Fingers crossed. At least if you're gonna go out with a bang.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. So bring out that Fanny, bro.
Yeah. I think though Team Liquid Philippines should not give that Fanny.
They're gonna ban it out. I know.
You gotta ban that out straight up.
Yeah, and again, you also think about the Loyi now.
Yeah.
In both drafts that we saw Aurora play, they did not ban it out. It was a Loyi victory.
Yeah.
So, what does that tell you, right? What does that mean? So, come on. If you're Aurora, it's time to put it down.
Yeah.
And you don't want to save it for, oh, we'll ban it on second rotation. No! It's going to get picked up on first phase here. Probably around second slot.
Yeah. First two picks on the red side. But again, what if Aurora surprises Team Liquid Philippines and decides to say, hey, we're not drafting blue side. In this game number 5, with our choice, we will draft red side. That should throw something a little bit more different to Team Liquid Philippines this way.
And what if they're the ones who pick up who decide to go global?
Right? A lot of ways to think about it. 10 seconds before the draft starts.
Whew, oh my god. All right.
The last series for Season 14 for one of these two teams. The defending champions may get eliminated.
Oh my god.
Aurora might get eliminated.
When you put it like that, I can't. It feels like every day is going to be a finals day here if that's the case, man.
Well, starting tomorrow, teams have second lives.
They have second lives, at least.
This is going to be a finals day up until day 3. Day 3 is when we start seeing eliminations again.
That's right. It's going to be a long day. By the way, best of 7 lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
So something for you guys to look forward to. Usually it's just a best of 7 on the grand finals, but now here in MPL Philippines we go even better.
Yeah, it's poetic because it shows one of our best strengths. It really hammers on the idea, like, yeah, go through the lower bracket in the Philippines, like, you know.
We're the lower bracket country.
Yeah, we're the lower bracket.
We win championships from the lower bracket, bro.
That's
oh, and they're doing it as like early practice for us.
Yeah.
We're gonna go lower bracket on M6, guys. And then we're gonna take M6.
Let's see if that will actually
as usual.
happen. Yeah. Oh man.
I'm just kidding. Not sure.
My mind right now is just going crazy with the possibilities. I feel like there's a smell in the air that the draft will show up in exactly 2 seconds when I'm done speaking this sentence. 0. And I told y'all.
It happened.
It happened. Oh, there's another countdown. Come on.
Nice try, brother. Nice try. Almost.
This is it. There cannot be almost.
There you go.
For either of these two teams.
Loyi ban.
It has to be definitive. It has to be sure. So with the Julian getting taken away, RORA respect the snowball potential of TLPH.
This is it.
One of Carl TZ's best jungler picks this season. The blue side win rate of Aurora and red side win rate of TLPH are on your screens. The odds, once again, are not in the favor of the defending champions. If I'm TLPH here, ban the Fanny or ban the Phoveus. You cannot give one of those two.
Or be prepared to have JP play a Kufra.
Pick it up earlier if he could.
Yeah, either way. Because we saw them bat it out.
Priestess of Primal Lightning.
They're
doing it! Of all the evil gods.
Are they? So Rora, Phoveus, or Fanny?
Phobius or Fanny, take a pick. And you know what happens if TLPH...
Or Suyo. It's also
Oh my
open.
goodness, all right. You're right. Suyo is also open. Highly contested hero by so far. Here in day 1 of playoffs.
Always on the way.
They go for none of the above, bro.
The Matilda of Renegade.
The only one bound
Suyo.
by this chains.
Phobius.
Yeah, Phobius Suyo. Or...
The immortal one chose me to
no, yeah, there.
Oh my
claim
goodness.
this world.
You can't pick Harith.
I know what I feel about that. Is this a Fanny pick? Is
Lock
this a Fanny
it.
pick?
Lock it.
I don't know, man.
Can't overthink it because, okay. Oh, they have the Phobius now, so the Cho will look good as a slot 3 pick for TLPH. Or they can even go Kaja.
Has Edward played the Cho XP this
Yes.
season?
Once, but it lost.
Right.
But it is an option for Aurora for the first time in many seasons. Oh, they surprise and go Alpha!
This draft is not going the way I thought it would.
It's the Alpha Matilda. RORA taking a page from Blacklist book, or is it Blacklist taking a page from RORA's book because the DNA between those two teams are very similar.
Now it's TLPH playing Aurora cosplayer.
Yeah, Aurora can snowball with this lineup. If TLPH loses a major team fight twice before the 5th, 6th minute mark, Aurora controls majority of the game. Benny Cutie calling the shots right now and being active in terms of what picks.
Is that gonna be Alice?
Don't necessarily need to go pick off here.
Nathan.
Go ahead and pick it up.
All right, that's. I mean, I heard the other panel through my ears. Is this good? I don't. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't feel like
they're taking away. They're hard focusing Doming. So what's next? They ban also the Melissa. Because whatever pick that TLPH decides to go for, a Melissa will do really well. I mean, Doming doesn't have history with it this season.
It would also be great if they just removed like the Melissa. Yeah, you're right. Or the Claude, then force him on the carry, which is really bad for Aurora. But it's a pretty good place to be in. Sushin out means mid lane's still. I don't know. It still feels pretty open.
It has to be an Aurora for Sanji. That is his next most successful hero this season.
I've been waiting for
Carries
too
out.
long.
Take away the carry.
Are they forcing Claude?
Claude, Bea, Lunox.
Bea?
The damage profiles right now are not enough to deal with the Phobius. Harith gone. No. Still open. They're willing to give the Harith because they have the Phobius with them.
I mean, they've shown actually in this whole series they can win that gold lane duel at whatever stage of the game, except maybe on like really good team-up games. So I guess you're right. It's fine for them to pick up the Harith here.
They banned the Faramis, and that leaves the Zask and the Aurora as the main options right now for Sanji.
Is to trick.
It would be devastating if they decided to go for something like an Eve. Not now.
Not now. Oh no, please. They've done that before, and it has not resulted to a good result. I mean, that's technically correct.
You're right.
But yeah, man, that was
rises when I give the word.
Not
Khalid.
okay. Khalid, welcome to the playoffs.
Rome Khalid, EXP Phobius. Domen cannot go Harith. Oh shoot.
First Khalid of the playoffs, and now
Edward should go Ruby. Or Edward should
Sounds about right.
Not Arlott. You don't want to give that against the Phobius. Oh, but even the Ruby has those little dashes that resist the demonic force. But I'm thinking about it. The second skill, the crowd control, the Ruby out should be able to make Phobius Kali struggle, but no, they go for the Terizla instead.
All right, I guess that's the lesser evil, right?
Tanky front.
If you're gonna jump into me, jump into the penalty zone. That's what Edward's thinking.
Is this 4 protect 1? Beatrix,
Harith.
They still go for the Harith.
Why are they celebrating? That was funny.
And Sanji will get his Aurora.
All right, so
you can clearly see Aurora feel a lot lighter in their shoulders.
Yeah?
TLPH look a little bit tense. Once that Harith showed up, Aurora laughed.
I mean, why would they laugh at that? That's so funny. Maybe they just thought, you know what, this draft went exactly the way we planned it.
Early to mid game, late game, damage potential, survival, everything is in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. But again, the numbers don't lie, but these two continue to defy the odds. Only one of them can defy the odds.
Let's go.
Let's just go.
Let's just go,
Let's
man.
just go. Screw the drama. Let's see these two teams fight.
One last ride for one of these teams, and the other drops from the playoffs.
To Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Game 5. It's Aurora MLBB versus Team Liquid Philippines. And after that, let's just say, forgettable Game 4, we now have a draft that's stretching from both sides.
Man, the Matilda first pick onto the blue side really needs to pay off here for Aurora. Renegade has to be somewhat like Perks, aggressive. Matilda not just be defensive. Of course, like game number 4, what happened with the Minotaur. Again, you can't blame them because Carl TV had the Suyo. They were aggressive as possible. So let's see how this boils out.
Renegade number 1 in first bloods drawn among all roamers.
Among all roamers.
So if anything, Perks had to watch Renegade.
Literally the hitman.
Play this Matilda. Find me a more fitting nickname for such a roamer, for such an MLBB talent, a superstar.
Yeah, literally. He also sings, you know, by the way, that song. So, literal superstar for Aurora needs to shine brighter than the... You as well sing. Go ahead, by the way.
Hey, here we go. Big engagements again. JP on Khalid. I think our analysts mentioned this is the first Khalid in the playoffs. Great way to tempo break Aurora. And you can see in the rotations of Liquid how they're playing aggressively. Again, this is their tempo.
Yeah. But again, I do like to point out what the panel has mentioned, that Demon Knight Alpha is a good counter. Compared to Suyu, but right now they go in here of Alpha. Gaktum after 3, and JP draws the first blood. Okay, he's saying right now that I too, as a roamer, can rock a first blood.
I mean, he's Daddy JP.
And he's a Khalid.
He's disciplining all of these young bloods. He's been doing this since even before the World Championship was a thing. Did you know that?
Yes.
You know that? JP was part of the first team sent out to compete in Malaysia. Here we go, Turtles out.
His veteran team shows, okay, Edward goes in with a penalty zone, but Coffeezy gets the turtle and clashes into it right now. Coffeezy might fall down. Demon Kite's gonna fall down as well. A jumper for jungler as JP goes, flickers out, but Sanford though. Ganked up by 3 members of Aurora. That's a 2-for-1 trade. But TLPH gets the turtle.
Liquid may have pulled away sooner than the rest of them expected, but Aurora punished hard. Now we're at deadlock, 2-2. And yes, that was a bloody turtle. At the cost of a Carl Teasy and Sanford. But we're back to business here. Looking at Aurora's build right now. I assume that's Starlium Cypher stuff for Dome.
Yeah, for them. Yeah, and right now looking at TLPH, you know that the power spike of a Khalid is really 5 minutes in as they try to work on him. He does cast a Raging Sandstorm to make sure there's no kill onto Aurora. So TLPH, we all know whenever you pick a Khalid, you want to be as aggressive as possible in the early game, first 5 minutes. Try to disrupt the rotation of the jungle. If you can get a purple buff or an orange buff, that would be great. But TLPH needs also to instill discipline because they have a Renegade Matilda that could easily go out and counter-engage again when Edward has his penalty zone.
For sure, and you know the whole Phobia's Harris situation with Dominic and Sanford, that only comes into play later on.
Yes.
So you wait for that to kick in before you gauge your aggression. So it's a difficult balancing act for Daddy JP, but then again, this is a world champion, an MDL champion.
MVP also, by the way. Finals MVP.
JP can do it, but against a 5-man stack like Aurora, easier said than done.
Imagine Aurora, debuting team, newly assembled, has a chance to bring down the defending champions for this game number 5.
In possibly their worst season yet.
Yeah.
Maybe only as bad as when Echo debuted season 9. Second turtle already up, 3/4 of its health in. JP and Carl up front, immortal form on the Suyu.
Okay, again, this is Carl using the Suyu. He can easily get the turtle. Here comes the Frigid Glacier. Toming gonna get the turtle and the kill onto Carl TZ. The next target is JP, has a quick Sanford, but Edward goes in with the penalty zone. Next target, Sanford. They really want to go right after him despite the Infernal Pursuit. He's not gonna bring down Demon Kite, and Yue gets a triple kill. Sanji on the other hand answers with a kill. But look at this, a trade for a trade, blow for blow, and Edward
It's a wipeout!
It's
a wipeout!
It's a wipeout! But there's the pride of ice, but Edward doesn't care. It's a wipeout.
Wipeout for Aurora. Liquid may have overstayed their welcome. This is the same paradox. This is the same problem we told you about, the puzzle that Liquid have to work with. Yes, we should be aggressive in the early. But when are we ready? When does that actually pay off?
Yeah. And again, Aurora, this is what they were missing in game number 4. The aggression, the confidence to dictate the game, to go in, to full commit. And in that sequence, they weren't afraid to go in.
Aurora, after game 4, in the opening minutes of game 5, they woke up. They is awaked.
They awake. They're now ready to go head-to-head with the defending champions. Again, we have to commend Edward with a beautiful penalty zone. Despite the Frigid Glacier of Sanji actually connecting to a lot of members of Aurora, they still save that penalty zone for the counter-attack.
And now, the delayed payoff, the conversion from Aurora. They took this patiently, and they've now demolished the very first turret of the game. Quick look at the items. You can see the Stardom Scythe and the, oh wow, the Feather of Heaven already built up on Doming, while you can see here, Benny Cutie slightly behind.
Yeah, you can expect this. Again, this is a Harriet. This fight, that's what makes it more better, or more outstanding, or because
More impressive.
More impressive there. Because there's a Phobius on the opposing team, and despite that, you're still able to do that. You haven't died yet, 1-0-4. You even got the turtle as Aurora works on the turtle. Okay, let's see if Froggy will try to contest, but Edward is really as aggressive as he can be. Demon Kite secures the turtle, raising that over JP just to walk away. But the circling eagle will be enough for Aurora to take that purple buff away from Carl.
Carl got it still.
Carl got it still.
But at the cost of so much. Aurora are bullying them.
Yeah, you're
sending them back even in their own jungle, JP!
You're even forcing JP to use a Raging Sandstorm defensively to escape. That's not a good sign if your TLPH and Aurora works on the mid lane turret, and they will bring it down successfully.
So many picks from Liquid should be doing better against Aurora. But the synergy and the from out of nowhere aggression that Aurora are showing is taking Liquid off of their footing.
Yeah, and the catalyst for me, for the side of Aurora, is really Edward. Out of nowhere, the flicker penalty zone connecting onto 2, plus the aggressive Matilda again of Renegade.
It's enough to push 40, Carl TZ out of a bush, and that already ruins Liquid's approach.
Yeah, it was enough to force JP to use the Raging Sandstorm to back off defensively.
And that's a non-starter. Carl TZ here finally built up his War Axe, but he's no longer as ever present in his jungle, because again, these bushes are infested with RORA members. Look at that. Demon Kite in that orange buff bush.
They're marking their territories. They're saying this is ours. You can't just randomly walk into a brush without having that sense of urgency. What if there's one member of Aurora there?
And what's difficult is Sanji has to throw out a skill to check. And this is a mid-range mage you're looking at, the Aurora. So she could as well have popped her passive, and then, only then, does Liquid have full information. Even Benny Cutie, sure, you could throw out a random skill, but you're at risk of being forced to use your Purify and your Entropy.
So right now, the name of the game for TLPH is as much as possible extend the game. Try to back on the fact that you have Benny Cutie that at any given moment towards the late game can deliver a huge Benny bomb with the Nathan. And Aurora knows that, that's why they're trying to go for the Lord right away.
Here we go, Lord now doesn't have health!
Again, a penalty zone coming in from Edward. It's going to be a retribution battle, but they're forcing Carl TZ out of the picture as Demon Kite gets the Lord. No casualties, but Aurora extending their lead to 3K plus the Lord.
It's not even a contest. There was no retry battle. Carl TZ couldn't even get in range of a fully charged Queller. That's how hard it was for Liquid to break through. But there was a long, slow push down bottom by Benny Cutie. So there's some consolation there for the Cavalry. 3K ahead. Aurora sitting at about 9 minutes and a half. It's difficult. There's nothing Aurora's letting Liquid through.
Yeah.
Whether defensively or offensively, Liquid have to play to Aurora.
Yeah, they're really reactive right now. And as much as possible, if Sanji gets a huge Frigid Glacier, you see the battle buff doesn't purify. That could easily turn things around for TLPH. But with the way Aurora is playing, it's hard to even land the Frigid Glacier.
Exactly, because again, the whole casting animation of the Frigid Glacier is enough of a window for Aurora to reposition.
Yeah, especially they have Renegade again with the Matilda guiding wind is more than
That
enough.
too! That too!
Okay, so Lord marching in the bottom lane. Low health though, so they're easily gonna burst it down. But their holy shields will be popped in the bottom lane. And let's see if Aurora will force something out again. Edward has been doing wonders with the flicker penalty zone, but discipline will instill for Aurora.
Legend Zero has been phenomenal on this Terizla. In the recent weeks, Terizla actually slowed down in his appearances.
Not for
But
Edward.
Right here, right now, this is the key pick. This is the game changer for Aurora MLBB. Looking at the items right now, about 800, 700 between Benny and Doming. And, all right, say what you will about Carl TZ struggling, but at least his farm is still slightly higher.
Yeah.
But is that enough, though? Is that what you need as the Suyu? He just built his Sea Halberd. Is that going to be enough to pop Renegade?
Well, at this point, that's better. That's not the worst situation. It's more than...
I see
it's
the
nice.
worst situation already.
What's the worst situation?
Sanji.
Oh.
Say, sure, all right? Best case scenario, you catch people with the Frigid Glacier. But what does that do? It just freezes them.
Yeah, okay, so...
He doesn't have damage right now. He's on his way to Holy Crystal, but how far away is he?
So if that's the case, if the Frigid Glacier doesn't land, so what will Sanji do next?
Exactly.
What's the next part for TLPH?
Bottom four, the way Aurora's playing, effectively disabled Sanji, the contributing.
This is not the Sanji we're used to seeing.
It's not the mid lane genius.
It's not the mid lane genius. They're really having a hard time with how Aurora has been playing. And now, so at this point, how do you extend the game if you're TLPH? What do you do? Do you try to go contest for the neutral objectives like the Lord? Or will you just try and take a page from Omega's book and just defend until eventually Benny QT is able to deliver a huge Benny bomb?
I'll say it's the latter. This is the right move in the right direction. The fact that Liquid just allowed Aurora to take this Lord, despite the soft reset there. Because there's no way Liquid can break through that. So, best case scenario, they get enough farm on Sanji, they get enough farm on Benny, and then they defend inside the base. That's the best case scenario I'm seeing right now. Because even with Demon Kite at 0, 3, and 4, he's playing utility alpha right now. He doesn't need kills.
He doesn't need to.
It's all literally on Edward, Doming, and Yue.
Yue. He's literally a bodyguard. That's why Renegade, you can enable Renegade to be as aggressive as possible because Demon Kite's eventually going to soak up the damage. If Renegade is in trouble, rest assured Demon Kite will just pop the Spear of Alpha.
I'd reckon if it makes it to that point, if Sanford gets his de-ice before everything is just upside down for them, maybe there's a chance. Because something tells me if there's enough peel for Liquid, then maybe Aurora's forward aggression could stop.
Let's see if it's even going to reach up to that point because the Lord will eventually burst down inhibitor down bottom. Benny QT doing his best to clear out the Lord here. They still have their holy shields in the middle lane. Minions up top for Aurora.
He's doing his darndest, and it seems to be enough. The wave up top cleared, another one in mid, and the Lord has been slain. Mid lane inhibitors
Look at
defending,
Edward.
but just barely!
Edward goes in with a penalty, so here comes the Frigid Glacier connecting on to 3 JP though. Sanji has to walk away. No casualties yet for TLPH. But Aurora just out-sustaining the damage. The Pride of Ice will be casted and Domeng will bring down Sanji. That's one member down. Aurora on the verge of taking down the defending champions.
Flicker still up. Battle spells and ults. Now
Domeng!
JP's in trouble!
Domeng with a huge blow! And we are moments away from witnessing a defending champion bowing down to a debuting team, a newly assembled team, as Aurora shines bright over the Cavalry!
see the giant smile on Demon Kite's face. Finally, after years of being in the MPL, he has dropped Carl Teasy.
Sweet victory for Demon Kite. And just like what we witnessed in S12, it's the same three people, Renegade, Yue, Edward, eliminating TLPH.
The Cavaliers sit still, silent in awe. Who would have thought that the defending champions would fall in the first round?
Huge props still, of course, for TLPH for putting on a show, forcing 5 amazing games, and really testing the limits of Aurora. Still have to commend TLPH here.
It's lights out for now as the Northern Lights shine bright. The Cavalry has to reconvene as rivals and comrades and friends shake hands and embrace, and our defending champions take their final bow this season.
Unfortunately, TLPH will be part of M6.
We're gonna go over on stage. Maracino is with Team Liquid Philippines.
For the first time in a very long time, TLPH will not be moving forward in the playoffs. Carl, anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa inyo?
Sa lahat ng sumusuporta dyan, sorry, di kami makapag-Worlds ngayon. Di namin madedefend yung crown, pero sobrang gusto ko talagang ipanalo this season. Despite top 5 kami ngayon, sobrang gigil na gigil ako manalo, pero medyo kinulang pa talaga kami. So, hindi namin mag-improve pa.
This may not be your season, but the whole world is waiting for you to once again become the champion. Let's give it up once again to TLPH! For the final time, you may now take your bow. And your journey ends here. Keep your head up, TLPH. We expect you to come back stronger. And now, the winning team, Aurora MLBB. Demon Kites. Congratulations! For the first time in the playoffs, natalo mo si Carl Teasy. Ano ang pakiramdam at what does it say about your rivalry now?
Ano ba? Siguro masaya lang po kasi since season 10 di pa nananalo sa kanya. Tsaka, ayun, nice game lang kay Carl. Bawi na lang.
Bawi na lang next season. Ito naman kay Domeng, alam mo, ang tagal na, hindi kita nakakausap. 6-0 ang iyong heret. Now, ito ang pinakamalayo mong narating sa playoffs. Ano ang pakiramdam sa bago mong personal achievement?
Siyempre po masaya pero hindi pa po dito yung nagtatapos ako. Pero gusto ko pa rin po talaga mag-champion.
Next, paano mo ba paghahandaan? Kasi ang next na kalaban nyo, matindi. FNOP and Kelra. So how are you going to beat them seeing that nag-struggle kayo sa kanila nung regular season?
Kaya naman po namin talaga sila. And siguro mamaya makakapag-prepare kami and momentum din kami. Yun.
Nasa nyo na ang momentum ngayon and use that for tomorrow. And now, it's time to announce our MVP. Who do you think it is? Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Maraming sumisigaw at nakuha niya ng tama. Domeng! 6-0 with the Harris. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga Roras?
Siyempre, thank you sa lahat ng sumuporta sa amin ngayon, sa mga pumunta na sa venue. And, may merch na rin pala kami. Ayun.
Oh, yung merch, yes.
Bagong merch.
Ano ba? Oh, si Demon Kite na lang. Sige.
Yung available na yung merch namin.
bilhin ang kanilang merch, lalo na nanalo sila ngayong araw na to. At hindi lang yan, meron pa tayong isang lucky pa na mananalo ng 5,000 diamonds. Come on up! Dito sa playoffs talagang mamimigay kami ng mga papremyo. At syempre, we always, there's 2 of them, mag-share ng 5,000 diamonds. Hello! Hi, you look shy. It's okay. How about face the camera right here? Come here. What's your name?
Rupert po.
Rupert. Sino kasama mo, Rupert?
Si ate po.
Ate! Anong pangalan mo, ate?
Alexi.
Alexi, okay. Tignan natin, harap tayo sa favorite team natin. Sino dito ang favorite mo, Rupert?
Si Eduardo po.
Si Edward! Ikaw, ate?
Yuwa. Yuwa.
Si Yue. Yue and Edward! Dito kayo. Tabi kayo sa kanila. Huwag kayo mahiya. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Kuya Edward, Rupert?
Magaling niyo po maglaro.
Magaling ka daw maglaro. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya?
Thank you, ayun. Pakabait ka rin ka mabuti.
Magpakabait ka daw. Ikaw, anong gusto mo sabihin kay Yue?
Magaling mag-mage.
Magaling mag-mage. May message ka ba sa kanila?
Maging mabait na bata.
Ay, maging mabait na bata. Okay. Alam mo, eto para to sa inyo. Pupunta ka sa tabi ni Yue para gitna kayo. Ikaw naman, pwede mo bang hold this hand? Magbabaw kayo together. I'll take this mic. Congratulations, you won 5,000 diamonds. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Go ahead, you can walk with Edward. Ikaw then, you can walk with Yue. Congratulations to our lucky fans. Sila ay makakauwi ng 5,000 diamonds. Congratulations to Aurora MLBB. What a series that was! Pinatumba nila ang ating defending champs and we're gonna break it down for you. So we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasa.
Kite has finally exorcised the demon that has haunted him for multiple playoffs in MPL Philippines, defeating Carl TZ, helping Aurora eliminate the defending champions. This ensures that there will be a new champion for MPL Philippines. What a performance by Aurora. And again, finally, Domeng gets recognized. He went into this with no game or series MVP. Finally, in a crucial matchup for survival, Domeng delivers a series MVP performance.
And in those scenarios, it looked like he was just cool as a cucumber. Because it didn't feel like he was phased at all. Despite, facing off in a very, I would say, one of the most intense matches of this day of the playoffs so far.
Yeah, of the season.
Of the season. I'll give that. All right. Maybe Omega F Not would give you a run for your money, but
sure.
I think that was the key here. I mean, just staying calm and just taking these dubs when you can and not reaching too far.
Yeah.
Right? Which we did see a little bit happen earlier in Game 4, although the TL weren't punished for it.
Yeah.
Again, these are things that you kind of always have to keep in mind whenever these fights happen and you feel like you're in a good lead.
Yeah.
You always have to look out and you always have to keep your focus. That's what happened here. We actually saw a glimpse of this. I don't know if they showed that replay where it felt like RORA had the Lord. They went into it knowing that they were going to have to defend, probably. That's why, let's go Lord, guys. Oh, wait, let's back off.
Yeah.
When it was clear that there was no one, no RORA, no Team Liquid there. Because they were also, like you mentioned out, they were timing out the Lord spawn.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they were also clearing, making sure that there was just no room for TL to come back.
Yeah, and a lot of this game was planned for Benny Cutie with a third pick Nathan. They decided to pick the Nathan over the Harith and left the Harith open, the undefeated Harith of Domeng. He spent a lot of time farming, and they eventually recognized or acknowledged the fact that TLPH are just gonna not control the early game. It's gonna be tough for them. They suffered a massive loss on the second turtle. That was before 5 minutes. They lost 4 members in that team fight, and that was devastating because that was the gateway for Aurora to just control the mid game, control the whole game. Their lineup, dare I say, is a little bit easier to pull off. I was hyper focused on the fact that they're giving a lot for the Phobius, but it's essentially the Phobius will only get a certain amount of dashes out of whoever he needs to get them out of. But the sheer damage and the sheer amount of bodies and the healing, the shields that Aurora has, the shields most importantly, came in big against TLPH, and the well-timed layering of crowd controls. That's what TLPH did in game number 4. That's what Aurora did in this game number 5.
You know, games like this kind of make me just want to run lineups like this where it does feel like it's so easy to execute. It's so easy to just throw your bodies out there, throw out your skills, and you'll eventually like get some dubs. It was so scary how simple they made it look.
Yeah.
Again, this is against the current MPL Philippines champions, at least for season 13. Now, like you pointed out, it does feel like it's going to be a completely different landscape. And it just sank to me like right after Mara announced it. No Team Liquid or / Echo in M6. It's so heavy, man.
Yeah. But of course, the Auroras have to be proud of what this team has shown. A potential, again, heading into the season, super team was the label that was plastered on them. Eventually, they realized we're not super just yet. It took time for them to get to the point where they are now, to the point where they could eliminate the defending MPL champions. One of the things we also saw here is, I feel like this is a note for all of us in the future. Matilda and the Vexana will actually give a Khalid roam hell. JP was getting the vision, but he would always sacrifice a good amount of his health. The amount of damage he can do in the early game to annoy the Vexana, annoy the Matilda, it's there. But with well-timed Terrifies coming in from the Vexana, well-timed shields and pokes coming out from the Matilda, a combo from the Vexana will piss off that Khalid, bring him low, force him to use the heal early, or force him to go back. Yeah, Khalid up against a Vexana Matilda is actually difficult to pull off.
Yeah, we have to, and I'm sure the other teams that are going to play tomorrow are probably watching that and say, you know what? You're right. This Khalid is not like a cover-all like what we treated it in the past few weeks of MPL Philippines. This Khalid had a really tough time, and he was healing, he was surviving, but that was it.
Yeah. Now we are going to be welcoming a very special guest into the MPL Philippines Infinix Game Tambayan. It's Deadeye, fellow caster from MPL Singapore.
Online. Deadeye, welcome again together with our English panel. There's Renmar and there's Rockhart. It's nice to see you again, man. How's it going?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And what a series, guys. Parang nakita ko yung first day of playoffs na intimidate agad ako, guys. just super.
I mean, honestly, this really has been a tremendous performance by both of the teams. Renmar, Rockhart, you guys would probably want to start this off.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Deadeye, man, instantly, right out of the gate. I want to ask you about your goals
Apparently,
there.
Yo, they can't hear us.
Hello?
Okay, do you hear them?
That's why, hello.
There we
go.
All right.
So yes, Deadeye, I want to ask you about your boys there. You're defending champions back-to-back. Is it 3? How many now for NIP Flash? Three-peat for NIP Flash. Why are they so good? Along with, okay, let's take away they're just really good with so many cheesy draft picks. What else makes NIP Flash shine as a team? Okay. Basically, guys, they have the experience when it comes to international scene. And I think NIP Flash, one of their strengths is chemistry. They have been together, I think, for over 10 months already. So many international events, of course, tournaments, they have been together. So this season, actually, sa lahat ng mga teams, sila lang yung pinaka-solid and the same roster ever produced. And of course, the casters themselves, yung mga MPL SG casters, all of us are in unison and we are all agreed that this is the MPL SG's best team ever produced as well. So this is, NIP Flash, the three-pit guys. So
pagkakita ko nga yung day 1 pa lang, man, top 4, top 5 teams ng MPLPH, parang, good luck, man. Good luck, MPLSG.
Honestly, we've seen a lot of it. Umi, you have something to say?
No, I'm just saying na nung yung performance nila during MSC as well is already evident kung ano yung kaya nilang ibato eh. So feeling ko, kaya naman pumalag ng ni Flash.
Actually, isa sa nakalaban ng NIP Flash ay ang SRG. Tama, di ba? Coach, your thoughts?
Coach Arcadia.
Coach, Deadeye, meet Coach Arcadia. Coach, I wanna know your thoughts about NIP Flash because you've had first-hand experience going up against them. What makes NIP Flash so strong at ano ba yung dadali nila sa M6?
Siguro, pag tinitignan natin yung NIP Flash, usually yung unang actually na napapansin doon is yung si Diablo, yung XP laner nila. So usually yung mga teams tina-target bans na yung heroes ni Diablo. Pero para sa akin, yung something na that really makes them unique is yung the way they drop. Because sometimes you will see Courtesy, post 4, he'll play Martis, he'll play Esme.
Funny.
Yeah. So pag hindi ka ready, kumalaban ng mga ganitong klaseng teams na hindi mo maintindihan yung draft, ay dun medyo mahirapan ka. You need to make sure that you're ready against Deep Flash before facing them.
Well, correct. I can follow up for that one as well, no? I can say na yung NIP Flash when it comes to the season, MPLSG season as well, alam na namin eh. From the day 1 itself, all of us knew that they will be the champions. So, malaki yung gap. Merong teams like Team Evil, they have Marky, they have Boyet, magaling din sila mga players, but you can really see the gap in between. Then, ang NIP Flash, they had the time to experiment when it comes to the drafts. That's why makikita natin very versatile sila when it comes to the season. And but the real challenge for NIP Flash, and I do believe the real potential will show for the upcoming M6.
Alright, I see it. You currently see most of the heroes that they use, you know, the favorites, halos 80 to 100% yung win rate ng mga to. Rockhart, you're probably gonna have some questions about this team as well.
Yeah, actually, Deadeye, isa sa mga biggest questions ko right now, if, halimbawa, itong NIP Flash, obviously, they're representing Singapore, right?
Yeah.
If they're gonna fight against one of the 4 remaining teams dito, in a best of 15,
dami.
Sino ang lalamang and sino yung pinaka-dikit sa kanila and ano yung score?
Alright, so it's like you're asking Deadeye, like, which of the 4 teams that we have that he thinks NIP Flash can beat if ever mag-meet sila sa...
In a best of 15.
In a best of 15.
Guys, you're putting me in the spot again!
Ito yung options mo. Again, we have Falcons AP Bren, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Blacklist International at Aurora. Sino sa 4 na teams na yun pwede talunin? Kaya talunin ng NIP Flash?
Okay, I can say Blacklist, Aurora, yes.
Say that again, what? Say that again?
That day we hope to still have you next time.
But we're talking about the marathon here. Sabi nyo is 15 games, right? 15 games?
Yeah.
Okay, remember MPLSG started late and we ended first. So basically, when it comes to marathon, we have the fewest games to all MPL esports there. So dito pa lang merong ng advantage yung ibang teams, especially MPLPH. They are on a long haul here. They have the experience, they have the stamina to do that one. So yes, malaking advantage yan for the other region. But however, of course, ina-expect na to ng NIP Flash when it comes to fighting other regions. Ina-expect nila na sila yung underdog. But alam na, remember in the Filipino panel a while ago, you have been talking about lessons, right? So I do believe this lesson, merong ano yan, yung NIP Flash, yung dala when it coming in the upcoming M6.
Alright.
Okay, Deadeye. Meron akong last question sa'yo. Ano lang to setup lang to. Have you heard or watched any face-off dito sa MPL Philippines? Yung kay Mara.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yung
Okay. As the representative of MPLSG and by extension NIP Flash versus MPL Philippines, Ano ang palag mo? Ayun na.
Ang palag ko ay ito. Itong palag ko.
Tama naman. Sa totoo lang, maganda yung palag niya.
Tama.
Panis by stinger.
Yaki. Maganda.
Maganda yung palag niya.
Maganda.
Ready. Maraming fans si Diablo dito sa totoo lang.
Ready. Pinaghandaan. Deday, maraming salamat. Hopefully sa lahat ng mga difficult questions, sana makasama ka pa rin namin dito. Sana hindi mo kami iwan. Tatanungin ka pa sana namin ng prediction mo para sa finals, pero mukhang di ka na namin matatanong. Next time na lang. Babalik ka naman siguro next time. Deday, maraming salamat. Deday, rock hard. See you guys soon, alright? Bye.
Thank you.
That guy was put on the spot, and
Yeah.
he answered pretty well.
Where'd
Good
that
job, Deadeye.
Where'd that best of 15 question come from, Rockhard? That wasn't on the script.
No, I know. It was off the script. And I just think, you know what? It's unfair if you just put him on like a best of 3, best of 5 right now. Right? So maybe the best of 15.
Come on, you think NIP Flash needs like 15 games to defeat a Filipino team?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
No, okay, come
on.
That's not fair. But if we're talking about maybe, Aurora versus Blacklist, maybe they need to kind of grind up a little bit there.
Yeah.
But you know what? FCAP and FNOP probably need 20 or so.
Yeah, dude, like, let's be real though. For NIP Flash, I feel like one of their best qualities is that they are shining in a region that, well, overall, like, it struggles.
Yeah, it struggles.
Even the Singaporean talents and MPLSG admits that. But I feel like their performance in MSC really showed that even though they are shining and performing really well in a region that struggles in internationals, they themselves are just that damn good. But here's another team that was just really that good. It was the team that just eliminated our defending champions, Aurora. Let's hear what their mic check was.
Nice one, Jay! Gagalaw, pre! Ay, pwede tara. Tara, boys. Nice! Boy! Huli ko na tamboy. Patay Nathan. Tower. Soyo. Tower.
Nice one, boy!
They shout a lot.
That's a lot of shout. That is like the opposite of nonchalant and calm shot calling. But I love it. It's just pure hype. That's how we sound like when we play our RG games.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, we're just calling out, oh yeah, I got you this one.
Yeah,
I got you.
Ah, yeah, we do that too. So I mean, just got fun. It's funny that they showed us.
Yes.
And I think that kind of comms. I hope they maybe just improve it. I mean, I think they're definitely toe to toe. That was super loud. Yeah. I
don't know, man. If it works for them,
I guess it works.
It works. Yeah, it works.
If they win, it works.
Yeah.
Or, But again, just big props Aurora for using that chaos to their advantage. I love what I saw, man.
Yeah, and if I'm Fnatic Onyx Philippines, honestly, I saw enough here from this performance by Aurora that I feel like FNOP really cannot underestimate Aurora now at this point. Same goes for Falcon Safety Brand. We saw enough from the performance of Blacklist International, how they manhandled Smart Omega, the drafting prowess of Coach Bonchan, that they cannot really underestimate their opponents. So the two upper bracket teams, the ones who didn't have to go through the play-ins, Falcon Safety Brand, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they really got to show their A game and play as if they're fighting for the World Championship already.
And at this point, just fight for their tournament lives, because it's not out of the question for them to actually, get one up by one of these teams who I think caught a lot of people by surprise today. Honestly, big surprises all around for everyone today.
For sure. In what was a beginning where we saw Blacklist International sweep Omega, wherein majority of the community thought or saw that we'd see Smart Omega move on. It was Blacklist who won. Now this time Aurora have eliminated the defending champions. But alongside our playoffs, we also have the Infinix Fansiklaban playoffs going on as well. that's being held right here at the Community Hub at Greensun, Makati City, alongside the MPL Philippines Season 14 playoffs. The champions will get to take home Infinix GT20 Pro phones and 25,000 diamonds. That is 5,000 diamonds for each player on the full 5-man. So, see you here.
Okay. I just wonder, did they bring back the previous winners and just play there? Or it's a new batch? I have so many questions.
Yeah, the communities have their own approach in terms of how they pick their 5 for their playoffs. But yeah, they all went through different processes. So yeah, let's see which between the fan teams are going to be champions of their very own little playoffs.
They're getting a new phone.
Yeah, they're getting a new Pro. The Infinix GT20 Pro, right there. That phone right there is what they're going to get. That's 1 each and 5,000 diamonds each.
What a day to spend, right? You come into the venue, you watch your favorite teams, you watch games like this best of 5 that you drove everyone crazy, and then you win a phone, and then you win diamonds. What am I going to do with these diamonds? And what if I win as well with Mara's, fan of the day? Guys, just come over.
Just come over. Join us here in MPL Philippines Season 14. There's a lot of goodies for you. We have a lot of giveaways here in the broadcast. We have a lot more giveaways outside of the broadcast. We have the whole MPL playground going downstairs. You get to play with your favorite pros, get to meet them, lots of meet and greets, lots of merch. So come on, you're really missing out if you don't join us here. We still have tickets for days 2, 3, and 4. However, they are selling out, especially for day 4, getting very close because that is the best of 7 lower bracket finals that determines the last slot or the last team from the Philippines that will make it into the M6 World Championship. If you're looking for Grand Finals tickets, our friendly little reminder for you, please don't buy from any other source except from the official source, which is already sold out. So,
that's right.
Yeah, there's that. You're going to be seeing a lot of us more all throughout the playoffs. My name is Renmar. This is Rockhard. I won't be here, but he'll be here tomorrow and all throughout the playoffs. Thank you for joining us on this day 1. We'll throw you over to Mara Aquino.
This is just the first day of the playoffs, and we've been on the edge of our seats since the games began. The epic rivalry continues as Blacklist International and Aurora MLBB move forward. Pero bukas, nakaabang na ang Fnatic, Onyx Philippines, and Falcons AP brand dahil bukas na ang kanilang tunay na bakbakan. I'm Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14, the playoffs. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official supplier, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas playoffs of MPLPH Season 14 action live at Greensun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. You can also get a chance to win 1,000 diamonds by sharing your hashtag MPLS14 live experience on Facebook and TikTok. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.